that will not go away, unlike my bill, which I commend to the House.
Yeah.
Order. The question is that the honourable member have leave to bring in the bill. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. On the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Who will prepare and bring in the bill?
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Graham Allen, Sir Alan Beath, Mr. Clive Betts, Paul Burstow, Rosie Cooper, Martin Hallward, Stephen Lloyd, Dan Rogerson, John Stevenson, Mr. David Ward and myself.
Dr. John Pugh.
Local Authority Devolution and Powers Bill.
Second reading what day?
Friday the 26th.
Friday the 26th of April 2013.
Friday the 26th of April 2013. Thank you. Order. We come now to the main business, Opposition Day, the 18th allotted day, a debate in the name of the Scottish National Party on housing benefit and the under-occupancy penalty. To move the motion, I do apologise to the right honourable gentleman. It is in the name of the Scottish National Party, but it's in the name also of Plaid Cymru and of the Green Party. It is indeed truly a joint motion. Not a complete novelty, relatively unusual, but not a novelty, and very welcome, and I stand corrected. To move the motion, I call Mr. Angus Robertson. No? Well, that's what that was what I was briefed. I'm following what I have been told. But the honourable gentleman is displaying a self-effacing modesty with which he isn't always associated, but he is playing second fiddle today. Dr. Amy Whiteford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In just a few weeks' time, the government's notorious under-occupancy penalty, or bedroom tax, is set to come into effect. It's going to cut the housing benefit of an estimated 660,000 low-income households across the UK by an average of £14 a week, or over £700 a year for tenants who are deemed to be living in a home bigger than their needs. The measure is causing anxiety and anger in equal measure. It follows hard on the heels of punitive cuts to tax credits that have already slashed the budgets of low-income families, and compounds the real-term cuts to the safety net of social protection for those people unable to work because of sickness or disability, or those who found themselves rendered unemployed or underemployed by economic circumstances well beyond their control. This bedroom tax is a further assault on the precarious finances of the people who are already bearing the brunt of the government's austerity measures. Measures that, as we've seen this week, simply aren't working. The under-occupancy penalty is inherently unfair and inherently unworkable. When we debated this issue in Westminster Hall in a debate led by the Honourable Member for Sedgefield a few weeks ago, not a single backbench MP from the government benches rose to defend this policy.
No wonder.
It's deeply disappointing that we're so thin on the ground today. I can only assume that too many MPs have been lured by the charms of Eastleigh. But I'm not really surprised that backbenchers are reluctant to put their heads over this parapet, and of course I'll give way to the right honourable gentleman.
I'm very grateful to the honourable lady for giving way. Does the honourable lady see that there is any justification for treating tenants on housing benefit in social housing any differently from tenants on housing benefit in the private rented sector? The last government introduced exactly the same changes for tenants on housing benefit in the private rented sector. And did the Scottish Nationalist Party or Plaid Cymru object or raise a debate or object to when those changes were made to tenants on housing benefit in the private rented sector? And if they didn't do so, why not? And what is the logical justification for opposing these changes today?
I think the honourable gentleman has exposed at this early stage one of the big red herrings in this debate, that the private rented sector is comparable to the social rented sector. We already spend significantly more supporting people in the private rented sector sector than we do people who live in socially rented accommodation, which is significantly cheaper. I hope this is a point that I will return to as the debate moves on, but I think it's very helpful actually to be able to nip this one in the bud right at the outset. I will give way.
I'm glad she has exposed the fundamental flaw in the honourable gentleman's arguments. One is based on size, and the other is based on price. It's comparing apples and pears.
The honourable gentleman makes a very important point. I think the key thing to say is that the under-occupancy penalty is going to hit hundreds or thousands of people in every constituency. All of us are going to meet constituents affected by this, many of them among the most disadvantaged members of the community. Because let's make no mistake, the people absolutely on the front line of this policy are the disabled and those who care for them. And I will give way to the honourable gentleman.
Most grateful to the honourable lady. Did she, like I, hear the Prime Minister at Prime Minister's questions say that he would personally look at cases brought to his attention? Would she join me in urging all those people out in the country who are going to be faced to write to the Prime Minister individually?
Makes an excellent point. Just a few minutes ago, the Prime Minister said he would look carefully at individual cases. I feel a little bit sorry for whoever keeps his correspondence in check, because the DWP's own equality impact assessment shows that 2/3 of the households affected by the bedroom tax are the home of someone with a disability, recognised within the terms of the Disability Discrimination Act. 66% of them. Yes, I will give way.
And further, in those that might be writing to Dave, there will be a higher proportion from rural areas who simply will have nowhere else to go with this iniquitous, unfair, disastrous tax that's going to do for the Conservative Party what the poll tax did for the Conservative Party.
The honourable gentleman makes a very important point about the differential impact between rural and urban areas. Again, that's something that I hope I will have a chance to pick up as we move through the debate. But perhaps it shouldn't surprise us that sick and disabled people are overrepresented among those who rely on housing benefit, given that many of them will have been assessed as unfit for work, while others who are in work are more likely to be working part-time or working in low-paid and insecure jobs. But those numbers are a damning indictment on the government's attempt to balance the books on the back of disadvantaged people. In Scotland, that picture is even more stark. 79% of the disadvantaged people in Scotland affected by the bedroom tax are disabled or are living in a house with someone who's disabled. And of course, I'll give way to the honourable lady.
I thank the honourable member for giving way. Is she aware of the petition to the Scottish Government being put forward by the Govern Law Centre, which would amend Section 16 of the Housing Scotland Act to ensure that people who have been subjected to the bedroom tax would not be evicted due to those arrears?
I am aware of that, and I do intend to turn to the specifics of the situation for social landlords and some of the specifics relating to Scotland later on in the discussion, so it is a point that I do intend to come back to. Last week, the Chief Executive of 7 charities, Carers UK, not just now, I will in a moment, Carers UK, Disability Rights UK, Contact a Family, the Carers Trust, the MS Society, MENCAP and Macmillan Cancer Support wrote to the Chancellor asking him to exempt carers and disabled people from the bedroom tax in recognition of the contribution carers already make and in order to protect them from further financial hardship. In response, the Secretary of State said he would look again at the impact of the policy on disabled people, but having considered the wholly disproportionate impact on disabled people and their families, he is ploughing on regardless. It's callous, it's reckless, it will cause untold distress and hardship, and the government really needs to think again. I will give way.
I'm grateful to the honourable lady for giving way. Would she accept that when you have 2 million households on social housing waiting lists in England alone, and 250,000 families living in overcrowded accommodation, that is simply unfair for people who live in houses larger than their needs?
Which you didn't.
Can I just say to the honourable gentleman that you don't solve the problem of under-occupation by shuffling people around. That will do absolutely nothing to resolve the underlying problems, which I think we all know are related to the supply of affordable housing. I will give way to the honourable lady.
Very grateful to the honourable lady and congratulate the choice of opposition debate for discussion. Would she agree with me, however, that one of the problems is there's a complete mismatch between the stock that housing associations and councils have and what people need? And that there simply aren't enough properties for people to move to.
The Honourable Lady is absolutely right. It's absolutely at the core of this issue. But before I turn to that issue, I would like to say a bit more about the issues facing disabled people, and I will give way to the Honourable Gentleman.
I thank the Honourable Lady for giving way. She's been very generous, and I've been listening very carefully to what she's been saying about those living in social housing. But what does the Honourable Lady say to the 2,000 people on waiting lists in Reading hoping to get into social housing?
To say to the Honourable Gentleman that perhaps those people in Reading might like to look north of the border, where actually building social housing has been the long-term solution to tackling the lack of affordable housing.
Do you want the SNP to stand in Reading?
Can I say to the Honourable Gentleman that you don't solve this problem by taking housing away from one needy group and giving it to another needy group? And given what I've already said about the disproportionate impact on disabled people, and that most of the people affected by this policy are already among the most disadvantaged in our communities, it seems to me that, no, I won't give way, I do need to make some progress. But can I say to him that the real challenge for local authorities is how they house people who are likely to be on very low incomes, and if people who are older, people who are suffering ill health are moved out of their homes, that just creates another headache and will push people into more expensive private rented accommodation. I'm keen to make some progress just at this moment, but I will come back and take more interventions in a bit. Mr Speaker, if I can return to the point made by these respected charities, one of which I used to work for, I think they make a very compelling case that exposes just how socially destructive and counterproductive the bedroom tax will be for disabled people and their families. The government's stated objectives for the under-occupancy penalty include incentivising tenants to move to smaller homes. Moving house is stressful and expensive for everyone, even when it's a welcome move. How much more stressful and difficult must it be for disabled people with very little money? Pressuring people to relocate won't just move disabled people away from their informal support networks, the friends and neighbours who help them live in the community. It also potentially moves people away from support services provided by their local authority. Moving to a new house in a new area may require a new assessment of needs, delays in providing replacement services, or indeed changes to the eligibility for services. It all creates unnecessary disruption and expense that could quite easily be avoided. I will give way to the Honourable Gentleman.
I'm grateful to her for giving way. She's right to call this a bedroom tax callous and reckless. It's also heartless. Would she agree that the Prime Minister is wrong, as he did earlier today, to hide behind the fig leaf of the Discretionary Payments Fund? £50 million, the National Housing Federation say, will only help make up the shortfall for 73,000 disabled people, leaving more than half of those affected on DLA without any sort of support at all.
I agree with the Honourable Gentleman. He's making a very important point. I have no doubt as well that in some cases the under-occupancy penalty is going to jeopardise the arrangement that unpaid family carers have made to allow them to continue to care for a loved one in their own home. I will give way to my friend.
I thank my honourable friend for giving way. Is she also aware of the situation where people are in a home that has been adapted for the specific needs that is now too large, may be forced to move out of it, and it may be a social landlord has to then pay to adapt another house for these particular needs? Is this not a daft way to proceed?
Mr Speaker, it's utterly daft. I've seen cases in my own constituency where relatively minor changes to a local authority support service have destabilised the balancing act of families who are providing care while they're juggling work and family commitments. And I've met far too many family carers who are already at the end of their own endurance, compromising their own health and well-being in order to continue to care. When carers can't cope anymore or their own health breaks down, the human cost is immense, and the financial cost, both in terms of primary healthcare spending and the need for expensive care packages, is incalculable.
On that point,
the bedroom tax undermines the ability of families to continue to care, and I will happily give way.
I'm very grateful to her for giving way. Since this policy will lead to greater homelessness and evictions, which are not only massively painful but also massively costly. Will she agree with me that this policy isn't just cruel, it's massively counterproductive, just another attack on this government, on the poor?
I don't just think, Mr Speaker, that it's counterproductive. I think it's also just not thought through. Some of the challenges, I will give way to the Honourable Gentleman.
To her for giving way on that very point. She's making a really good speech here, and I think she has support from this side of the House across the benches. It is thought through, in my view, Mr Speaker. It's thought through because it's not about fitting people in with housing and in terms of their housing needs. It's not about under-occupation. It's about cutting people's benefits and making sure that people have to pay the difference. The government know that people will have to pay the difference because they can't move.
I think the Honourable Gentleman is absolutely right. And I think it's helpful to return to the point made by the Honourable Member from Angus about homes that have been adapted. In Scotland, we estimate that there are at least 16,000 homes affected by the bedroom tax that have had adaptations made. We've been told by the government repeatedly that there's an extra £50 million in discretionary housing payments allocated to local authorities intended to plug the shortfall in rent for those in adapted homes so they don't have to move. But, Mr Speaker, I will in a moment, but first of all, let's just do the sums. The additional discretionary housing payment allocation amounts to only 6% of the total shortfall across the UK. In Scotland, it's a paltry 4% of the shortfall. What this means is that even if Scotland's entire discretionary housing allocation, not just the extra bit, but the entire housing allocation, was focused solely on those disabled people living in adapted homes, it would not even then cover the gap in tenants' incomes left by the bedroom tax. It's a shameless attempt to penalise physically disabled people and asking them to carry the can for this dog's breakfast of a policy.
I'm very grateful to my honourable friend who's making a fantastic and excellent speech, but doesn't she think that it's appalling that the architect of this pernicious tax, this equivalent of the poll tax, the Secretary of State himself is not replying to this debate. He's leaving it to his Liberal apparatchik. He should be here defending this ridiculous tax. He should be on his feet, speaking in this debate, trying to defend this. And why is he doing it?
Well, I share my honourable friend's disappointment that the government has not listened to the pleas of disabled people, carers organisations, because actually I think the problem is that this has not been properly costed and it's not been properly thought through, and it's going to cause chaos, hardship and distress. I want to make a little bit more progress as time's wearing on. But those disabled people in adapted homes who are forced to move into the private sector will undoubtedly find it harder to find accessible properties. Landlords in the private sector may also be less than happy about new adaptations being made to their property, whether it's handrails, whether it's ramps, stair lifts or bathroom alterations. Again, what an unnecessary waste of public money at times when local authorities are struggling to meet demand. I will give way to the member for Glasgow.
Grateful to the honourable lady who is making an excellent speech on this subject, but would she agree with me that she made a very good point about the cost of private rentals compared to social rentals? Is it now not the time in Scotland that we start to regulate private rentals so we do not start subsidising landlords, which is the root of the increase in housing benefit?
It's very clear that rents in Scotland are not out of control the way that we see in, for example, London. I think a lot of the problems that we've experienced with housing benefit have been fuelled by the vast overinflation of the London rental markets in the South East. But I think it's also important that we remember that some of the disabled people subject to the bedroom tax are the same people who are losing their disability living allowance when it becomes a personal independence payment, or seeing their support significantly reduced. Some may be losing their employment support allowance, especially if it's time limited, and yet they're all still going to have to deal with the same impairment or long-term health condition that they had before, and they're still going to face the same physical, economic, attitudinal and communication barriers when they attempt to access the labour market and get on with their daily lives. The government has to date paid no heed to the cumulative impact of these measures on disabled people, a cumulative impact that's going to have disastrous consequences for thousands of people. I will give way to the honourable gentleman.
I'm most grateful to the honourable lady for giving way. Can I draw her back to fundamental base principles? I'm listening to the argument and the speech that she's making with interest, but it goes to one fundamental point that the architects of this motion do not address. is it accepted that the housing benefit bill, which is rising in these times, needs to come down? Yes or no?
The reason that the housing benefit bill is so high is because we've had a recession which has pushed people out of employment. I think it's one of the very trite suggestions that we've had repeatedly from the government in trying to defend the indefensible with this tax is that people should just pick up a few extra hours work here or there to meet the gap in the bedroom tax. Since the start of the financial crisis, underemployment has soared. Millions of people have seen the prospect of overtime vanish. They've seen their working hours cut. And according to the STUC, there are now 3.3 million people across the UK working part-time who want to be working full-time. And that's twice as many as the pre-recession levels. So when we look at the steep rise in housing benefit, we have to look at the inflation in the housing market in some parts of the country, and we have to look at the underlying economic drivers of unemployment and poor economic performance. I'll give way one more time to my honourable friend.
My honourable friend's making an excellent speech, but in response to the intervention on the Tory benches about saving money, I'm sure she realises, as he appears not to, that if there was the proper balance of property, if those who were overhoused got an appropriate size, if those who were underhoused got an appropriate size property, then this government would save not one penny. And so the honourable gentleman on the government benches is wrong. This isn't about saving money, other than by directly punishing the poor.
I think the honourable gentleman's absolutely right. You know, the under-occupancy penalty is going to apply to people in work and people out of work. And what it takes no account of is that a very large proportion of the people affected by this measure are simply not available for work at all. The people who move into the very low-rent homes may or may not be people who are paying their rent, but it's certainly not going to save any money. I'll give way to the honourable gentleman who's been waiting for.
Has it occurred to her during her excellent speech that not one single member on the government benches has in any way criticised the bedroom tax? Doesn't this reflect so well the manner in which this government is conducting itself against the most vulnerable people in our society?
The honourable gentleman is of course right, and it's, as I said earlier, deeply disappointing that there aren't more people here to debate this issue and more people here to defend the government's policy.
What are the Liberals?
I want to turn now to another... I will give way to the honourable gentleman.
I thank the honourable lady for giving way, and I applaud the strength with which she is setting out the case for those people who are going to be the victims of this drive-by hit on the housing benefit budget throughout the UK. But does she recognise that in the context of Northern Ireland there is an added complication, because a measure that is sending a message to people, you shouldn't be living there, you should move. In the circumstances of geo-communal tensions and difficulties in Northern Ireland, that is fundamentally unsettling, not just of individual communities, but of community relations.
Absolutely. As ever, the honourable gentleman makes a powerful and very important point. This measure hasn't been thought through according to its disproportionate impact on different parts of the UK, and I think the differential impacts in Northern Ireland are clearly ones that deserve a great deal more attention, and perhaps more attention than I've certainly been able to pay them this afternoon. I can see your colleague.
Could I thank the honourable lady for giving way, and congratulate the honourable member for Bannock and for bringing forward this very timely motion along with her colleagues. Further to the point made by my honourable friend, the member for Foyle, could I advise and inform the honourable lady that, in fact, to, shall we say, underscore that particular point and to deepen those divisions, the Minister for Social Development in Northern Ireland handed back £15 million in the last monitoring round, rather than ensuring that that be invested in the provision of new build social housing, which contrasted with my party when we held that portfolio.
The honourable lady makes an important point. I think it's helpful that the Secretary of State is here himself to hear that point, and I hope we'll take that back and look again at the particular implications for Northern Ireland. Mr. Speaker, I'm keen to move on and look at the implications for another set of people who are likely to be adversely impacted by the bedroom tax, and those are foster carers. Foster carers are not routinely included in housing needs needs assessments, and the allowance paid to foster carers to cover the costs of meeting a child's needs does not include any component for housing costs. The Government expects local authorities to support foster carers out of the heavily oversubscribed discretionary housing payments pot, but as we've already seen, that won't even cover the most pressing needs of disabled people in specially adapted homes. Foster carers do an important and difficult job. Children requiring foster care have almost by definition been through traumatic experiences and are likely to require more intensive care and attention than other children. And for this reason, many fostering services insist that foster carers don't take on other work outside the home. Moreover, over half of foster carers don't receive any fee for fostering. The fostering network is afraid that the bedroom tax will exacerbate the existing difficulties in recruiting foster parents. Given that there's already an extreme shortage of foster carers, the Government really needs to look again at how this is going to work in practice. Of course, I'll give way to my honourable friend.
I thank my honourable friend who is making a very powerful case. On Monday evening, we debated the Children and Families Bill, and in that bill there are some good things about speeding up and streamlining adoption. But one of the points raised there was, unless the fostering section is looked after, then the whole thing will collapse. Once and again we see this thing has not been properly thought out.
The honourable gentleman makes a very timely point, I think, given the debates that were ongoing in the House earlier in the week. I will.
I'm very grateful to the Honourable Lady, who is making a wonderful speech on this dreadful bedroom tax. I wonder if I could take her to another group of people who have caring for children. That's when parents break up. And there's two people in my constituency whose access agreements made by the court to see their children are based on the fact that they have an extra bedroom. So this government are essentially saying to them, find the money for the extra bedroom or lose access to your children.
The honourable gentleman makes an excellent point, and families that are going through break-up are often some of the most complex and difficult situations for people to resolve. And I think we know that the cost of children growing up without a parent can be considerable, both in social terms, but in terms of the impact on the individual who's been separated from a parent. And the fact that this legislation will make it more difficult for non-resident parents to stay in touch and maintain proper contact with their children is reprehensible. I will give way to the honourable gentleman.
Indeed, for giving way to the honourable member. Would the honourable member agree that because of variations in unemployment rates, because of the variations in composition of the housing stock, because of characteristics of tenants varying from area to area and other considerations that have been made by other members, that this should be an issue of local discretion based upon local conditions and then only phased in, matched by a programme of social house building?
I'm quite sure the honourable gentleman will want to make a speech setting out the case for that in due course later this afternoon. Personally, I would of course like to see decision-making, that includes decision-making over the budgets for these policies devolved to the Scottish Parliament in Scotland. But in terms of what works well for England, I look forward to hearing his contribution this afternoon. I will give way one more time and then I really must get on.
Grateful to the honourable lady, and will she use her eloquence to use her influence with the Scottish Government to ensure that they have a no evictions policy?
Again, can I say I am coming on to that, and I do want to look at some of the structural issues in just a moment. But before I do, I want to mention pensioners, because they have so far been excluded from the under-occupancy rules, and I think it's very important to say this because many older people who are technically under-occupying are extremely anxious about the bedroom tax and are frightened that it's going to force them to move. So it's very important that we do make it clear that at this stage they won't have to do so. But once universal credit is introduced, people of pension age who have a younger partner of working age will be subject to the bedroom tax. Again, they will be forced to move into smaller, more expensive and often less suitable homes. It's a false economy for the government and it has a great human cost for older couples. I won't give way. I'm hoping to make some progress, and I do want to turn to the structural issues that we're facing. Amidst all the sound bites that we've heard about spare bedrooms, what's been missing from the debate about the bedroom tax all along is the failure to acknowledge the underlying shortage right across the UK in the supply of affordable housing and the backdrop of changing population demographics.
Speech if you carry on at this
What makes the government's under-occupancy rule fundamentally unworkable is the mismatch between the available social housing stock and the needs of tenants and prospective tenants. The scale of the problem varies across the UK, but in Scotland, for example, only 26% of homes available for social rent are one-bedroom properties, yet 60% of the tenants affected by this measure would require a one-bedroom home. In England, according to the Housing Federation, the National Housing Federation, there are twice as many occupying two-bedroom homes than the number of one-bedroom properties that became available last year. So no matter how we shuffle people around, there are simply not enough homes of the right size available for affordable rent. This match is entirely outside the control of tenants, yet they're being punished for a structural problem that is none of their making. Housing, I will give way to the Honourable Gentleman.
The Honourable Lady is being most generous, and I'm most grateful to her. Would she accept that it is important in this debate to ensure that the facts are clear, and that in the previous Labour government, building of houses was at its lowest level since the 1920s, and that in the 10 years before this government came into power, social housing costs had doubled? And does she accept that that simply is a system that cannot continue?
The Honourable Gentleman has a go at the record of the previous government, but I don't think he can abdicate all the responsibility of previous Tory governments that made it absolutely impossible for local authorities to build houses without them being sold off at below market value to tenants who were buying them at knockdown prices. Now, that underpins the whole shortage supply, and I don't think that members on the government benches can pass by responsibility for having created the problem in the first place. Housing in the social rented sector is by far the cheapest option for people on low incomes. In my constituency, you can rent a three-bedroom council house more cheaply than most one-bedroom flats. I think it's also important that we recognise that the people who live in council houses already have limited choice about where they live and what sort of house or size of house is offered to them. Councils and housing associations already go to great lengths to match tenants with a house of the right size, but they simply don't have enough one-bedroom properties to go around. Many councils allocate homes on a points-based system, as it's the most transparent and fair approach, but most require considerable flexibility from prospective tenants in terms of the size, location and type of property they'll expect. Demand exceeds supply. Anyone who knocks back the offer of a house because it's two bedrooms and ideally they need one bedroom simply may not get another offer. People cannot be picky and they have to take what's made available to them. Let's face it, I will give way to the Honourable Lady.
I'm very grateful and I absolutely agree with the points that she is putting to the government. But is she aware that 83% of this government's cuts have been passed directly to councils by the Scottish Government? And it is councils who are having to deal with the sharp end of this problem. Does she understand that that is the amount of money that is being taken out of Scottish councils at this extraordinarily difficult time?
If we had colleagues from Wales are saying to me behind that in Wales the Labour government's passed on 100%. Surely in Scotland it's better that the Scottish Government has tried to mitigate the impact of those cuts on councils rather than passing them on. I think what we also have to remember, to come back to the point about social housing, is we have to remember that most of our social housing was built in an era when people had much larger families, when people had different housing needs, and that the housing that's there simply doesn't match the demographics that we have nowadays. I think the great irony of the great irony of the bedroom tax is that it won't actually save any money. It already costs more on average to house people on low incomes in the private sector than it costs to house them in the social rented sector. This is a point I made very early in the debate. The average housing benefit payment in the social rented sector last year was £80.71 a week. whereas in the private sector it was an average of £107.35. I think it's also fair to say that the rent paid to social landlords tends to be reinvested back into social housing, which in my view represents better value for money for all of us. All the bedroom tax will do is cause upheaval, distress and expense to people on low incomes, most of whom, as we've heard, are battling health problems. I won't give way, thank you. While the mismatch between the housing stock and tenants' needs is the glaring flaw in this ill-thought-through and unworkable policy, the under-occupancy penalty will also have very serious unintended consequences for social landlords who depend on reliable and steady flows of rent to maintain their credit rating, keep rents low and reinvest in new and existing properties. I will in just a moment. I'll give way to the Honourable Lady from Aberdeen North in just a moment, but I want to make a point first. I've repeatedly raised issues relating to the impact of welfare reform on social landlords with ministers, but to date they have repeatedly failed to take seriously the concerns of housing associations and others about the impact the bedroom tax and the shift to universal credit will have on their finances. Last week, in response to a question from the Honourable Member for Glasgow North, the Under-Secretary of State for Scotland said that he'd met with social housing providers in Scotland and satisfied the concerns of housing associations and local authorities. Mr Speaker, since then, the Convention of Scottish Local Authorities and the Scottish Federation of Housing Associations have both written to the Under-Secretary of State, making abundantly clear that they are not satisfied and their concerns have in no way been assuaged. The President of COSLA has made absolutely clear to the Government that all local authorities in Scotland continue to have deep concerns about the 14% and 25% penalties associated with under-occupying. These key stakeholders recognise that the bedroom tax penalises people on low incomes who cannot move to smaller properties, and they are concerned that there are no safeguards in place to protect the finances should tenants fall into arrears. I will give way to the Honourable Lady.
Thank the Honourable Lady for giving way. She's quite right to point out that the mismatch is between the housing stock and the need. But many people who are building houses, both in the private and the social sector, are building two-bedroom or larger houses because economically that makes more sense than building a one-bedroom. So I wonder what the Scottish Government is doing to encourage house builders in Scotland to build one-bedroom properties in order to address this mismatch.
The Honourable Lady makes a very good point about the practicalities of building one-bedroom houses versus two-bedroom houses. In terms of the Scottish Government's record on building houses, 19% of the socially affordable houses built in the UK in the last 5 years have been built in Scotland. The Scottish Government is committed, has built 34,000 affordable homes since it came to power. And you know, when I think of the lack of progress that was made on this in the past, I think it's quite important I will give way to the Honourable Gentleman.
The point made from the Honourable Lady is a very good one about the balance of properties and the number of bedrooms they have. It's an extremely important point indeed. But the real solution to this is not changing the number of 1 or 2 or 3 bedroom properties built, it's scrapping
The Honourable Gentleman makes, I think, maybe the most fundamental point in the debate today. I'm particularly pleased that there are so many Scottish MPs here today to contribute to the debate, and I hope to take part in it later. 82% of Scottish MPs didn't vote for this measure, and we should be standing in resolute opposition. I will be delighted to give way to one of the small minority of Scottish MPs who did vote for it.
Yes, that's correct. I did vote against it. But what she has made an eloquent speech today. But what puzzles me is why was she unable to persuade half of her parliamentary colleagues, half the SNP MPs, including her party leader, to actually turn up on a Wednesday afternoon and vote against this?
I'm afraid the Honourable Gentleman makes a really spurious point, and given the record of his constituents, the impact that this is going to have on his constituents, he'd be better sticking to the real issue, which is that this is not going to work and it's going to harm people across Scotland. In terms of, I won't give way just now. In terms of, I do think it's worth talking about the...
Order. I hope it is a point of order and not a point of frustration. Mr Allen Reid.
The honourable member for Murray shouted across the chamber that I voted for the regulations. Is it in order, Mr Speaker, for me to put the record straight that I actually voted against the regulations, unlike the honourable member who didn't turn up?
Whether it's in order or not, the honourable gentleman has just done it. Dr Ailey Whiteford.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I think the fundamental opposition to the bedroom tax is something that we can all unite around, and I would urge members across the House to look at the problems here and work to address them. But in terms of mitigating the impact of the bedroom tax, I think there are a number of things that we can and should do. For example, the Scottish Government has already moved to strengthen protections for tenants in Scotland against eviction for rent arrears. The new pre-action measures that came into force in August last year will ensure that eviction is an absolute last resort, and tenants will have access to advice and every opportunity to agree a repayment plan that's affordable to them and reasonable for the landlord. I think we should also be looking very carefully. I won't give way. I think we should also be looking very carefully at the loopholes in the bedroom tax regulations. Apparently, the meaning of bedroom is not very clearly defined in the legislation. I heard yesterday of one large housing association in England, the Knowsley Housing Trust, that has reclassified 600 properties in order to protect tenants. That obviously comes at a cost to the housing association, but I think it's nevertheless a brave and socially responsible move. I'm sure that social landlords are also looking very seriously at bricking up windows or taking down walls. Other housing associations in England have, as the honourable member from Aberdeen North pointed out, called for two-bedroom properties to be exempted from the rules. They argue that it makes no sense for them to build inflexible one-bedroom homes because they want to encourage long-term tenants who are integrated in the community, not transient short-term tenancies. Another potential mitigation measure that might help in urban areas is for housing associations to coordinate their waiting lists and transfer lists most effectively, like we've seen in Merseyside. Obviously, that's not going to work so well in the more rural and dispersed areas, but it might well help in cities. There's a range of potential options. I think it's very important that we look very closely at all of them. I think, though, and this returns to a point that was made earlier, a question that was posed earlier, I think social landlords need to be consistent in how they deal with arrears. I'm not sure that we can draw a distinction between someone who falls into arrears because of the bedroom tax and someone who's not under-occupying but falls into arrears because their ESA has been cut or their tax credits have been reduced or they've lost their job or they've fallen sick. The danger is that if some people have their arrears written off and others don't, this will very quickly cause resentment between tenants, all of whom are likely to be living on tight budgets and will be in danger of experiencing significant increases in rent across the board if housing association budgets come under strain. I will give way.
I thank the honourable lady for giving way. She's making a very good point. But if she looks at what is proposed on the petition to amend Section 16, that may help people in current tenancies to avoid eviction, which would be a good thing. But what it will not do is extinguish the debt, which can then be chased by other means through arrestment of wages or bank accounts of people are in work on a bank account. And we know from the poll tax how many years after it died were people being still pursued for the arrears.
Yeah. My honourable friend's legal expertise helps them make a very compelling point there. I know that social landlords are aware that more people are going to be at risk of arrears and they're being proactive in trying to prevent it happening. But they're also clear that their ability to provide affordable homes depends on their ability to collect rent from tenants. The real problem is that the under-occupancy penalty is unfair and unworkable, and instead of trying to mitigate its worst effects, I think we should be concentrating on changing the underlying problems and just abandoning this bedroom tax. In Scotland, clearly, we do have an opportunity to do that by bringing decision-making powers back to the Scottish Parliament. Housing associations have historically been seen by lenders as relatively stable, and they've been able to borrow money at very competitive rates. Mary Taylor, the Chief Executive of the SFHA, has pointed out to ministers that already it's proving harder for landlords to borrow from banks, whether to build or to fund major repair and retrofit programmes. And where they can borrow, it's invariably at a higher cost than before, even though interest rates generally remain low and stable. According to housing associations, lenders are pointing to the lack of security of rental income arising from welfare reform as a key factor in these rising costs. Lenders have to assess risks, and they recognise the very real risks, even if the government is stubbornly refusing to do so. And I believe that's an issue that was actually raised with the Council of Mortgage Lenders over a year ago, but we're still to see action. I will give way to the Honourable Gentleman.
I'm very grateful for the Honourable Member's generosity. Would she agree that many councils, quite rightly, have historically built 2- and 3-bedroom homes naturally for families, and if they now, as the families grow up, choose to evict people out of that stock, they will end up with a massive voids in many cases, and the choice will be between having not quite enough rent and no rent, and that's financially absurd.
Exactly. I think the Honourable Gentleman makes a good point, and actually something that some housing associations are already having to contend with. But if housing associations are to continue to invest in their existing properties and continue to build the new, smaller properties we need to meet our changing demographics, then they need to be able to borrow, and borrow money cheaply. Any increase to the cost of borrowing can only have an inflationary pressure on rents and service charges, pressures that fall back on the low-income households that can ill afford them and that live in the social rented sector. There's absolutely no doubt in my mind that the problems for social landlords caused by the shortfalls in housing benefit for people affected by the under-occupancy penalty will be further compounded by the end of direct payments under universal credit. Mr Speaker, I won't give way to the Honourable Gentleman. Mr Speaker, the bedroom tax is a nasty, vindictive and unnecessary measure. The under-occupancy penalty is manifestly unfair. It puts disabled people on low incomes right on the front of the austerity agenda, and it asks people on the lowest incomes to pay the price for the structural problems affecting the supply of affordable housing. But the bedroom tax is also unworkable. Instead of addressing the underlying problems, it undermines the ability of social landlords to invest in the kind of affordable housing that's so badly needed, and it fails to tackle the excessive private sector rents in London and surrounding areas that have fuelled inflation in the Housing Benefit Bill. The Secretary of State needs to get a grip on this. The bedroom tax won't save any money, but it will cause chaos for tenants and for social landlords alike, and untold distress for those who are forced to leave their homes and communities or find themselves grappling with spiralling debt. It's not too late for the Government to think again, and I would urge Ministers today to reconsider, to scrap this crazy measure, or at the very least look again at exempting households affected by disability, look again at the budget for discretionary housing payments, and offer local authorities support commensurate with the identified needs of disabled people and foster carers, and look again at whether it's reasonable to consider 2-bedroom homes as under-occupied at all. I would have more respect for this Government if the Secretary of State came off his phone and listened, and if they were to turn...
Point of order. Conclude. Is it respectful to this House for the Secretary of State to be playing with his telephone rather than listening, even for a second, to what's being said here?
Well, these are matters of judgment for individual honourable and right honourable members. Certainly discretion in the use of such devices is to be encouraged, but I can say only that I had not noticed the matter, and therefore, so far as I was concerned, there was nothing outre about the behaviour of the Secretary of State. However, I note the point, and I think probably the Secretary of State's noted it, and we'll leave it there. Dr Amy Whiteford.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I think the 660,000 people affected by this measure will note exactly what the Secretary of State is doing during this debate. But I would urge him at this late stage to turn back, scrap the policy, or at the very least offer the mitigation measures that would make such a difference to disabled people's lives. In Scotland, of course, we have a choice ahead of us, and with the power to make our own democratic decisions, we could and we should and we must do things differently. And we would never make disabled people the fall guys for government failure. In the meantime, I hope that members across this House who care about this issue will support the motion today and call time on this unfair and unworkable bedroom tax.
The question is, as on the order paper, I call the Minister of State at the Department of Work and Pensions, Mr Steve Webb.
Mr Speaker, thank you very much, and I welcome the opportunity. I think the honourable gentleman's after a world record. I will just make, as they say in the trade, a little bit more progress, which is the end of the sentence, and then I'll be very happy to give way. Very happy to have this opportunity to discuss our attempts to end the spare room subsidy. I give way.
I'm very, very grateful to the Minister for giving way so early in his speech, and it's always very nice to hear the Minister in the dispatch box. But we don't want to hear from him. We want to hear from the chief guru of the bedroom tax, the architect of the bedroom tax, the Secretary of State. Even at this late stage, I'm sure the Honourable Lady for Wirral West will step aside at the end of the evening and he can come to the dispatch box and try and defend the indefensible. He should be here and he should be explaining and trying to defend this.
Mr. Speaker, I can assure the honourable gentleman that the Secretary of State and I are of one mind on this issue, and I will explain the context and origins in a second. Origins of this policy and a little bit of context which I think is relevant as to why we're seeking to take around £12 billion a year out of spending on social security. But before I do that, I give way to my honourable friend.
I'm grateful to my right honourable friend for giving way. Can I tell him that the people of North East Somerset are desperate to hear from him, are looking forward to hearing from him, are glad that he is leading this debate.
I'm very grateful to my honourable friend. It's worth offering, Mr. Speaker, before we go into the detail of the ending of the spare room subsidy, giving a little bit more detail about the fiscal context in which this measure is being taken. In the final year of the last Labour government, borrowing was £150 billion a year. This measure saves £500 million a year. So if we were trying to, I will in a moment, if we were trying to fill Labour's deficit by measures of this sort, we would need 300 measures of this sort to be of the scale of the borrowing that we had to tackle. I expected the Honourable Lady, in moving the debate, to suggest alternative sources of revenue, not just for this measure. I will in a second. Not just for this measure, but for every single welfare spending reduction that she has opposed, all 12 billion of it. I'll give way first to the honourable gentleman.
Can I thank the honourable member for giving way? Can I say to him that if his proposition in setting out the context, on which he and I profoundly disagree, is that the people who should, in effect, for whatever difference there is between us in public finances, are the people affected by this bedroom tax, I must say I think he's absolutely wrong. And can I give him the specific example of my constituent Cheryl Meskins and say, does he think that Cheryl Meskins, who was homeless, who was offered a two-bedroom property, and had she refused that property, would have been told she hadn't accepted rehousing, should she be the person who loses out in this scenario?
I know it's very long as well. I just want to say there's a lot of members who obviously want to speak. We're only on with the front benches at this stage. Can we make sure if we're going to have interventions, they are short? And those people who want to catch my eye, intervene too much, will go down the list. And I know they'll be very understanding why. Minister.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, I'm grateful. In terms of the analysis that he says he profoundly disagrees with, just to recall the fact of the... Well, he made two comments, if I may address both of them. His first was that he disagreed with the analysis that there was a deficit of £150 billion when his right honourable friend famously left a note for his successor saying there is no money left. Now, he may not be aware, I don't know, that the previous Chancellor set out spending plans for this Parliament, the Labour Chancellor set out spending plans for this Parliament, which involved tens of billions of pounds of spending reductions. Now, the biggest two things that the government spends money on are paying its employees and paying benefits. Those are the two biggest things. We've already squeezed public sector pay, and the party opposite initially opposed and now accepts that policy. The second biggest item of government spending is benefits, tax credits and pensions. If he can tell us how you can save tens of billions of pounds from public spending without touching benefits, tax credits and pensions, I'd like to hear from it, but he hasn't given us that answer. So I'll give way to the honourable lady. Yeah.
I thank the Minister for giving way. He has now clearly established that the purpose, as he sees it, of this change is to save money in the welfare budget. So will he please spare us all that stuff about making better use of houses? Because he knows that if everybody did reshuffle into the right size of houses, there would be no saving. So could he just cut those pages out of his speech?
Mr. Deputy Speaker, the context is the need to save public money, but there are a variety of ways in which we can do it. One of them is a way which has already triggered better use of the social housing stock. But we're still in the overall context state at the moment. I give way to the honourable gentleman.
I'm grateful to the Minister giving way. The real solution the Minister
President needs to understand is growth in the economy, getting businesses paying more corporation tax because they're making more profit, getting more people in jobs paying income tax, and not this draconian and horrid cut tax that his government is putting forward.
So, Mr Deputy Speaker, the structural deficit, which is the part of the deficit that doesn't disappear as the economy grows, was estimated at around £80 billion. And that's the thing we've had to tackle. Regardless of the ups and downs of the economy, that's the core deficit that the Labour Party left us to deal with. These are Labour cuts. I give way to the Honourable Lady.
Will take this opportunity to confirm his own impact statement. I wonder if the Minister will take this opportunity to confirm his own impact statement, which makes clear that if this policy works and encourages people to downsize to smaller accommodation, there will be no savings. So can he explain to the House which of the two objectives he supports, saving money or encouraging downsizing?
Yes. No, I'm afraid the Honourable Lady is not correct in saying that. There will be a range of responses which we'll run through later in my remarks to this change. Some people will stay where they are and will pay the shortfall. Some people will use a spare room for a lodger or for subletting. Some people will work or work more hours, and some people will move. Our impact assessment does a range of modelling as to the way people will respond, but clearly includes people staying where they are and paying the shortfall. That is where the saving comes from. I give way to the honourable gentleman.
I'm very grateful.
Point of order. Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. A minute ago, the Minister stood up and said these were Labour cuts. Can I seek your advice and clarification as to who's in government?
It's not a point of order, but you've certainly got your point on the record, Minister.
The Minister, he's been very generous in giving way so early in his contribution. But can this Liberal Democrat Minister honestly say, when he comes to this dispatch box, that it's fair to throw disabled people out of their house because of this bedroom tax while giving millionaires £2,000 extra a week?
Just on the specific point of the tax treatment of the wealthy, I understand that Britain's millionaires are demanding a return to the halcyon days of Labour, when they paid 40% top rate of tax, not 45%, when they paid 18% on their capital gains tax, not 28%. I hope he's proud of Labour's record on not taxing high earners as much as we are doing. Now, I give way to my honourable.
I'm most grateful to my honourable friend for giving way. Would he accept that one of the tenets, one of the central themes of this reform is also to bring fairness into the system? That it cannot be right to have 250,000 people living in overcrowded accommodation whilst there are lots of other people out there who have surplus accommodation.
Well, I'm grateful, Mr Deputy Speaker, for someone bringing a voice to the voiceless in this debate, because we have heard nothing about, in a moment, I've heard nothing about the position of people, 250,000 people shamefully left in overcrowded accommodation by the last government, and approaching 5 million men, women and children on housing waiting lists up and down the land. Their voice deserves to be heard, and I'm grateful to my honourable friend for making it.
Well, I'm grateful for the Minister giving way, and I'm grateful to hear his comments about fairness. I notice on the Conservative literature in Eastleigh, it says that it's actually the Lib Dems that oppose further changes to benefits that would make our welfare system fairer. But perhaps he could just confirm at the beginning of his remarks, is he 100% sure today that this measure will deliver the savings set out by the Chancellor? Yes or no?
Mr Deputy Speaker, our impact assessment is our best estimate, which is, of course, obviously every impact assessment is our best estimate based on what we expect the impact of the policy to be, and that's all that any government department ever produces. We believe it's a robust best estimate. Yes, of course. Now,
my friend knows that his Liberal Democrat colleagues did express concern about this measure when it went through this House and the other House, and it was changed as a result of some of those concerns. But does he accept there are still concerns that the messages as to the facts are not getting through? Some pensioners are worried, but also that there are categories, such as those with disabilities, those who have to be having separate rooms, those with teenage or university children and with service children, who I hope he will still address, because I don't believe their needs are being adequately met so far.
Well, Mr Deputy Speaker, my right honourable friend has some credibility on the issue of welfare reform. because he has been prepared to vote for difficult decisions on public spending. Neither the Labour Party nor the Nationalist parties have taken any difficult decisions on anything. They simply oppose everything, whereas my right honourable friend has quite fairly been willing to take some difficult decisions and support them, but also quite properly raise concerns about the detail of the policy. And just on his specific point, he is entirely right that the principle of the policy, first of all, is in the context of deficit reduction. Given that we have to reduce the deficit, we want to do so in a way that has potentially upsides as well as downsides, such as better use of the social housing stock, but it has always been our intention to protect the most vulnerable. The additional £30 million on top of the core £20 million for discretionary housing payments is the key way in which we want to do that, and I'll say some more later in my remarks about how we want to ensure that that system works.
I thank my honourable friend very much indeed for giving way. Does he agree that the question that both the proposer of this motion that she wouldn't allow me to ask and the Labour Party must actually answer is, do they support any restrictions whatsoever on the size of accommodation for social tenants or the amount of housing benefit? Do they support either of those in any form whatsoever?
Well, indeed, we know that the housing benefit bill doubled in a decade, 50% up in real terms, and nothing was done by the party opposite to tackle this. We were essentially, particularly in a moment, with a collapse in house building under the last government. It's not surprising. Private rent soared, housing benefit bills soared. I'm very happy to give way.
I'm grateful to the Minister once again. I know he doesn't want to deliberately mislead the House, and so I know that he will stand up now and correct the record and say that it was actually Labour that introduced local housing allowance and did indeed introduce limits on housing benefit. And he will acknowledge too that in our manifesto we set out plans for a cap on benefits, including housing benefits.
So I think that's very interesting. The right honourable gentleman and his party were in office for 13 years and decided in their 2010 manifesto, that was the manifesto he was referring to, 2010 manifesto, to do something to control housing benefit. So in office they don't do it, but when they're heading out of government, they choose to do something. I'll give way to his honourable friend.
I'm grateful. Could he explain to his honourable friend, the member for Southwark, that MOD ministers have now admitted that armed forces families could be affected, that some of them will be affected by this change? And why does he think that prisoners should have an exemption, the families of prisoners should be exempted, and not armed forces families?
Well, let's address the position of armed forces personnel specifically, because there's been an awful lot of misinformation about that. The first thing is that a married member of the armed forces is unaffected. So they're living with a spouse, they go away to fight, there's still one bed. Well, I'm just working our way through. One bedroom standard, unaffected. Young serviceman or woman living in barracks, unaffected. They're not social housing tenants. Many young service personnel who live with parents who are not in social accommodation, not affected. Young people living in social accommodation who are not on housing benefit, not affected. So we are narrowing down the number of people we're talking to probably a very, very small number of people. However, let me explain to the honourable lady that when a young serviceman or woman leaves social accommodation where the parents are on housing benefit, their housing benefit goes up. Well, if she knows it, then I don't know why she raises the question. What happens is the young serviceman or woman who is on a wage is deemed to be making a substantial contribution to the rent of the household, say £70 a week or so. When they have been away for more than 13 weeks, that what's called non-dependent deduction doesn't apply anymore. So the housing benefit will go up substantially. Now, there will be a charge for under-occupancy, which might be, on average, say, £14 a week or some thought. Now, of course, the young serviceman or woman, instead of paying £70 to the household housing costs, doesn't have to pay anything to the household housing costs. So if they value that room at £2 a day, they can still pay £2 a day to mum and dad and be over £50 a week better off. So, in fact, rather than seeing mum and dad's housing benefit fall, they will see it increase. So we've dealt with that issue, Mr Deputy Speaker. Moving on. There are... Perhaps if I just make a little bit more progress. The issue in the Honourable Lady for Banff and Buchan's speech Sorry to disturb her. The Honourable Lady for Bamford-Buchan's speech, where she referred to the private sector tenants and the relative position of social housing tenants. Now, we spend more housing benefit on social housing tenants than we do on private sector tenants, and we pay for the subsidy for the rent as well. So it's quite wrong to say that we subsidise private tenants more than we do social housing tenants. That's simply wrong. But what we do is, if someone is living in a private rented accommodation, broadly speaking, we don't allow them an extra bedroom. So why is it fair to have a street with two houses next door to each other, one of which is privately rented, one of which is socially rented, where we give a spare bedroom to the person in social accommodation who is also benefiting from a subsidised rent, and we don't give it to the private rented accommodation? Yes, I'm very happy to give way.
Minister, who's been characteristically generous in giving way. Why doesn't he tell the House the whole story, though, and admit that the Department of Work and Pensions has lost its case in the Court of Appeal, and its policy of discriminating against disabled people and not giving them any kind of special treatment has been struck down by the courts? And that's why his department has applied to the Supreme Court to have it looked at again. Why is he taking that to appeal, and why won't he come clean with the House about how his policy is actually suffering in the hands of the courts, because it is wrong?
Well, the case to which he's referring is in the courts now, before this policy comes in. So it's not specifically about this policy. It's a broader issue about the private rented sector, which is a challenge to the regulations that his party were responsible for. So hold on a second. I just want to stress this point. I will say more in a moment or two about the specific way we're planning to address the position of disabled people, because it is an important issue. Roughly 2/3 of all social tenants have a DDA disability based on the measure used in our impact assessment. That's the similar proportion of those affected by this measure. It's not disproportionate. It's, if you take the stock of social tenants, inevitably around 2/3 of the people are in that category, and that's true of our specific measure. I give way to Mark.
I'm very grateful to my honourable friend. He will know from the lengthy correspondence I have had with his colleague Lord Freud of my concerns, particularly in regard to very remote and rural areas, of which there are quite a considerable number in my constituency. Will he or the Secretary of State agree to meet with me to look at the potential for transitional arrangements which might assist those areas where there are very specific needs changing over in this policy?
Mr Deputy Speaker, we're always happy to meet my right honourable friend. He does raise an important issue about rural areas, and obviously that will be germane to some of the concerns of members of the nationalist parties who've raised this debate. And I can assure, and others, but as this is a nationalist debate, it seemed a relevant remark. However, what we have said we will do in response to concerns expressed in the House of Lords is undertake a rolling 2-year research programme into the impact of these and other changes, and the impact on rural households will be one of the factors we'll look at specifically. Wales and Scotland are included in the scope of that research. But one of the things that we're very happy to look at is, for example, the allocation of discretionary housing payments and whether we've done enough justice to the needs of rural areas as against other areas, and we keep that under review. I'll first of all give way to the honourable gentleman, then to my honourable friend.
Did I hear the Minister correctly? He's going to research the impact of this, regardless of what it's going to do to people in the meantime. It's absolutely obscene what the Minister's suggesting. And the suggestion from Caithness and Sutherland that we have some sort of transition to this means we still end up with this at the end of the blooming day anyway. It's ridiculous. Get rid of it.
That's really good. That was helpful. Mr Deputy Speaker, you can't research the impact of a policy that hasn't happened. So we are implementing the change. We're implementing a change which is designed to save £500 million a year. We've heard nothing about where people would find that money from. But what we have said we will do, what we have said we will do is, as the policy is implemented, we'll be researching and looking at the implementation, because there are things that we can change as we go along. One of them is the allocation of discretionary housing payments.
I'm grateful to my honourable friend for giving way. I mean, as he knows, I believe that this policy could be made to work if people were offered an alternative, smaller alternative before penalty was imposed. But as he knows, if people are on islands or in remote villages in Argyll, the nearest alternative might be on the mainland if they're on an island, or it could be 20-30 miles away if they're in a remote village in Argyll. So could he look at the formula for allocating discretionary housing payments to councils to put in a rural factor so that councils in the Highlands and Islands get more because of the problems of islands and remoteness?
Well, he's very welcome to join our honourable friend in this conversation that I'm looking forward to. But he does raise an important point. And as I say, my honourable friends have credibility because they have been willing to take difficult decisions on public spending, whereas the party opposite have simply said no to everything, simply disowning both their responsibility for the deficit and any willingness to say where it would come from. So, Mr Deputy Speaker, I want to make a little bit of progress, as I haven't turned past page 1 of my remarks yet, and I think the House would like to hear from a few other people. Mr Deputy Speaker, the cost of housing benefit increased in real terms by 50% in a decade, £23 billion. Given that we've said that we would ring-fence, for example, the state pension, the biggest thing we spend money on, if we're looking at people of working age, you simply cannot look at housing benefit if we're looking at saving money. I want to make some progress. For social sector tenants, the bill totalled £14 billion, and that is why we've had to look at this area of spending. Now, the system for tenants in the private sector has already been tightened in a number of respects. And I think there is a fundamental fairness issue here, which is to say, is it right to squeeze private sector tenants' housing benefit and to make no change in the social sector where rents are already subsidised, where people already have an advantage? And that's what we're trying to do. Now, in terms of the scale of what we're talking about, we at the moment have a spare bedroom subsidy. We subsidise 1 million spare bedrooms in social tenants through housing benefit. Now, at the moment, we have a situation where two households next door to each other can be treated inequitably. Now, we heard talk from the Honourable Lady of fairness. We have to be fair between different sorts of tenancies. Those living in the social sector already benefit from a subsidised rent. Should they also benefit from a subsidised spare room? And when we have 1 million spare bedrooms and 250,000 people in overcrowded accommodation, we must do better. We have to regard the spare bedrooms of the social housing stock as a precious resource that we can make better use of. I give way to him, gentlemen.
Giving way. And while I understand what he's saying, what can he say to people who do wish to go down from larger homes to smaller homes, but they simply do not exist, or they do not exist in an area like mine, which is largely rural. They do not exist in the communities in which they currently live, and they could be offered another home that's many miles away from where they've grown up, where they work, and where they have their friends. It's ridiculous policy that's being pursued here.
Well, Mr Deputy Speaker, just to stress, there will be a range of responses to the under-occupation charge. Some people will move, but some people who are in work, and about one in six of the households we're talking about are in work. So there are options for people who are in work. There are people who could take work. And people often say there are no jobs. There are more people working in this country in the whole of human history. So I think it's important. Approaching 30 million people in work in this country. So for some people, it will be working or working more hours will be an option for some people. It's not the answer for everybody, but it will be the answer for some people. But let me just address this before he replies to my reply. I haven't actually finished replying to his first point, which is there has to be better use of the social housing stock. And I pay tribute to the housing associations in the Liverpool area, 20 of which have come together, along with local authorities, to pool their housing stock. So an individual, to quite take his point, an individual small local small housing association may have limited stock, limited scope to move people around. But by pooling their stock, people are able to make better use of it so that there will be more options. Now, I entirely take his point that that answer will be different in a city as to a remote rural area. I entirely accept that point, which is why we are more than happy to look at whether the allocation of discretionary payments to help people in rural areas is the right one. As it happens, the allocation of DHPs does slightly represent the rural areas relative to the city areas because of the way it's been done. So we do recognise there is an issue there. Give way.
For that answer, but he said there could be various responses to it, including paying the difference. But by the very nature, people on housing benefit are people who are on low wages, who are already under intense pressure from rising energy prices, rising fuel prices, freezes on benefits where they get them. I mean, it's going to be very difficult for people to make that. So, in effect, their choices are very limited, and many will be forced to move by financial necessity when this comes in.
Well, Mr Deputy Speaker, because we've already seen the impact of our restrictions in the private rented sector, we know that some people choose. And I wouldn't for a moment belittle, for any of us in our financial situation to belittle that would be wrong, and I don't do so, but we have seen people on relatively modest incomes in the private rented sector saying £2 a day for a spare room is worth more to me than something else I might spend £2 a day on. So some people in the private rented sector are making that choice, and of course that is part of where the saving comes from. And some people in the social housing sector will do the same thing. I give way to the honourable lady.
I thank the Minister for giving way. In my constituency, the choice is between staying put in a two-bedroom property of which there is a surplus, or moving to a one-bedroom property in the private rented sector, which actually costs more in housing benefit. How is this a saving?
Well, I'm grateful to the Honourable Lady for raising that point, because I think it's a common misconception that there is somehow a one-way flow of people. If somebody moves from social property to the private sector, as some will, that frees up a socially rented accommodation, from which, or into which, someone who was previously perhaps in overcrowded accommodation, temporary accommodation, bed and breakfast accommodation, moves in. There will be flows in both directions, and we have taken account of those sorts of moves in our estimate of the cost of the change. I'll give way.
Grateful to the Minister for giving way. Will he not recognise that the largest single driver for the increase in housing benefit currently is rent increases? This is not just in the private rented sector, but also in England in the social and affordable sector, because of the policies of his colleagues in the Communities and Local Government Department who are pushing higher rents up. If a tenant moves out of a secure council tenancy into a new affordable rent tenancy, it will be at a substantially higher rent. And if they're on housing benefit, the benefit bill will rise. This is entirely counterproductive. Why is he doing this?
Well, Mr Deputy Speaker, I know that the Right Honourable Gentleman is very knowledgeable about housing matters, and he will know that the period of the last Labour government was not a good one when it came to building affordable homes, which is part of the reason we have the problems we have now. Give way to me.
Well, I'm grateful to the Minister for giving way, but would he agree with me that nobody on this side of the House takes any pleasure whatsoever in these changes, which have been forced upon us by the actions of the members opposite, who left us with a £1 trillion debt and a £160 billion deficit?
My honourable friend is quite right. These are Labour cuts because of Labour's deficit. Mr Deputy Speaker, we recognise... let me make a little bit more progress, and then, of course, I'll give way further. We do recognise that this is a time of change which will present challenges for tenants and for landlords, and we have to support both in that. One of the positive things which has come out of this change is local authority tenants and social housing tenants, their landlords getting to know them far better than in the past. All too often, housing associations, in many cases, didn't actually know their tenants well enough, and there has been an important process of getting to know the individual tenants and their needs. As a result of which, for example, some of the more creative housing associations have found schemes where half a dozen people move from different accommodation to different accommodation, so that there is a better fit between the individuals and their housing need. This 1 million spare bedrooms are a precious resource to our communities, to vulnerable people in our communities, and I will not have it said, Mr Deputy Speaker, that those who stand up for the vulnerable are on that side of the House. They're on this side of the House because we want those bedrooms filled. Give way to
I'm very grateful, but wouldn't it be better than having a policy of evicting people because their children grow up, to offer those people cash incentives to move to smaller housing? As in fact I did as Chair of Housing and Leader of Croydon Council, where we did move people to smaller accommodation by offering them cash benefits rather than evicting them because their children grew up.
I didn't know which was which. We were both standing, and I wasn't sure of the Minister giving way, so I don't need some advice from Mr Brown on that occasion. Mr Webb.
Yes, he got the right one, as it were. We are all in favour of incentives to encourage people to make better use of the housing stock, and I welcome any measures that he took to that effect. But they haven't worked. We've got 1 million spare bedrooms for people on housing benefit. They simply haven't worked on the scale. Well, they simply haven't worked on the scale that's necessary. I've given way 3 times already to the Right Honourable Gentleman. I want to make some further progress. Sorry, just before I do, I haven't given way to the Honourable Lady.
I'm wondering again if the Minister, if he seems to be hell-bent on introducing this policy, can perhaps protect some people, because I think he accepts that there will be people who will not be able to move because there will not be suitable property, and they will not be able to afford the shortfall. They will fall into housing rent arrears and could find themselves being evicted. At that stage, they become intentionally homeless and they end up being at the bottom of any kind of housing list. Will the Minister look at that and see if there's anything he can do to ensure that someone in that position is not then deemed as intentionally homeless because they've got housing debt and therefore will never stand a chance of ever getting social housing again?
Well, I'm grateful to the Honourable Lady, and of course the point of the policy is not for people to be evicted, which raises a whole, not only cost for the individual, but also cost for the Exchequer. That's not the point of the exercise. What we are trying to do is make sure that the housing stock that is there is fully occupied. And where somebody has a shortfall, let me try and address this issue directly. There were two ways that we could have approached this. One was blanket exemptions. And that's what we did for pensioners. And I'm grateful to the Honourable Lady who moved the debate for making it absolutely clear that people who are pensioners are not covered by this, by this change. There's another set of people where it's clear that we wanted to protect them, and let me give an example. Let me give an example of foster children, and that was mentioned by my right honourable friend for Southwark and Bermondsey. The position of foster families, I think, is shared across the House. If people need a spare bedroom for a foster child, we want to make sure they have one. And we want to support people who are fosterers. The question is whether that is better done by some sort of blanket exemption or whether, as we have done, we've costed what it would take to meet the shortfall for those families and given it to local authorities so that a foster family for whom that is an issue, and it may not be an issue for all of them, can approach the local authority and have that shortfall made up. Now, we, my right honourable friend and I, are entirely open to having a discussion about whether that is the most effective way of delivering that support. Our judgment was that discretionary housing payments gave local authorities the sort of discretion we would want them to have. But if for any reason that message isn't getting through, if it's causing anxieties, for example, to foster families who don't know about DHPs, or if local authorities haven't communicated well enough, we're very happy to look at whether that is the most effective way of supporting those families. So where there's a shortfall, discretionary housing payments for this measure and for others are available, and we want to make sure people use those where they are in genuine need, and evictions is clearly not something that we're seeking to achieve. Yeah.
I'm really grateful, and that was really helpful, and I want to pursue the question of the Honourable Lady from Aberdeen. The Minister said he's willing to look at whether the discretionary funds will meet certain problems or not. Could I take it that he'd be willing with the Secretary of State to look also at whether the categories of who is defined as needing a bedroom could be looked at, so that categories where I think they ought to be counted in, but currently aren't, might be included?
I can see the attraction of that approach. There's a balance on that, I think. The attraction of that approach, for example, in foster families, would be that you define the size criteria and added to the list of, a couple, teenage children and so on, you say a bedroom used for a foster child is a bedroom, therefore there's no deduction applies, you don't have to go to the council for DHPs, and DWP meets the bill rather than the local authority. That would be one way. The challenge for us in that approach is defining in Whitehall all the categories of people who ought to have a room. And even within a category, for example, there might be foster carers for whom this is less of an issue or more of an issue. So it may vary from case to case. The judgment we have to make is where do we make a blanket exemption or a blanket entitlement to a room? Where do we say we'll give the local authorities money and discretion? And I think each argument has its attractions. What we do want to do, well, it's quite a serious point. I just want to reply to the right honourable gentleman. What we do have to make sure is that the money we have given to local authorities is well spent, that people know it's coming. For example, I've been interviewed on various television programmes and they've featured case studies of people who were obviously distressed. I don't doubt that there are people who are distressed by this change, who obviously, if they approached their local authority, would not be affected. Yeah. And that is the issue. They would go to their local authority, the local authority has been given money to help them and would help them, and they wouldn't be affected. And he's absolutely right, and indeed the Honourable Lady's right. We have to make sure that people are not unduly alarmed by this, because in many cases, in many cases, there is money to help the most vulnerable. First of all, I'll get back to my honourable friend and then to the honourable gentleman.
I thank my honourable friend for giving way. And can I ask him, does he think that the guidance given to local authorities as to how they should target the discretionary fund and the discretionary housing payments has been sufficient?
Well, I think my honourable friend raises an important point. We have allocated funds to local authorities with two particular groups in mind, which is foster families and those where there's been a substantial adaptation to the property, because we can all see if a household has been, a house has been substantially adapted, then moving someone somewhere else and adapting the property again isn't going to be a good use of public funds. So that's the basis on which the funding was allocated. We have indicated that to local authorities, but I do agree with my honourable friend. We can probably do more, and will be doing more, to make sure local authorities are aware of the needs of those particular groups. I give way to the gentleman.
Grateful for the Minister for giving way. Would he confirm that the total amount of money available in discretionary funds to Wales will be £6.1 million, and the Welsh Government, he will have seen last week, estimated that the total cost to Wales of the bedroom tax will be £25 million. So does he concede that there is a significant shortfall, or is he proposing to increase the amount of money available to Wales and indeed to the rest of the country where that shortfall will also apply?
Very well. The reason I started my remarks by talking about deficit reduction is that this measure is intended to save money. The shortfall he refers to is the saving to the Exchequer. If we fill the gap completely, we don't save any money. We might as well not do the policy. I have to say, if Wales is getting a fifth of the shortfall, it's doing exceptionally well relative to the rest of the country, I have to say. If I may, Mr Deputy Speaker, want to just come back further to the chair of this. Well, can I just respond to the chair of the Select Committee, who raised an important point about those who are unintentionally homeless? And whilst it's for local authorities to make decisions on homelessness applications as they do now, under current statutory homelessness legislation, if the only reason for the person's homelessness is a reduction in benefit that is outside of their control, then they should not be considered intentionally homeless by their local authority. And I can put that on the record, so I hope that's helpful. I will, and then I'll move on.
I'm very grateful. He's being very generous. Would he also confirm, he says, the Minister, that Wales is doing exceptionally well, that his own impact assessment demonstrates in black and white that 46% of claimants will be affected in Wales versus a UK average of 31%. Wales has the largest impact of anywhere in the country. So does he want to reconsider his remarks that Wales is doing particularly well out of the bedroom tax?
Yeah. So just to be clear, the impact of ending the spare room subsidy that we currently pay is that the average loss in Wales is below the national average. It's £12 a week as against £14 a week, and the same is true of Scotland as well. So both Wales and Scotland have below average losses. But he asked about the size of discretionary housing payments. Just to be clear, across the country as a whole, we've allocated £30 million relative to a saving of around £500 million. £30 million on top of the £20 million that local authorities already get in DHPs. So there's £50 million in DHPs available to local authorities in all. So £500 million of savings, £30 million on top of the 20 local authorities get. So if Wales are getting a bigger proportion of that, they're getting a bigger proportion of the DHPs. So I'm going to make some progress and then very happy to respond further. We have engaged actively with a range of advice organisations, including the Chartered Institute of Housing, to develop guidance for social landlords. And we have already come across many examples of social landlords working with tenants to prepare for this change. But we do recognise there will be particular individuals who face issues, and that is why, on top of the £20 million of DHPs local authorities already get, we've allocated an extra £30 million, giving them a total of £50 million available to help people affected by this policy. And the two groups I've already mentioned, first of all, are those disabled people in significantly adapted accommodation and foster carers, including those who need to retain an extra room when they're between fostering placements. And I believe that this should be able to help around 5,000 foster carers and around 35,000 wheelchair users where houses have been adapted. Now, there's been some discussion of the position of disabled people, and obviously the definition of disability used in our impact assessment is a self-assessment based on a household survey. Of the people affected by this policy, less than a third are actually receiving disability living allowance, so the majority are not receiving DLA, and I think that's important to put on the record. We've also touched on the position of service personnel. I think I've given reassurances to the House about that. Yes, very happy to do that.
Before the honourable gentleman leaves disability, he's made it clear that he's looking at the use of discretionary housing benefit in the rural element. Last week, the BBC was reporting that the Secretary of State had instructed officials to look into the definition of disability and the way the bedroom tax would be applied to disability. Is the Minister saying that the Secretary of State was wrong and that no instruction has been given to officials, or is he countermanding what the Secretary of State said last week?
Not at all. I'm not sure whether the Honourable Lady was listening when I said earlier on that we do keep this and all policies under constant review, and in particular we're looking at whether the use of the DHP to target vulnerable groups, which is what I think the whole House wants us to do, is being effective in protecting the most vulnerable people that we all want to protect. And that we're continuing to work on to ensure that we're achieving what we want to achieve. I give way to Honourable Lady.
Bearing in mind what the Minister's just said about a DLA, will he then today agree to exempt people on DLA from this bedroom tax? How can the Prime Minister possibly say that he's putting disabled people first without doing that?
Exactly.
Well, at the risk of straying onto other legislation, we have, for example, when we've had to make difficult decisions, which she of course opposed, on benefit rates, specifically exempted DLA, attendance allowance, the support component of ESA, as a sign of our commitment to disabled people. Exempting a third of those affected by the policy, she will understand, this is a measure that is partly about reducing the deficit, partly about making better use of the housing stock. Receipt of DLA is not synonymous with needing a spare bedroom. That's the point. If somebody needs a spare bedroom, then they can approach the local authority, and we've given the local authorities funds. But a blanket exemption for people on DLA isn't well correlated with the need for a spare bedroom. Mr Deputy Speaker, as my noble friend Lord Freud announced on the 15th of October last year, these measures will be monitored and evaluated over a 2-year period from April this year. Initial findings will be available in 2014 and the final report in late 2015. It will include, I've given way to the honourable gentleman before. This evaluation will... yes, of course.
Wait, just further to that last point in relation to the disabled person in the bungalow or the house that they're going to have to try and allocate. Could the Minister confirm what criteria would be used for the person to justify a spare bedroom? Would it be a doctor's letter to say they're disabled and they need a bedroom of their own? Is that the criteria that the government will use for the spare bedroom for a disabled person? What?
Well, there is, just to be clear, there is one specific exemption, which is that we have already provided that where someone needs a spare room for a non-resident carer, they can have it. That's an absolute right. They don't have to apply for that. But an overnight carer, indeed. But what we've said beyond that is that if someone is in particular need, they approach the local authority who has discretion. I mean, the D of DHP is discretion. So there's no set of national Whitehall-driven rules. An individual household can approach their local authority who can judge that of the budget they've been allocated, this is a household in particular need who they will help. So we haven't set out a rigid blueprint. The whole point, the whole point is to give local authorities discretion to meet the person in front of them and to meet their needs if they think that that's a priority. I'll give way to the honourable lady.
Well, I thank him for pointing out that D is for discretion, but it actually seems to be D for draconian as far as I can see, because what's happening here is he's trying to give the sense that people don't need to worry because they can just go to their council to get this extra money. Does he have any idea that the amount of extra money he's providing is a pittance in comparison to the amount that's needed? And therefore what this is about is essentially an ideological attack on social housing. This government is simply trying to get rid of it.
Well, it's an astonishing suggestion we're trying to get rid of social housing when we built more affordable housing in the last year than the average of the preceding 10 under Labour. So that's an absurd suggestion. I entirely understand that the honourable lady opposes everything, which is a kind of nihilism, which is fair enough. But it's not a credible option for a credible government. As I was saying, Mr Deputy Speaker, the research that we will be undertaking involves small-scale primary research with a range of local authorities, social landlords and voluntary organisations across England, Scotland and Wales. It will look at supply issues, rural effects, coming back to my honourable friend, and people unable to share rooms. Where possible, the research will also consider the effect, on vulnerable individuals, their financial circumstances, social networks and family life, picking up on the point the honourable lady made. I hope to conclude in a moment, but I'm very happy to give way to the honourable lady.
If the Minister is so keen for people to receive discretionary payments, can he explain why his government is taking to court circumstances where a disabled child is unable to share with another sibling in the family in a case in Wiltshire? Why is the government spending money on taking that to court when he's saying that he actually thinks that money should be given to these families?
Good question.
Well, Mr Speaker, there's a limit to what I can say whilst these cases are actually in court, as they are. We have been given permission to appeal to the Supreme Court. We are, of course, applying the current appeal court ruling, and we have issued local authority guidance on how to treat such cases. So that's very much a case in flux at the moment. I don't want to say too much about one that's currently before the courts, but the general point that we're making is that what we're trying to do through this policy, in a sense this sums up what we're trying to achieve, is we are trying to tackle a massive structural deficit, that the biggest two items of public spending are public sector, just concluding, public sector pay and benefits, etc. We've taken action on public sector pay with little or no support from the opposition. We've also had to take action on benefits, looking principally at working age, because we protected the state pension and nobody opposite suggested that we shouldn't have done that. And when we're trying to find £12 billion from public spending, housing benefit is one of the biggest working age benefits. We've tackled private sector housing benefit. We had to look at the social sector. The most valuable way we can look at social sector housing benefit costs is to look at the million spare bedrooms that we currently subsidise and ask if that is fair to the people who don't get that subsidy. Mr Deputy Speaker, these are difficult choices, but we've had to make those difficult choices because of the mess that the Labour Party left us, and I hope that the right honourable gentleman who speaks next will begin with an apology.
Liam Byrne.
Thank you very much, Mr Deputy Speaker. I think most people on this side of the House will have been pretty disappointed by the Minister this afternoon. There are a range of important arguments that have been put this afternoon, and there have been no answers whatsoever. So, Mr Deputy Speaker, I want to just start by congratulating the Green Party, Plaid Cymru and the SNP for using their time this afternoon to table this motion. We support this motion. We'll be supporting it in the division lobbies later today, because since the Welfare Reform Bill first saw the light of day, we have warned of the flaws that have loomed large this afternoon. It was in fact my right honourable friend, the member for East Ham, that first warned that the reality of this bill is that the people hit by it have got nowhere to hide. They will just have to pay up. And in fact, it was my noble friend, the Lord Mackenzie, who in the other place, said that the discretionary housing fund was in no way going to cover the costs and consequences of this policy when it is introduced. And I'm afraid everything that we have heard this afternoon has merely confirmed what my right honourable friend and my noble friend have said. And that's why in divisions in this House and in committee, here and in the other place, we have tried to put in place safeguards which would have stopped the horror show that is about to begin in April. Now, Mr Deputy Speaker, as the weeks have gone by, the faults and the flaws which my right honourable friends have set out have, I think, become very clear in glorious 3D technicolor. First, we learnt that someone who is handed a 12-month sentence will actually be exempt from this policy. And yet, here we have, in 2011, the list of offences which have attracted under a 12-month sentence. I mean, there are something like 43 people who were convicted of threat or conspiracy to murder, handed a 12-month or less sentence. They will be exempt. Those 273 people convicted of sexual offences, handed a less than a 12-month sentence, yet they will be exempt from this policy. Yet a mother of soldiers like Alison Huggan, the case raised by my honourable friend, the member for Marlborough, for Middlesbrough South, she will be hit by this. And actually, the Minister this afternoon defended the policy. Those families with children serving in the military, serving in the armed forces, out on service, will actually be exempt.
I just want to, because I know that he would never want to
unwittingly mislead the House. He has said that if someone is convicted, and that is what he said, then they would be exempt. They're not exempt. It's only if they're on remand. Would he like to correct the record on that?
Well, the House will draw great comfort from the fact that people on remand for threats to murder, sexual offences, burglary, robbery and public disorder, well, I'm very happy to accept the Secretary of State's correction, but the...
Secretary of State, just 1 second. Can't both be up at the same time. I'm sure the honourable member was willing to give way. Just give him time, a little patience with each other. We don't want to end up bickering across the box, do we? No, is Liam Byrne giving way?
I'm very happy to give way. But let me tell the Secretary of State the House will draw little comfort from the fact that people on remand for these offences will still be exempt from the implications of this policy.
I just want to establish one thing, because he's now clearly changing his own legal policy. It has been a very good principle in this country, going down to the ages, that you are innocent until proven guilty. Not guilty before you are proven innocent. The reality is we stick within the existing strictures. Now, whatever else he wants to say, he is opposed to this measure, but the reality is he is now saying that as soon as someone is accused of something, they immediately should be exempted. No, it's not.
What the Secretary of State cannot defend is how families of serving soldiers will be hit by this policy, and those on remand for the most serious offences he can imagine will be hurt. That is not, I don't think that is something that... That is something that the Secretary of State, of all people, I don't think will want to defend. And he should be speaking to his honourable friends, the Secretary of State for Defence, and to the Prime Minister, who I understand is the chair of the Committee on the Military Covenant, and he should be bringing forward to this House safeguards for the families of armed personnel out on service. Should he not? He is clearly not going to bring forward those safeguards for families of people serving on the front line. And the House will be disappointed to have observed that. But it's not just these families that are being hurt. It is also foster parents. And again, we heard nothing from the Minister today about how families of foster parents are actually going to be helped. No. I listened very closely to what the Minister said, and he said nothing today that countermands what he sent out in his circular HA4 2012 that says a household that has an extra bedroom for a current or potential foster child will be treated as under-occupying. And so families in that position will be hit. And then we hear that under universal credit, a couple where someone is a pensioner and someone is not will also be hit. And of course, over all of this looms the truth that 2/3 of the people hit by this bedroom tax will be disabled. And the Minister from Sedentary Position has been pleading that discretionary housing payment is going to somehow help. He, no doubt, like me, will have seen the research from the National Housing Federation that says, as I think he confirmed, 200,000 people who will be hit by this bedroom tax are on DLA. Now, the National Housing Federation estimates that if you spend, I think, all of the discretionary housing fund helping those people, it would help 73,000 people. So there would be 127,000 people in receipt of DLA who would get absolutely no help whatsoever. And that, of course, that would leave nothing for foster parents either. So I'm afraid the Minister cannot simply plead that the discretionary housing fund is of some help to foster parents and those who are disabled and indeed those people whose houses have been adapted, because the truth is something very different, and he has been found out this afternoon. Now, of course.
Can I thank the Right Honourable Member for giving way? Much has been said about particular groups who are hit by this, and I think the Right Honourable Member is absolutely right to talk about the impact on disabled people and foster families. But there are also lots of people like my constituent Hayley Duncan, who has 2 children, one aged 1, one aged 13, 2 boys, and they're now expected to share the same bedroom. I can honestly say I wouldn't ask 2 children of mine, if there's such a difference in age, to share the same bedroom. Would my Right Honourable friend think that right? Is there hypocrisy here?
Of course there is, and I mean the Minister, unlike actually his honourable friend, the member for Bermondsey, I think didn't resile from his support for a whopping great tax cut for millionaires at the same time that Hayley Duncan and her children are being hit by this bedroom tax. Now, Mr Deputy Speaker, this is a policy which is unique in its cruelty.
Yep.
It's unique because it set out to tackle the problem of under-occupancy, and the minister made much of the 1 million spare bedrooms that he wants to somehow bring on to the housing market. But of course, as he knows, the only way this policy will actually save the money chalked up in the Treasury scorecard is if it fails. That is the reality of it. Indeed, something like 490 million is earmarked to be saved from this over the course of this year. Of course, that is saved if there are 660,000 hit for £14 a week, hit for 52 weeks of the year. That's how those savings are delivered. So this is not about bringing spare bedrooms onto the market. This is about hurting vulnerable people and asking them to pay extra. But I think what is sort of particularly troubling for many on this side of the House is the Minister's refusal to acknowledge that in many parts of the country there will simply not be the houses that are smaller for people to move into. And again, the National Housing Federation has been very clear about this. In large parts of the country, there are simply not the housing stock for people hit by this tax to move into. So, in a moment, what has actually happened here is that the government has removed any shelter in which vulnerable people can actually take cover before then opening fire. So I'd suggest to the House that this is a policy of unique cruelty, because the government is not seeking to solve under-occupancy. It is simply seeking to make the poorest and most vulnerable even poorer. Now, the Secretary of State once cared about poverty. Perhaps he would like to justify that.
Can he just please, I'm grateful to the Ronald giving way as ever, but can he just explain to us why, when he was in government, two important things. The first is that under their changes they introduced under LHA, same-sex children sharing the size criteria were exactly the same as what we're now introducing into the social sector. Why is it good for one and not for the other? And the second thing, which is very important, is why then, if he's now crowing about the number of social houses that are in existence, did they, when they were in power, leave the building programme at the lowest level since the 1920s?
Well, Mr Deputy Speaker, the Secretary of State, like me, will have followed the remarks of the Deputy Prime Minister recently very closely. And I am answering the question. And the Deputy Prime Minister said this: if I'm going to be sort of self-critical, there was this reduction in capital spending when we came into coalition government. But I think we've all realised that you actually need, in order to foster a recovery, to try and mobilise as much public and private capital into infrastructure as possible. And of course, what has happened over the last couple of years? What's happened indeed in the last year? For the last year that records were available, housing starts in this country have fallen by 11%. That is the reality of what this government has delivered. But, Mr Deputy Speaker, this is not simply a cruel punishment. This is a cruel and unusual punishment. I will in a moment. It is a cruel and unusual punishment, Mr Deputy Speaker, because, frankly, it is not normal, it's not usual in a modern, advanced and civilised country to reward the rich in quite the way this government is proposing while punishing the poor. It beggars belief that next month, in the month in which those on £1 million a year will get a £2,000 a week tax cut, those with a spare bedroom are being asked for a £14 a week rent rise. In what world is that fair or normal and usual? Only a Tory world defended by a Liberal Democrat. I give way to my honourable friend.
I'm very grateful to my right honourable friend for giving way. As some very misleading comments about housing have been made from the opposition front bench, will he please confirm that at the last year before the recession, in 2007, the net additions to the housing stock in this country were 207,000, and the current government has presided over a collapse so that less than 100,000 new homes were started last year. That is their shocking record, and they shouldn't pretend otherwise.
Honourable friend is absolutely right. And of course it is this party which is proposing a tax on bankers' bonuses to release £1.3 billion for new housing, and it is this party proposing to spend the 4G licence proceeds on building homes. That is in sharp contrast, I'm afraid, to the sob story from the Deputy Prime Minister lamenting the fact that they cut capital too far and too fast. I'll give way to my honourable friend.
Would my own friend accept that the savings that the government anticipate and project are in fact gross savings, not net savings, because of course what will happen is many local authorities will end up with voids without rents to pay to, and will make losses and won't be able to do their repairs at a time that private sector rents will in fact be pressed up by excess demand, giving returns to buy-to-let in their private rented sector and increasing housing benefit costs. Doesn't add up at all.
My honourable friend is absolutely right, because I will in a moment. Because it may be, Mr Deputy Speaker, that the Secretary of State truly believes that this is a policy that is going to save his department £490 million a year. I have to say the Minister was rather less than forthcoming in swearing that would be the figure. It may be that the Secretary of State believes that this is a policy that is going to save £2 billion over the forecast period. It may be that the Secretary of State genuinely believes this. But if the Secretary of State genuinely believes that this policy is going to save the money set out by the Treasury in budgets gone by, he is deluding himself, because the evidence is now staring him in the face. This is a policy that is going to cost more than it saves.
I don't know why he didn't do this. I stand by our assessments, but I want to ask the right honourable gentleman if he'd like to get up now and apologise for the 13 years. Here we have now that this government is actually made social house building up 18% on what we inherited. It collapsed under them. Would he like to apologise and explain to the Nationalists one of the reasons why we're in this predicament is that house building collapsed under his government?
House building did not collapse, and in the final years of our government we brought forward serious new investment for housing, and it is actually this party that is proposing serious investment in social housing and in new housing today. And it seems to be a position that is shared by the Deputy Prime Minister. It's his government that is presiding over an 11% collapse in the number of houses that are being built. I give way.
I thank my honourable friend for giving way. Does he not agree with me that it's extraordinarily hypocritical for the Secretary of State to be talking about investment in housing when, as my honourable friend has just pointed out...
Oh, no. Just sit down. Yeah, I'm sure we didn't mean to use the word hypocritical. I'm sure you're going to withdraw it now and just carry on to ask the question.
Deputy Speaker, apologies. But it's extraordinary for him to be talking about this when, in fact, he's putting many of our housing associations and registered social landlords at risk. Moody's has, in fact, downgraded housing association debt this week, and that's going to mean they're not going to be able to invest both in building new properties and in investing the ones they have, as my honourable friend just said.
Well, my honourable friend is absolutely right, and indeed we are to thank the National Housing Federation for the estimates that they have produced for the amount of arrears which housing associations now say are going to grow. In fact, some estimates I have seen show that housing associations are looking at up to £250 million worth of arrears because of this policy and other changes the Secretary of State is making. Now, at a time when the country's debt rating has been downgraded, that is going to make things incredibly difficult for housing associations to deliver on future builds of social housing. And this bedroom tax is only going to make it worse. I give way to the honourable lady.
The gentleman has slightly moved on from the point he was making about the so-called millionaires giveaway, but given that it's an absolute certainty members of the opposition will come back to it repeatedly, can he explain, as he's particularly well placed to explain, why, given he was in the Treasury, it was only in the last 37 days of the last Labour government that in fact any measure was taken to increase taxes on the richest people in this country. And I think if he's going to continually refer to that, he should, being a former Treasury Minister, be prepared to explain why that's the case.
It will not have escaped her notice that the fiscal circumstances of today are somewhat different to the fiscal circumstances of the 13 years of the last Labour government. This is a government. She supports... So I'll answer a question just as soon as her front bench has simmered down slightly. The truth is that this government has delivered a double-dip recession and perhaps worse. It's just presided over a downgrade in the nation's debt rating. We have growth that has been flatlining for the last couple of years. That has made the deficit position far worse. This government is going to borrow more in this Parliament than Labour did in 13 years. And so the question now has to be, how is the pain of paying down the deficit shared? And Labour has always said there has got to be a mixture of growth, of sensible public spending cuts, And that is how you get the deficit down. What you don't do is give a £3 billion tax giveaway to Britain's richest citizens while you ask 660,000 people to pay an extra £14 a week. How would she justify that to her constituents?
That's just not good enough from that honourable gentleman, because the financial crash happened in 2008. There was already, by independent agreement, there was a structural deficit at that time. In order to not bequeath to either their own incoming next government or the government, as it turned out, the coalition government, in order to not bequeath an ever-growing structural deficit and rising debt, surely he cannot justify the fact that no action was taken in the immediate years in the aftermath of the financial crash.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, if we are to go back over history, first you will know that at the time the Conservative Party supported Labour spending limits. That was the announcement made by the then Shadow Chancellor at the party conference, I think, at the time. But the question that confronts the country now is, how do we bring the deficit down? Now, once upon a time, we were told that we were all in it together. Now we know quite the opposite is the truth. Once upon a time, the Chancellor said he wasn't going to balance the books on the backs of the poor. Now we know the truth. He absolutely is balancing the books on the backs of the poor, starting for £14 extra a week for 660,000 people. So, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I'm afraid the evidence now that this policy is going to cost more than it saves is staring the Secretary of State in the face, just as I can see it clearly too. Because he will have read the reports. He will have read the reports from all over the country. He will have read the reports from all over the country, and perhaps he can confirm it from a sedentary position. He will have read the reports from all over the country that have gone to cabinets that have set out the impact of his changes to communities up and down the country. He will have read them like me, and they could not be clearer. They confirm the substance of the letter leaked by the private secretary to the Secretary of State for CLG, that up to 20,000 people will be made homeless as a result of these changes, not including the impact of the benefit cut. And they are councils, like Hull City Council, that says 4,700 tenants will be hit. Yet in Hull, there are just 73 one-bedroom and two-bedroom property available for let. There is a shortfall of 4,700 properties for tenants. If they are to move into the private rented sector, or if they are to become homeless, it is going to cost the taxpayer a fortune. This is a policy that is going to cost more than it saves. And we have heard powerful arguments today along the same lines. So I'm not surprised that the Minister is no longer prepared to swear by the savings that this policy is supposed to deliver. So here we have, Mr. Deputy Speaker, a department at the very height of its powers. A department that has brought us a work programme that is worse than doing nothing. It's a department presiding over a universal credit system that I understand is on the brink of collapsing into chaos. And now we have a policy that is going to cost more than it saves. And why? Why is this? Because we've got a Secretary of State who has been rolled over by a downgraded Chancellor, and he has not had the strength to resist him. So we now have, Mr. Deputy Speaker, the worst of all worlds. We've got a department bedevilled by an excess of stupidity and an absence of spine, and the cost is not paid by members of the front bench, it's paid by the 1 million children who will be plunged into poverty by his department, and the 3.4 million disabled people who will be hit by his driver's tax. And instead, he should be bringing this House a bill that would genuinely bring the welfare bill down by actually getting more people into work. And we now have nearly 1 million young people out of work. We now have nearly 1 million people out of work long term, and that is costing us a fortune. He knows full well that the housing benefit bill is set to rise by £8 billion over the course of this Parliament because of his failure to get people back into jobs. And that's why he should be arguing back. He should find some spine, say to the Chancellor, it's about time that we had a tax on bankers' bonuses to build new homes, get people into work, say to people in this country, you cannot spend more than 2 years on the dole. At that stage, you've got to work. That would be a proper plan for welfare reform. It would be a proper plan for welfare to work, and it would be a real alternative to this policy, which is a cruel and unusual punishment from a cruel and useless government.
Chris Hopkins.
Mr Deputy Speaker. Thank you for the opportunity to speak on this really important issue. As a former chairman of housing in Bradford and chair of the Regional Housing Board for Yorkshire and Humberside, I know the importance of social housing and housing benefit, how it plays in providing housing needs. And I say that because my own family, extended family, have used it and do use it now. In my district alone, there are some tens of thousands on waiting lists at the moment trying to gain access to social housing. And I've got to say, it's the last government's failure to build sufficient social housing. And I've got to say, the record of the former Prime Minister who raided the regional housing board's funding allocation of some tens of millions of pounds, which could have been spent on addressing this housing shortage. I've got to say, he did give some of it back, redressed as or repackaged as new money in the months leading up to the last general election. But the reality is, the last Labour government robbed out of the regional housing fund allocations millions of pounds, which could have been spent on social housing, which was allocated for social housing, which could have addressed some of the issues that we've been facing or we are facing today. The present housing bill of £23 billion a year is costing each individual family £900 just to sustain, and that is unsustainable. This government is attempting to put fairness back into social housing, bringing social housing, bringing the social housing sector in line with the private sector rental sector. I've got to say, I would like to facilitate the building of more social housing. It's really important, particularly in the housing market that we've got at this moment in time, to get people onto that property ladder, if that's the opportunity, and get them in stable housing. And I would like to encourage the Housing Minister to come and spend his efforts and his limited money, some 300 million quid that our government's allocated for developing social housing, and putting that money into areas like Bradford's Canal Corridor and the excellent in-community scheme in Springbank and Keighley, which is delivering, and this government is delivering social housing where the previous government has failed. Much has been spoken in the last hour or so about adopted accommodation and for the disabled. And I'd just like to put on record what the government's actually said it's going to do, as opposed to the somewhat misleading conversations that have been coming out from the benches opposite. If you live in accommodation which has been significantly adopted for someone who is disabled, you will be entitled to a discretionary housing payment. And that will make up, and that has the opportunity, you may gain access to that discretionary payment, and that will hopefully address some of the shortfall. And for issues, relating to foster caring, some 30 million pounds of the government's discretionary payment has been specifically aimed at foster carers and disabled people who have made changes to their homes. And where the disability means that the household has a need for an extra room, local authorities have been allocated a further £150 million to make discretionary payments in those circumstances, by all means.
I think we need to publicise this more, because a family came to see me recently in my surgery. He is profoundly deaf, and she has an open permanent wound in her intestine, and therefore they do need separate bedrooms. But nobody told them that this fund was available. Therefore they are very worried. I think we need to have some more education so that disabled and vulnerable people actually are better informed about what's going on.
Well, I thank my honourable friend for the intervention. I think it's true. I think we need to make sure that the facts relating to this piece of legislation are put out there, and that vulnerable people are not misled by some of the interesting conversations being put about. By all means, I'll give way. Yeah, by all means. Oh. I'll give the one with less hair.
Recognition at last. This change is coming in April. Is he satisfied with the way the government has publicised the very point that he was making now?
Well, Well, I think that we've got an opportunity in today's debate to actually put that forward, and I've got to say that the presentation by the Minister that he gave earlier on was excellent and clarified many of these issues. But it is appropriate that we use all means to actually put this information into the public domain. No, I'm going to carry on just a little bit further. Thank you. During my time as Housing Chair, I visited many homes in the district. I've got to say that many of them, the majority of them, were in very, very poor condition and had been for many years. These were some of them pre-war build. And some were sold for as little as £1 because people could not live in these houses. They were such a poor condition. So we moved to actually moved to transfer all our housing stock into, by all means.
Right to raise a very important issue about the communications, and my right honourable friend got in on intervention on to do the same. We have been talking to councils for some considerable time about this, and we really are urging them to get talking to their residents and their social housing. They're doing that, and that picks up. It isn't helped, of course, when others go out actually telling things about this which is completely untrue. There have been lots of scare stories about pensioners. We made it clear from the word go, pensioners are involved in this, but some of the opposition parties spent their time saying pensioners will be affected by this. So, there is a barrier, but we're doing our level best to get the information across.
Well, thank you, my right honourable friend. I mean, the truth is, as a Conservative, I care about the disabled. I want to champion the work and efforts of carers, and we should not allow the opposition to brand us as that nasty party. Lots of our councillors out there are working really hard for those vulnerable people in our society, and I know the people on our benches care about those people. I'm not going to. I just want to progress the point I was making earlier on. We wanted to transfer our housing stock into a not-for-profit trust. We renovated 30,000 of those decrepit houses into decent quality houses. We spent, we put forward £1 billion package to transform those houses into quality houses and put a 30-year maintenance scheme in to sustain them into this standalone, and it has been successful, and it is successful. But what I would like to point out is the fact that our Labour councillors, our local Labour leaders, our trade unions voted against all that package and actively campaigned against it. And I listened to the scorn coming from the opposition benches there. When it comes to real action, you don't want to do it. You were prepared, or those Labour councillors, those Labour representatives were prepared to allow people to live in slums rather than actually put those interventions in place. By all means.
Member accept that some county councils, like Carmarthenshire County Council, kept the whole of their housing stock in-house and have done an excellent job renovating section after section after section of it. And he should not be saying that because a council chooses to keep it in-house or chooses to give it to another authority to look after, that is the deciding factor. The factor is what is actually then done with that stock.
Ms. Hopkins.
Well, I don't know where the taxpayers of Bradford were going to find £1 billion over 30 years to actually renovate those houses. That's the reality. That's why it was put into the trust that was out there, and that's why it's delivering. And the people of Bradford, those people living in social housing, were betrayed by the Labour Party. I want quality homes. I want quality homes, and I'm going to work to make sure that we get that. But the reality is that the housing benefit budget has doubled over 10 years. And that's on the back of the economic failure of the last government to address this and that mismanagement. We've got to spend within our needs. The public rightly expects that we get a grip of the benefit regime, and that a regime which the Labour Party allowed to get out of control. Labour failed to build the social housing, they failed to manage the economy, and they have therefore clearly failed those in social housing and those who need to gain access to it. Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker.
Well done. McCacken.
Thank you very much, Mr Deputy Speaker, and can I welcome today's debate on this very serious and deeply worrying issue. Last week, like many other colleagues, I spent in my constituency, and almost every conversation that I had with constituents, with DWP local managers, with banks, with post offices, with housing associations and credit unions and my local CAB were centred around the so-called bedroom tax. And I listened very carefully to the Minister's comments today, where he took great pleasure in referring to the spare room subsidy and referred to the question of equity. It reminded me of the debates over the poll tax in the early 1990s, when it was considered equitable that the poor should take a heavier burden, and it resonates today right across this House. But what struck me about those conversations last week, Mr Deputy Speaker, was how unprepared we are for possibly the most dramatic setback for our housing sector and our local communities in decades. Firstly, amongst the tenants. Housing providers understandably earnestly hoped up to the end of last year that they could persuade the government to change its mind. Then they started to write to their tenants, and in turn many tenants put those letters in a safe place and hoped it would go away too. It's only since the start of this year that tenants have woken up to the true horror, as housing associations have now started to physically knock at their doors and find out how they intend to cope. I'll give you the example of two constituents that I met last week. One, a woman who looks after her father full-time. She gave up her work 15 years ago to act as a carer. He lives nearby in a one-bedroom flat, so she can't move in with him. She actually faces having to move to the opposite side of Glasgow and to then try and commute every day to look after him because there are no spare houses. Or the other woman, who is now 58 years of age and single, and says, "I've lived here for 17 years. She's a good tenant. She keeps the area stable. She looks after her neighbours. But she faces being moved many miles away to somewhere where she doesn't know the local people, and she doesn't actually have the money to move house in the first place, because the question which the government hasn't asked is quite how we're going to manage to move all these people, many of whom do not have actually any spare cash. Most welfare advisers and the DWP that I spoke to last week believe that this is actually only the trickle. The flood of inquiries is going to start when people realise that the bills come through their door. We know the grim facts about the lack of suitable stock, and the Honourable Member for Banff and Buchan, I think, described that in some detail about the extent of the problems right across the country, be it in urban areas or in rural areas. But the analysis of the impact on individuals, the stability of their families, the detrimental impact on local communities as good long-term residents leave, and the disabling impact on schools and the education of children, as many people try to move around and desperately look for properties, and the likely non-payment reaction that will follow. The analysis on this is simply shallow and uncoordinated. And the impact on our housing associations cannot be underestimated. Mr Deputy Speaker, earlier this month, as the Honourable Member for Banff and Buchan referred to, I raised with the Minister of State for Scotland, who is not here today in the debate, and neither is the Secretary of State for Scotland, the impact on their credit rating. This is not just a technical point. Many experts are quietly talking about the need of wholesale consolidation of local social landlords so that they can avoid bankruptcy, as they try to cope with the ruinous increases in the cost of their borrowing, as they face a huge hike in both arrears and their administration costs, with only very small reserves in many cases to buffer the losses. And that impact is to be worsened by the introduction of universal credit from later this year. And I was interested to note that even the Chief Secretary of the Treasury is now beginning to voice concerns about the impact of paying rental directly to tenants. And, Mr Deputy Speaker, I think it is interesting to see what the reaction... Yes, I'm happy to give way to my honourable friend.
On that point, would my honourable friend accept that some of the opportunities available to local authorities consist of, firstly, taking the hit on arrears, secondly, cutting the amount of repairs and maintenance to make ends meet, and thirdly, knocking down walls in people's houses to convert two-bedroom into one-bedroom? That's what is being actively done. I mean, I can say this as a former housing chair myself. This is practical solution.
Well, my honourable friend, I think, it does describe the problem. Unfortunately, I represent a seat in Glasgow, and all socially rented properties are in the hands of housing associations, and we have many very small housing associations. So, unfortunately, they do not have the capacity or resources that even a local council would be. And for some of the smaller local authorities, I think we will be very, very pressed and be able to cope adequately. And if I could refer to the responses that after my question, where the Minister of State assured me that he had met with local authorities in Scotland and with housing associations, had discussed their concerns about credit ratings, and that they were, in his words, satisfied. Well, funnily enough, the following week, both COSLA, which represents all the local authorities in Scotland, and the Scottish Federation of Housing Associations wrote to the Minister of State for Scotland to put him perhaps in a slightly different position of their own views. This is a letter from the SFHA. With respect, this does not address the issue of the credit rating of associations. Indeed, I am not aware of any government impact assessment of credit rating of associations, but if it does, I would welcome access to it. And perhaps the Minister could confirm whether he has an impact assessment which he could share with us. The letter went on to say we remain very concerned about under-occupation issues, not least given the escalation in rhetoric about non-payment of the bedroom tax, so-called purposely to resonate with the poll tax, a debacle which left councils with a trail of debts only now being resolved even in your own constituency. And if that was harsh, then the letter from COSLA, I think, were utterly astonished by the Minister's response. This was from the President of COSLA. While I do meet the Secretary of State for Scotland from time to time, I can't recall the last time we had an opportunity to discuss our concerns over welfare reform with any DWP government ministers. There was a hastily arranged meeting on 22nd November when we understood the Scottish DWP office invited a selected number of council leaders to attend. Few were able to do so, and COSLA was not represented, although an officer was present to observe and take notes. These notes and the feedback confirm that David Freud informed the meeting of the steps DWP are taking in response to a variety of concerns that were raised. These were felt to be inadequate. Considerable dissatisfaction remained. David Freud gave an undertaking to return to Scotland to discuss the matters further, but funnily enough, Mr Deputy Speaker, that meeting has still not been confirmed. And perhaps the Minister today, in his response, can confirm when his honourable colleague, Lord Freud, intends to actually meet with local authorities in Scotland to discuss with them what they are actually going to do about the impact of this change, which happens in just a matter of weeks. Mr Speaker, today the Honourable Member for Banff and Buncombe made a number of suggestions of changes which could happen in Scotland. I think, however, that unfortunately her colleagues in the Scottish Government have placed the standard pause button. We need to wait until the day when the sun starts shining and when they say that they're going to have independence. Well, of course, that depends on a referendum, which we still wait the date of. But the plain fact is, as actually was alluded to in the Honourable Member for Banff and Buckham's speech today, is that we don't have time on our side and people cannot wait, and we need now to start having a serious debate and discussion about how we resolve these issues. The Coalition talk about the ever-rising cost of housing benefit over the last 10 years. Yes, it is a problem that we are subsidising landlords when rentals increase at well above the rates of inflation. And there is not one suggestion or proposal from the government side that we need to address this problem, or the systematic failures in the housing market as a whole, which I believe have changed permanently since the banking crisis in 2007, and they are not at some undetermined point in the calendar just going to simply bounce back to where they were somewhere around 2005-2006. So here are some suggestions about what we could do to deal with housing as a whole, because it's not just people who are currently on housing benefit, it's the whole housing market which has suffered a major distortion. Other members today have commented quite correctly on the need to build more houses, both in the socially rented sector but also in the private sector. How much land in Scotland, or the UK for that matter, is held by building companies as part of the land banks? It's estimated, I think, that there are perhaps 250,000 houses with potential planning permission which are still to be built. Where is the audit of actually where those properties are? Could we levy the unused plots of land to provide a stimulus to build? Because simply, I believe, in many cases, builders are waiting for the day when they could actually just get more money for the land on which they sit. Could we control private rentals? Now, the honourable member for Banff-and-Buchan, I think, quite rightly commented that rental levels in the private sector in Scotland, as they are in many other parts of the United Kingdom, are in excess of that in the socially rented sector. Shelter Scotland states that, on average in Edinburgh, the taxpayer would pay more than £100 extra in local housing allowance each month if someone moved from the socially rented sector to the private sector, and the same would be in Glasgow and Inverness. And in Aberdeen, which of course is one part of the United Kingdom which is enjoying somewhat of an economic boom at the period of time, you would pay £200 extra per month. Now, she did state that she thought that increases in rentals were a phenomenon only that applied in the Greater London area. I think on that point she is quite incorrect. There is a shortage of housing. People cannot afford to buy their house or provide deposits. They're moving into the private rented sector, and rentals are being pushed ever upwards. And that brings me to a point which the Leader of Opposition commented in the speech last month, and which I think also needs to be looked at in Scotland, where the law is distinct, but not that much different, and that is the reform of the law on residential leases. It was last altered back in the early 1980s to create for the first time short-term assured tenancies. That has now become the absolute norm default for all private residential domestic tenancies. Now, although there is clearly a market for short-term assured tenancies, it is not suitable actually for an increasing number of people who are looking for security and stability and to put down roots in a local community. I'm very happy to give way to my honourable friend.
And for giving way. Does she not recall that many years ago you used to have what you call the rent officer, who regulated rents in the private sector? Does she not think that that's a possibility that could be pursued?
Well, my honourable member refers to regulated rents, and my apologies, I'm not an expert on the law of leases in England, but actually it still remains, certainly in Scotland, that if you have a long-term secured rental, it is subject to the regulated rents. There are a tiny percentage of these still left in the United Kingdom, and I think the average age of the residents is probably about 85 plus. So there are very, very few of them because, frankly speaking, they just were not attractive to the market at the time when the law was changed. And that's actually the reason why the law does need to be changed, because what we are seeing increasingly, particularly in urban communities, and London is the area which is most exacerbated, but it is happening in areas such as Glasgow as well. We are getting increasing intransigence in our local communities where people are having to move house at ever more regular intervals, not because of choice, not necessarily because of job, but simply because their landlord thinks he can find another tenant who's prepared to pay a higher rental. And we need to actually find a way to actually stabilise the market, get rentals back down again, and we can actually only do that by improving regulation. And I think that's something which the Scottish Government should start an urgent debate about, and there's no reason why Scotland cannot lead the way by actually showing that reform of leases. Yes, I'm happy to give way.
Can she confirm, therefore, that should the Labour Party find themselves in government following the next Westminster election, that the Labour Party will introduce rent caps for England?
Well, the honourable gentleman, I think, raises a good point. However, I would point out that the Leader of Opposition has already stated on the record that we want to actually reform the law of leases in England to actually create longer-term leases of about 5 years plus, which I think would be a good measure in trying to stabilise the market. I think we also need to provide much better assistance to registered social landlords. I mentioned the fact in Scotland we have many very small housing associations. I think the Scottish Government, working with local authorities and housing associations, needs to be much more proactive in seeing how they are going to be able to cope with the additional costs that they are undoubtedly going to incur. And it also needs to look at whether we need to move to a planned consolidation of housing associations rather than a chaotic one. because the consequences for local communities, the housing association is not just simply your landlord. It is very often the group and body which actually acts as a hub of your community, provides community resources, actually arranges contact with other bodies such as the local police or the local schools, and is very much in the control of local tenants. And is a representation of what they think their community reflects. So it is really vital that, should there be a need to consolidate housing associations, it is done in a planned way and that they are fully supported throughout that process. I also believe in Scotland that we need to look at the local authority powers under social work legislation and how these can be used. As other members have commented today, Mr Deputy Speaker, the cost of eviction, the cost of trying to house people under the homelessness legislation is a high cost to be borne, and actually in many cases it is much easier and also cheaper to the public purse that a person actually remains in their house, wherever that can be. And finally, I think we do need to look at increasing the council tax bands to find out whether we can levy the additional £50 million per annum, which is estimated very roughly that this will cost social landlords and councils, in order that we can act as a buffer zone. I do believe that those with the broadest shoulders should actually take most of the burden, and it should not be left to those who are the poorest. Doing nothing, Mr Deputy Speaker, is simply not an option. Dropping the bedroom tax and working to reduce housing benefit costs in a sensible and coordinated way with tenants, with our housing associations, with local authorities, with the devolved administrations, that doesn't kill our communities, is and should be the only option that should be on the table of whatever government door that you enter. And I urge the government to reconsider as a matter of urgency.
Greg Mulholland. Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Mr Deputy Speaker, this is a policy that clearly has led to a lot of debate and a lot of concern. Some of that concern has been based on misunderstanding and misinformation, but some of that concern is based on the fears that people have about the changes that they will have to face in April this year. Now, Mr Deputy Speaker, I don't think anyone in this House could argue with the principle behind the idea of this piece of legislation, which is to seek to deal with the fact that there are people in social housing with more rooms than they need. But I think the problem here, and the reason that we have had the level of concern that we have, is that there is a disagreement on what is actually the reality of those rooms. And the government, of course, have said that there are 1 million spare bedrooms, 1 million spare bedrooms that therefore are having to be subsidised by other taxpayers. But actually, the nub of this issue really is, are all of those 1 million bedrooms really spare rooms? And my concern that I'm going to express today is that I do not think that the government has currently got it right. And I'm asking for the government, therefore, to look at this compassionately and commonsensically, to deal with those, and not only to deal with those through the application of discretionary housing payments, which clearly are essential and welcome, but actually to face up to the reality that there should indeed be further exemptions of certain categories, and I will come on to describe those. But I will, first of all, take the...
I welcome some of the approach that the honourable member is taking, but he appears to be proceeding on the basis that this measure is about making better use of housing in a planned way. But surely, and I think his front bench spokesman made that very clear, the Minister, this is about saving money.
It's clearly about both things at the same time, and were it not about each of those things, then the government would not be pursuing that, and that's absolutely clear. And were it not for the fact that this measure will save money, then it simply would not have been put forward, and none of us on this side of the House would have been asked to vote for it in any shape or form. So clearly it deals with both, and that is a great contrast to her government for over 13 years who dealt with neither, that allowed this problem to be entirely ignored, that they allowed the welfare budget to get out of control. We have to make difficult decisions. It would be good to hear from them. I'm not going to give way to her again. I will give way to the honourable gentleman if he still wishes to intervene.
I thank the honourable member for giving way. And can I just ask him if he would clarify for me, because there is much talk about 1 million empty bedrooms. But there is some confusion, I have to say, because are we talking about 1 million empty bedrooms in households which excludes pensioners, or are we talking about pensioner households would actually create 1 million plus empty bedrooms? Are we solely talking about households excluding pensioners? Because I have to say there is still some confusion out there about that.
I think, as the honourable gentleman has very clearly heard, it's the former that he refers to. So I hope that is clear. But, you know, the simple reality is that the social housing sector does have an exemption in this regard that the private rented sector does not. And it's important to go back to April 2008, when I was sitting on that side of the House, when the previous Labour government introduced the local housing allowance. I was a member of the Work and Pension Select Committee at the time. It was not an entirely controversial measure, as members opposite will remember, and we scrutinised that and we raised concerns about that at the time. But the then Labour government was absolutely clear that local housing allowance would and should depend not only on the maximum rent allowed for properties in the area in which you live, but also specifically on the number of rooms that you would need. So again, I say that the principle behind this, to bring this into the social housing sector, is a reasonable one. And I think it would be helpful for the opposition to at least acknowledge that and to say that we do wish to assist, encourage people who are currently over-occupying, have more bedrooms than they need for their family, to seek to find alternative accommodation to free it up, because we all have huge caseloads, and we can blame the previous government and we can blame the government before that for simply not buying enough, for the absurdity, as I've always said, of allowing the right to buy a council house without then building council houses in return. And these are things that this government has committed to finally addressing. I will.
I thank the honourable gentleman for giving way. The previous Labour government, like governments before the previous Labour government, always had a difficulty with the issue that he's just mentioned, but the difference is this: the way he's proposing, or the front bench is proposing, is a benefit cut. Now that's a totally different argument.
I'm not quite sure what relevance that had to the point I was making, but again, I have to say that his own front bench were committed to benefit cuts in the 2010 manifesto, which they seem to have conveniently forgotten since then. But, as I've already said, I do not believe that currently the government has got this policy right. And I do believe, and I have expressed this to my colleague, the honourable gentleman, and other ministers and colleagues, that I believe, as well as the exemptions that currently are in there, and let's just remind ourselves what they are. That's for people of pensionable age who are exempt, those in shared ownership local housing, those in temporary housing, the recently bereaved who have a protection for 52 weeks, and people who have an unpaid carer providing overnight care. But I very firmly believe that there are other exemptions that should be included, and I said this at the time of the passage of the bill, and of course we were not successful in achieving any of those amendments, which is why I did not support this at the time, and I made clear as the policy stood then I couldn't support it, and as it stands now I cannot support it in its current form. The exemptions that I believe should be included, first of all, very clearly, if two partners have to sleep in separate rooms due to medical reasons, due to disability, I believe that's a clear exemption if it's deemed that they have to do so. And similarly, if a child with a disability, whose disability means that they have to, that they are deemed to require a separate room, that they also should do, because social housing does play a different role in the housing mix, and particularly is there to support families in that sort of situation at the same time as having a low income. And of course, that would help with the current issue and the Court of Appeal ruling. And I think the easiest thing for the government to do would be to accept that those exemptions should also be there. I also do very firmly believe that there is
listening to him very carefully, obviously I prefer that this wasn't happening at all, but while this is on the subject of possible exemptions, does he agree with me that foster parents should also be exempt? Because it's not just, whilst the Minister, when I raised this with him at DWP questions previously, talked about a discretionary fund, I've had foster parents in my constituency saying this is potentially putting them off continuing to foster because of the uncertainty there is in the future. Wouldn't it be much better if foster parents who have spare rooms, which aren't a luxury, which are used to care for children who otherwise would be cared for probably at greater cost to the public purse, are actually exempt from this as well?
Well, he's preempted me because I am working through my list, and the next thing on the list is foster carers who are in between children to be cared for, which is the point. And I do say that a lot of the criticism of the government has been unfair, has been party political, which is within the nature of democratic policies. But as I say, the principle behind this is a reasonable one. I would say to the honourable gentleman, we do need to try to address the issue because of the housing crisis that we face, and to enable those families in seriously overcrowded accommodation to find appropriate accommodation. But it is important that the government doesn't undermine other key objectives. And another one clearly is to see more children placed with foster families, and indeed to encourage more people to foster. So this, I'm afraid, without that exemption, that I do believe quite clearly should be there, threatens to do that. And then the other category I think that very clearly I believe should be there is the very difficult issue of separated parents, of families who have very sadly split up, which is always a difficult thing for every single member of that family. And in the majority of cases, we are talking about the father, not all, but in most cases we are talking about the father as being the non-resident parent, the parent without care. And whether that non-resident parent has their child for 3 days a week, or whether it be for 2 days a month, I mean, these things are not determined in many cases by the non-resident parent. They're often imposed and often have to be accepted, even though actually the non-resident parent would like to have their child staying with them more often. But regardless of that, the reality is that that parent wants to ensure that when they have their child to stay, that they feel that this is also their home. Because a family that has split up, we talk about a broken home. The reality is you are talking about a family with 2 homes, and indeed in many cases 2 families. And it is therefore perfectly reasonable for the non-resident parent to maintain a bedroom and keep it as the child's bedroom with the child's things in it, so that when the child comes to stay, the child thinks that it is coming to stay with its other parent at its other home in its other bedroom. And I think that's very important. And of course, when you also look at the fact that the child benefit is paid to the parent with care, actually there are serious financial pressures on the non-resident parent, who still actually has to feed the child, possibly even up to 3 nights a week, and indeed wants to be able to contribute to buy things for them. So my message to my honourable friend is please to look at these things again. He is right, absolutely, that there must be a room for discretion, and some of that discretion is quite rightly exercised locally. I will give way.
Thank you very much for giving way. Does the honourable gentleman agree with me that the outrageous advice given by the government, the front bench, the DWP, that vulnerable people, disabled people should take in lodgers, take in people off the streets? It's a good idea, it's a sound idea, and will not cause massive problems. But these disabled, the vulnerable people will be expected to take people in, or they're being advised to take people in, just simply to remain in their own properties.
Well, I mean, there are some cases where people do have the choice to take on a lodger, indeed, to have someone else from their family living there. But I think the point I'm making is that there should be very clear exemptions based on clear medical need for a separate room. And if you have those, then we don't get into that discussion. It no longer becomes necessary. But going back to the local discretion, where local discretion should be used, and the whole thrust of what I'm saying is if we have those exemptions that I believe should be there, then discretion becomes discretion rather than a set of difficult choices. The discretion should be used, for example, for properties that have been adapted on the basis of need and on the basis of adaptation. Very quickly, I'm conscious that I want to make some progress, but I will give way.
Of the member giving way on that point. But does he share my concern that the discretionary payment is for people who have properties which are adapted? But many disabled people, of course, don't live in properties which have been adapted, and they're excluded.
Well, again, I mean, I've made clear what I think should be the exemption, and I think that needs to be there and needs to be a clear and straightforward extension for people who need a separate bedroom for their disability. So again, if that's the case, then we don't need to have that discussion, and then we have to look at the reality of the adaptation and whether that should then qualify. Similarly, there is local discretion if a bedroom is clearly needed for storage of medical equipment with, for example, a child with a particular severe disability. Also, there is discretion then that can be applied for people with certain mental health conditions, and that's something that can be far better assessed locally than it could possibly be by doing it through legislation. And I do think that the discretion should mean that, and in local areas, the people who know best about the issues and the problems with housing stock are indeed local authorities and housing associations. And we do have a problem where in some areas, and we know that local authorities and housing associations have been keen to place people in accommodation that has been very hard to let, and often they will manage to put people in who are under-occupying. We're talking about perhaps single people or couples moving into a 2 or 3 bed property in what has been deemed as being a difficult to let area. And of course it then becomes ironic if someone has to move away from that area, which frankly then will be lying empty. So again, the discretion should be precisely to deal with that kind of knowledge and issue in each different local housing issue.
Given the list of discretions that he has clearly identified, and I can do nothing other than agree with the main thrust of his argument, does he think that the discretionary payment that the government have allocated is adequate to meet even his list of discretions, which of course is not exclusive?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I think the problem is that we do need to have the further exemptions that I've mentioned so that we are clear that the discretion is for discretion rather than dealing with large categories of people that I think actually many of us would believe should be exempted in the first place. You can take the amount put forward by the government, and it's a significant sum, and divide it, but clearly it needs to be targeted on the kinds of issues that I have specified here, and it has to be discretion, and that's why I do think it's essential that we have the further exemptions, or we are providing councils with choice. I will give way. I'm conscious that other members and honourables want to speak, but I will give way.
Thank the honourable gentleman for giving way. He has indeed been very generous. I wonder if, just on that point about discretion, he would accept that many people are worried because they will not be able to apply for the discretion until the scheme actually kicks in, and by the time they are assessed, they will actually potentially have built up rent arrears.
Good point.
Well, that is not my understanding, and my understanding, and certainly I am encouraging people to be contacting their councils now, and that is the message that each and every one of us to do. So I think there's a clear information problem there that needs to be dealt with, because people clearly now should be applying for those exemptions. Indeed, I'm encouraging people to do so, and people in my area already have. And I do think, to ensure that this policy does succeed in its two objectives, its twin objectives of bringing down the cost of the welfare budget, but also freeing up homes, which is what it is there to do. I do also think that it's important to allow the discretion so that people should only be subject to paying the additional sum, actually if they have turned down reasonable, smaller accommodation, because in many areas there are simply not enough one-bedroom properties around. And also we've heard from members from rural constituencies about the issue of potentially being moved great distances simply to take a house, which would take people away from their communities. And again, this is the sort of thing that needs to have the local discretion to deal with. But even in an urban area, even an area like Leeds, if someone, for example, in the north of Leeds, in Yeadon or in Otley, in my constituency, is then asked to move right to the other side of Leeds, if there's someone in work receiving housing benefit who doesn't have a car, it can be very difficult for them to get to work. If it's someone who needs family support for caring or for childcare responsibilities, or indeed for schooling, these things should and are indeed reasonable things to be considered as part of that local discretion. So, Mr Deputy Speaker, I hope I've made it clear today that I do fully support the Government's desire to tackle the spiralling cost of the welfare benefit, and I have supported them in the reasonable and sensible measures that they have come forward with that have been designed to do that. And I do fully support the thrust to make sure that our welfare system is properly focused on those who most need it. And the same should apply to our social housing sector, and there are difficult decisions for all parties going forward to deal with that, to make sure that actually our social housing is being used by the most vulnerable and by the poorest in our society. And at the moment, it is not. So we have to do that. But on this occasion, I have to say to my honourable friend that I will be abstaining on the motion today, because I still, as this policy stands, feel that it doesn't pass all the tests that the government has rightly set itself. And I urge my honourable friend and the Secretary of State and colleagues to look at this again, to look very seriously at what further exemptions could be brought forward to deal with some of the issues that are still there, and to make sure that they come forward with a full and proper programme of review to make sure that as this goes forward, it can be reviewed to see if it is doing what it's set out to do and not leading to unfair and unforeseen consequences. And if that is the case, then they must make changes further down the line. But I do urge they look at this again now before it comes in, to see what can be done to reassure people and to improve this, to show really that it is aimed both at bringing down the cost of the welfare budget and positively trying to deal with the problem of overcrowding that many families find themselves in.
Jessica Morden.
Mr Deputy Speaker, let me take part in this debate. And I wanted to start my contribution by talking about the impact on Wales and my local area of the bedroom tax. And I say the bedroom tax, but I note that it's been renamed by the Minister during the course of this debate, spare room subsidy debate, which that sounds a lot better then, and I'm sure it will be of great comfort to those facing this in April. But I wanted to start off. The honourable member for Bang and Buchan, who, I said that wrong, I apologise, mentioned as part of her excellent contribution earlier on the cumulative effect of welfare reform and how this was just part of a cumulative effect that was hurting the vulnerable. And I just wanted to mention a case of a couple that I met in the recess when I was knocking doors in my constituency, who were hit by the bedroom tax but other things as well. This were a couple who had worked all of their lives. Their husband, who was a driver, had been hit by rheumatoid arthritis and had had his driving licence revoked and therefore was unable to work. And not least because, as he showed me as I was sitting in his kitchen, couldn't kind of hold a mug for any length of time. He was moved off incapacity benefit onto ESA and then incorrectly put in the work-related activity group on reduced benefit. In the meantime, he waited for his benefit his benefit was reduced as he was waiting for his appeal, which took 8 months to come through, which his benefit was reduced, that of his wife. When his appeal finally came up 8 months later, he won his appeal. Then 2 days later, I would say incidentally, received another letter from Atos telling him to go back for a work capability assessment. But in the meantime, because the income of this couple had dropped, they'd been forced to claim housing benefit and then had received a letter telling them that in April they would be liable to pay the bedroom tax. Luckily, after the 8-month wait, he did win his appeal, and therefore he might be helped with that. But on top of this, his wife, who had worked in a manual job, had been diagnosed with myelopathy. She was hoping to retire this year, but will now have to work another 3 years due to the government's changes to the women's pensions. And to cap it all, because of their experiences with the work capability assessment, they're now absolutely terrified of the personal independence payments, particularly the mobility component, which may lead to them losing their mobility vehicle. So I hope the ministers do in no way underestimate the palpable fear and anxiety out there amongst the disabled community. You know, this is a couple who have worked all of their lives until illness hit them later in life, and they find themselves hit on all fronts when they needed a safety net. And I have to say the replies we're getting from the government are doing nothing to allay the fears out there. Also, the anxiety, I have to say, felt by advice services, who are being obviously very hard hit and cut themselves, housing associations and local authorities, who in my experience locally are working extremely hard to deal with the profound effects of the bedroom tax, to make some attempts to mitigate its effects. Nationally, as we've heard earlier on in the debate, 31% of housing benefit claimants of working age in the social rented sector will be affected. As has been mentioned by the Shadow Secretary of State for Wales, in Wales that rises to 46%, with the DWP estimating that 40,000 tenants will be affected. Newport Council, City Council in my area have calculated that 2,455 households will be affected. Newport City Homes Housing Association have 1,794 tenants affected, and Monmouthshire Housing Association, also parts of which is in my constituency, have 421. So what are the choices for these people? Move to smaller social housing property, pay up, or move into private rented accommodation? In terms of smaller social housing, just to give a real impact in my area, there are 4,220 on the Kelman Housing Register in Newport, 2,500 in Monmouthshire. There's not enough social housing to move to. For example, for those group affected in Newport, 916 will be looking for one-bedroom houses or flats, 823 for two-bedroom properties. Now, in total, Newport City Homes has only got 1,264 one-bedroom properties and 2,600 two-bedroom properties. And today, on the Council Common Housing Register website, Newport Housing Options, there are only 32 properties advertised. There are very few smaller properties. The point's been made earlier on. Whole estates in Wales have very few one- or two-bedroom properties. In the past, we needed larger properties, so that's what councils built. And the scarcity of larger properties may be a problem in bigger cities in England, but in Wales, there's a scarcity of smaller properties. There's simply nowhere to move to. As the Community Housing Cymru group said, option of tenants downsizing will prove difficult in almost all cases. The other option is obviously to pay more, as the excellent report that I hope the Minister has had to look at from the Bron Avon Housing Association in Torfaen highlights. Many of those affected consider themselves to be just surviving already. Many, like the man I met on an estate last week, he said he left the heating off till tea time because food was going up every week and he didn't want to get into debt. Or the family in the Bron Avon study, who surveyed all their tenants, who concluded that the only solution was to eat 2 less meals a week. Exactly. As that study showed, people are going to want to stay in their own homes, not least because these are the homes they brought their children up in. They may have lost a partner, have memories there, they've lived in for years, they've had adapted, they have family ties, help with childcare. These are homes. The Community Housing Cymru survey, who surveyed people affected, 13% would consider downsizing, 8% might consider a lodger, 79% said that neither of these options were suitable and they would apply for the discretionary housing payments, and there's where the problem arises. I will be going to my
making a very good case about the fact that this is a tax on the poorest. It's not about freeing up housing. It's not about downsizing. In my local authority, 824 tenants are affected. They're looking at 48 who may be rehoused, and yet they describe it as a morally right decision. This is about punishing the poor.
I agree entirely with my honourable friend. He makes an excellent and powerful point. According to the Trussell Trust, can I just carry on just a little bit longer? According to the Trussell Trust, the huge increase in the use of food banks is due in no part to the benefit changes. 42% of those who now turn up for their 3-day supply of food are not being able to balance their budgets because of benefit delays, mistakes, sanctions or reviews. frontline professionals have to give a reason for a referral to a food bank, and increasingly they are citing problems with welfare as the problem. With food inflation above 4%, the increases in energy and costs and petrol, it's going to be impossible for many of those on low incomes to absorb the extra housing costs. Rent arrears are going to increase. Housing associations could be struggling to deal with this. The Welsh Tenants Association estimate that 10% of tenants are already in debt to their social landlord, and that the rent increase on top of rent arrears could equal 4,000 presenting themselves as homeless. Newport Council in my area initially estimate a 5% increase in homelessness next year. Now, the government say the answer to this, to those who can't move, is that they're giving, obviously, the discretionary housing payments, and all these issues can be dealt with by this fund. Newport is getting £343,000, Monmouthshire £121,000. Although Monmouthshire Local Housing Authority, I will give way.
The Honourable Lady is portraying quite a bleak picture, but as we heard from my honourable friend, the member for Leeds North West, Labour did exactly the same in 2008 when they introduced a local housing allowance in the private sector. When you did that in 2008, I'm sure any of us could have stood up and said exactly the same thing. Could you tell us why did Labour introduce it in 2008?
Well, it's fine, it didn't work like that. But also, we are now debating a policy coming in at April, and we are talking about retrospectively affecting people who I've explained earlier on have been living in their houses for absolute decades. And I would think that honourable members who make these interventions have probably forfeited the right to make those interventions, given they've given tax cuts to millionaires. But, you know, Monmouthshire Housing Association have been given £121,000, although the forecast of their rent arrears, I will give way.
Honourable friend for giving way, but just further to the intervention made by the honourable member opposite. When the local housing allowance was introduced, in fact, it did not affect those people currently in tenancies. It actually was then put onto people when they moved house. So it wasn't this sort of punitive effect that's being made by this current bedroom tax.
My honourable friend is exactly right. This is a retrospective hit on people who have lived in their houses for presumably for decades, you know. But Monmouthshire Housing Association, I will give way. And then
the further point to make about the local housing allowance is that the local housing allowance, whether for 1-bedroom, 2-bedroom or 3-bedroom, are paid at higher rates than the housing benefit payments in the social sector.
My honourable friend is also exactly right, and that the cost of private rents will be higher, which I'll come on to later. In terms of the discretionary housing payments, Monmouthshire Housing Association are getting £121,000, although they forecast their rent arrears in total to be around £225,000. The government have just set a budget without knowing whether it will be sufficient and are hiding behind it when asked the difficult questions. It's as callous as the bedroom tax itself. If there's no social housing, you can't afford to stay in your home, renting privately might be your only option, and an expensive one. And if the stated aim of this policy is to save money, then the policy clearly has no logic. And given that the government don't seem to care about the human impact of this policy, a cursory look at these issues, I'll carry on if that's okay for the moment. Given the government doesn't seem to care about the human impact of this policy, they might at least look at this issue. A cursory look at the property in my area illustrates this point. It's more expensive even with a reduced local housing allowance. For example, in the Bronavon study, every single property in Torfaen is more expensive than the Housing Association properties. Not only will this policy cost more money, but the impact on families of all this cannot be overestimated. It's a profound change which will have profound effects. People moving away from family providing childcare. I'll just carry on. I believe the honourable member might be speaking later. No help for those who foster, hitting the disabled again, and family breakdown. This was illustrated to me graphically by two local cases. The divorced father in a 2-bedroomed house who has his kids to stay at the weekend. As he's under 35, he might be expected to share accommodation with all the child protection issues that raises. And the mother of 4 who was rehoused after great turmoil due to domestic violence, now finding herself having to uproot herself and her children who have been settled now in school, as one of her children's moved out, and the age of the 2 youngest means they would have to share share one room. The definition of, I presume, a box room being a spare room. So many issues, no time to do them justice. So far, the government's response has been to shrug its shoulders and tell housing associations to be creative. In my experience, unlike the Minister, they've spoken to their tenants, they know the reality, and alongside local authorities and the Welsh Assembly Government are being creative. But all the creativity in the world can't alleviate the basic problem. There's no social housing, the payments to local authorities won't even begin to touch it, and this is about saving money, and if it is, it's surely going to fail.
Jane Ellison.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. And it's a pleasure to have a chance to contribute to this debate. I do think some of the contributions have been characterised by exaggeration so far, and I don't think that's been very helpful at all. I mean, given what, for example, the contribution by the Honourable Lady who spoke before me said, and given the lead we've had from the Labour front bench that they will be going with the Nationalists into their lobby tonight, I mean, I shall certainly be expecting the Labour front bench spokesman who responds at the end of the debate to commit the Labour Party I'll put it to Labour members who will be speaking, and a number have stood. I will put it in that case to Labour members who will be speaking later in the debate. Are they calling upon their front bench spokesman to commit that in the Labour manifesto this measure will be reversed? Because that's very much what I'm hearing from the Labour Party. So I think all speakers from the Labour Party who come after in this debate really must say where they stand. We are now nearer to the next general election than we are away from the last one, and it starts to become quite inadequate for the Labour Party to say on everything. I'm addressing it at the Labour Party because, to be honest, the Nationalists, fine. With all due respect, it's quite easy to say anything you want to say because you're not likely to be forming a government. The Labour Party. Aspire to be the next government of this country, and they claim that they are credible on economic matters in terms of balancing the budget, in terms of addressing the deficit. The moment of truth is fast approaching where the Labour Party must say what they would do about some of these measures. Now, I'm going to just develop this point a bit further, unless the honourable gentleman wishes to confirm that he will be calling upon his front bench to make a manifesto commitment on this point.
I thank the Honourable Lady for giving way, and I appreciate she came to this House in 2010, but can I tell her something that she may not be aware of? Her Minister, who opened for the coalition government today, when he was in opposition, and along with the Financial Secretary to the Treasury, condemned the Labour government time after time after time when we were looking at welfare reform and said we weren't doing enough. They've completely flipped over, both of them, and they are worse, let me tell the Honourable Lady, than any of her Conservative colleagues. They relish the job they're doing.
Well, with all due respect, that wasn't in any sense a response to the challenge that I put out to opposition members, of course.
It might help my honourable friend if I just quote something that the Shadow Secretary of State for Work and Pensions said earlier last year. Housing benefit alone is costing the UK over £20 billion a year. That is simply too high. Beveridge would have wanted determined action from government to get communities working once again, not least to bring down that benefits bill to help pay down the national debt. He would have wanted reform that was tough-minded and asked everyone to work hard to find a job. Do you agree with the Shadow Minister, the Shadow Secretary of State?
Well, I very much agree with my honourable friend, and I think that just really underlines the problem that the official opposition have on this issue. Because to date, I think that the running total is something like £83 billion of deficit reduction measures that the party opposite has voted against. And as we move closer to the next general election, it really there comes a point where, to be credible, people have to start to say what they would do. Now, that isn't to say that everything. No, I'm just going to develop this point a bit further and then I'll give way to my colleague on the Select Committee. But a lot of measures being put forward by the government. I don't think anyone would claim that all of them are perfect. There are clearly some issues that have been raised in thoughtful contributions earlier in this debate about some areas that the government needs to address, and whether that's through discretionary housing payment or whether that's through the rolling review, which I welcome the Minister's reference to. I thought that was a sensible thing to say that a policy like this will be kept under a rolling review and will move swiftly to take any action that might be needed. But that is not the same as saying just a blanket opposition to these measures. So far, I mean, I think the Labour Party, it strikes me, over the last couple of years, as a new member to this House, the honourable gentleman said, is really relishing the opportunity to oppose everything. But it just simply isn't credible, especially when one goes off to make speeches such as my honourable friend referred to, trying to re-establish some sort of economic credibility, but then comes here to this House week after week, month after month, opposing everything. And there will come a point where, and I will give way in a moment, but first to the honourable lady, but there will come a moment where backbench Labour MPs in particular are going to have to accept either make some difficult decisions. My strong suspicion is that reality will dawn on the front bench, and they will start, as we approach the election, to make speeches that begin to reflect something like the economic reality that Britain faces. And at that point, all of those Labour backbenchers who sit here week after week, relishing the opportunity to oppose everything, to say it's dreadful, to say, and I quote, "We're killing communities." That was actually something said in this debate. Somebody said, "We're killing communities." That level of exaggeration is just grotesque. I give way to my colleague on the Select Committee.
I thank the honourable lady for giving way, and she is obviously attempting, I fear, to defend the indefensible. But the problem she faces is that despite all these cuts, despite all the hardship that is being carried out, there is no growth, and in fact, debt is now going to be rising more than the Chancellor predicted. So in other words, despite all these cuts, despite all this hurting, it is not working.
I'm very glad the honourable lady gave me the opportunity to respond to that, because for a start, throughout this, it was always predicted that debt would rise for most of this Parliament, and it's true that that has had to be extended, but that isn't some sort of surprise. The structural deficit is being reduced. And going back to an intervention I made on the front bench, on the right honourable member who speaks from the front bench for Labour on this, the financial crash hit in 2008. If Labour had begun to address some of the structural deficit problems then, we might not be having to take some of the very difficult decisions this government's having to take now. Housing benefit is a classic case, and if the honourable gentleman is going to rise and tell us why they didn't begin to put measures in place to start bringing the housing benefit bill down from 2008 onwards, I'd be delighted to hear it.
We understand the point that the honourable lady, like her party, thinks that the poor should pay and the rich should get away with it. But she, like me, will represent an inner London constituency where, in my constituency, there will be over 2,000 families who will not be able to pay their rent. If that's not destroying communities, at the same time as councils like Wandsworth and Hammersmith are refusing to build social housing and are selling it off, how does she defend that?
Well, how the honourable gentleman could begin to criticise Wandsworth Council that's just set for them however many years in a row. Wandsworth Council have just set the lowest council tax in the country. The difference between Wandsworth Council's bandy tax and many other surrounding councils, and in particular many high-spending Labour councils, is the equivalent to a family holiday, a new car, a new three-piece suite. It's an absolutely enormous difference, and it actually illustrates the benefit of low tax and leaving people with more of their own money to spend on what they will. So I'm very glad he gave me that opportunity to pay tribute to Wandsworth Council's low council tax policy. Now, let's talk a little bit about this measure. I also have some people affected. Well, I realise people want to speak, but if the Labour Party is going to catch everything in terms of general economic points and make endless reference to, tax cuts for millionaires, or all of that sort of thing. Well, which it did, and as I made the point earlier, the Labour government had several years after the financial crash, after financial reality had dawned, it had several years to do things about the upper rate of tax. It did nothing. It was in effect for, I believe, it was 37 days before the last election. So, there's a lot of nonsense being spoken on that particular issue. I want to turn to this particular case. And I've already said I think the things we could look at. I do think the Minister's speech was very helpful. I think it did actually clarify some points that there is concern about, but that there is also misunderstanding about. But I do think that one of the points about this particular measure is it actually draws attention to the very much underappreciated fact that social housing, subsidised social housing, is a very scant and important public resource. And I think the fact that the subsidy is actually built in to the nature of social housing and to the rent, it's often not appreciated that it is a valuable resource, and we should aim to make as as many taxpayers as possible have access to it. And the particular point I wanted to make was on behalf of those many people who come to see me who are over-occupying. No one is claiming that this policy will free up all of those million rooms, but it might well encourage people to look at actually being in appropriate size accommodation. There are many housing directors up and down this country who will tell you that if they could actually put the people who want accommodation, match people to the correct size accommodation, they could actually resolve much of their waiting list. That's certainly what I've been told by people who've got many years' experience in this field. It's not a panacea, but there are people who are in the wrong size of accommodation. If this is a measure that starts to get people thinking about that and gives them encouragement to move where it is available to the right size accommodation, I think that's a good thing. Because anyone would think, of course.
I'm very interested in the point the Honourable Lady's just made there, because many councils, like the most fantastic South Derbyshire District Council, encourage people to move, they enable them to move, they give them money to move, and this will all be part of that package. It is not draconian, it brings it to the fore.
Well, I think it's right to put on record that many councils are responding sensibly and imaginatively to the many challenges that have been handed down to them by the inevitable decisions that this government's had to take on this. But specifically, another group I want to talk about is a group that comes to see me in my surgeries very often and for whom there is no solution in social housing. That's young single people, in particular young single men. I mean, I always feel my heart sink when they come to talk to me about the possibility of getting any sort of subsidised housing, because they're a group who attract absolutely no points, as we all know. And actually, if some of the people, I don't mean all, but if some of the people who are infected by this, the removal of this subsidy, choose to actually rent a room out, then I particularly would welcome that, because the particular group that are likely to be to benefit from that are some of these young single people in areas like mine, where they're doing jobs that are much needed in a 24-hour city like London, but which are starter jobs, which are, well, the Honourable Lady from the Central Position is questioning whether anyone would do that. People used to do that all the time. You know, again, it's the point about exaggeration. You know, to say that, to imply, as somebody did earlier in the debate, that everyone who might move into any bedroom that someone decided to lodge in, the inevitable consequences that is some sort of abuse or crime or whatever. People used to do this all the time. And I do think that, again, you know, raising people's fears and exaggerating them is not helping at all in this regard. If some people, let me just finish this point. No, let me just finish the point. I've checked with my council, and it is the case that council tenants, as long as they don't either overcrowd or sublet the lease, are able to take in a lodger if they so choose. It might be for some people that is a sensible solution. And for those young single people I see, who I can give no suggestions to about where they might find socially subsidised housing, that might actually help them. And if they are the winners in this, out of this process, then I think that's a good thing, because they're currently very much the losers in it all. I'm aware, and other people are making me very aware, other people want to get in on this. So I just want to, in particular, draw attention to some of the practical things that councils are doing. We do have the extra £30 million of discretionary housing allowance, and some of that, in my council, certainly they've seen a significant rise in the discretionary amount they've been given to use. They've already put together a coordinated action plan between the finance and the housing departments. They've contacted all potentially affected recipients and customers. They're beginning to confirm their benefit details. They've set up a helpline to discuss options to downsize. They're in direct contact with some of those households. They're also in direct contact with some of the social landlords to look at where there might be work they could do. And we heard an interesting example from the Minister, I think it was, or from an intervention earlier, about how social landlords in Liverpool had come together to try and pool their resources. There is quite a lot of sensible things that local councils that are planning ahead can do about this. And of course, some people will choose to take other options. But please, I think my plea from this debate, and we've heard it on so many welfare changes, in particular from the Labour Party, is that where people come to, I'd like to think that where people come to opposition members with particular cases of specific difficulties, especially associated with some of the disability, etc., that the first recourse is not to think this will be an ideal opportunity to read out at Prime Minister's question times, but actually that the first recourse will be to say, you may well be covered by the discretionary payment, and I'm going to make inquiries about that and exercise my influence to say that you should be.
Lady, give way.
Just before I allow the intervention, I just want to say the Honourable Lady did say a lot of people want to speak, and they do. I'd like to say that after the next speaker after her, there will be a time limit introduced, which is less than the duration that she has taken. So I would ask now for some self-restraint on the time in order that we can make progress. But Heather Wheeler was intervening.
Very kind, Mr Deputy Speaker, and I thank the Honourable Lady for giving way again. I do find this really interesting. The issue, I do wonder about some of our Labour colleagues. The thought that you could take in a lodger, $4,200 a year, tax-free. Do the Labour Party not want to have this cash flowing in our communities? Is there a real problem with people taking control of their lives? Do they have an issue with that? Are they only allowed to have top-down rules? What's wrong with taking in a lodger? It might be like going back to the 50s, but actually we had real communities then, and I think it's an excellent idea.
Well, I thank my honourable friend. I hope she makes her own contribution, develops that theme later. I'm aware. I will wind up. My principal point is this: that these debates are not well served by exaggeration and shroud waving, and I'm afraid we do see it. There are undoubtedly difficult cases. We've all got them. I've got some in my inbox, as have other colleagues on all sides of the House, and we must work with the ministers to look at those. We've had a commitment from the Minister to a rolling review of the policy to look at these. But let us also look at some of the potential winners and make sure that we're bringing to the attention of those who are currently overcrowded and those who have no chance whatsoever of qualifying for subsidised public housing, the opportunity that might be offered to them by some of these changes. I'll sit down now, Mr Deputy Speaker, so others can contribute.
Extremely grateful for your assistance. I need an indication. Caroline Lucas.
Thank you very much, Mr Deputy Speaker, and I'd like to pay tribute to the opening speech by the Honourable Member for Banff and Buchan, which I think was a very powerful one. And I think that on this side of the House, it's not a question of shroud waving, as the previous speaker suggested. It's actually recognition from the people that we see in our surgeries week in and week out that the fear around this measure is such that people do believe that this is a bedroom tax that is a cruel and a counterproductive measure from a government that is intent on punishing the poor. It's cruel because it's likely to lead to greater evictions, to homelessness, to disruption and despair. And it's cruel because it takes no account of people's real circumstances, with, as we've heard many times, over 2/3 of those affected likely to be people with disabilities. And it's counterproductive because it's highly unlikely to lead to the outcomes the government claims it wants. Not only are there insufficient smaller properties for families to move to, but the measure is more likely to cost money than save it. And evictions aren't only hugely painful, they are hugely costly too, estimated to be around £10,000 a time. And as has been revealed during this debate, the truly cynical nature of this proposal was revealed by the government's own impact assessment, which made clear that the projected savings from it will only happen if tenants remain in their existing homes and make up the shortfall and benefit themselves. In other words, the money that this is supposed to raise will only happen if the stated policy aim of getting people to move house doesn't actually work. And I think that is immensely cynical. Because the truth is that many people are struggling in such desperate circumstances that they simply can't find the extra money to pay. And the bottom line is that we have a major housing crisis with nowhere near enough affordable homes. In my own constituency, for example, we have over 15,000 households on Brighton and Hove's waiting list, with around just 750 properties becoming available every year. And it's successive governments which have caused this housing crisis, not the poor who struggle to cope with it. It's not the fault of people who can't get a job. It's not the fault of people who are disabled. It's not the fault of people who share the care of their children or those who are between foster parents. The crucial problem and the crucial fault is the epic failure of both the Tories and New Labour on council housing. The Tories pushed the decimation of the stock with right to buy, ignoring the right to rent. And New Labour, frankly, tweaked the enormous discounts, but they just didn't grasp the nettle and build council housing. For example, in 2007 to 8, only 350 new council homes were built. And it is deeply unjust to penalise people struggling at the bottom of a housing market over which they have little or no control. And ministers give blasé answers to serious parliamentary questions about this nasty measure. Get a job, they say, get a lodger, move somewhere else. Well, they ignore the fact that for many people, these options simply aren't possible. That when you've got 5 people on average, and in fact many more in some places, but an average of 5 people chasing every vacancy, then how are these jobs just suddenly to appear? The rooms in question many times, as other honourable members have said, are not spare, or they're too tiny that they are too small to rent out. Ministers have also suggested that social landlords might want to redefine a property as having fewer rooms where the spare room is extremely small. But we know that most social landlords can't reduce their rent. They need that money for repairs and to service the debts they have for building more stock. So what about the person with severe mental health problems who's been settled for years, is deeply distressed by change but has a tiny box room? They can't take a lodger because of their unpredictable episodes. They can't afford the rent because of the box room. There isn't a smaller property locally. What's supposed to happen to them? Now, I haven't yet heard a minister deny the existence of our acute housing crisis, but they conveniently attack the people who face the worst end of it. They also overlook the cumulative impact of so many cuts. In Brighton and Hove, practically every household affected by the bedroom tax will also be impacted by the government-imposed cut to the council tax benefit budget, and a good proportion will also be hit by the changes to disability living allowance. Changes in the scope of what's covered under legal aid from April also means that benefit issues won't be covered, so there's less opportunity for people to receive in-depth advice and possibly to challenge decisions in court. This pernicious policy won't scratch the surface of our overcrowding crisis, as it simply creates new housing emergencies for people who were previously just about managing to get by. The local authority in Brighton estimates that the total cost of an eviction process, including temporary accommodation, is around £10,000 per eviction. Now, the government says it won't come to that, but they're simply not in touch with reality. Of the 1,000 or so households affected in Brighton and Hove, the majority are already struggling with rent arrears of around £2 a week. Where on earth are they going to magic a further £16 a week in bedroom tax? Now, a constituent desperately worried about the bedroom tax came to my surgery last week. She shares custody of her daughter, and so the room she has for her daughter is seen as spare. And she simply doesn't have the money to pay the tax being levied on her. And to open ministers' eyes to the daily reality of some of my constituents, I'd just like to read out a very short amount of a testimony written by her. She says, "I have no more basics to cut back on. I go without meals. I cannot afford the bus, toiletries, a newspaper. I wear trousers most days, as I cannot afford to replace my pair of tights should they get laddered. If I had not been able to overcome my pride and seek help, I don't know how my family would survive. It was difficult to overcome the sense of shame I felt for needing to turn to charity for support in meeting the family's most basic needs. I do voluntary work in the community myself. This did not match my own sense of who I am, but it is my reality and has to be faced. I now see there's others who also depend on the food banks and support from charities like the City Mission and A New Light. I see their resilience and humanity. We are the same." I mean, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I was in tears by the end of that meeting with her, because what we're talking about here are real people in real homes feeling real desperation, and the criticism that we are somehow over-exaggerating that, I think is absolutely insulting to the constituents who come to see us. Ministers are recklessly and deliberately ignoring the harsh reality for the majority of those surviving on benefits. They are deliberately pandering to media stereotypes. How convenient to say it's all the fault of those work-shy who are swanning about with all that spare space. And so that mean and mistaken narrative goes on. But if you go back to the reality, for a lot of people affected by this policy, their homes are not too big for their needs. Their homes meet their needs, from the padded box room that a single mother uses to keep her autistic son safe when he's having an episode, to the extra room used by a disabled person to store their equipment, to the room used for half the week by the child whose parents are separated. Now, there are very many reasons why what looks to the government to be spare space is not spare at all, but essential. It will always be possible to find a small number of examples of people who genuinely do have more space than they need. But that doesn't justify the crass blanket policy which this government is coming out with. If you look at the experts, what they're saying is that if you want to help people into smaller properties, then you give them support, you give that sensitively, you help them find the right property, you don't force them out with the threat of eviction. And as we know, those right properties don't exist. I asked a parliamentary question to find out whether the government had done any assessment of how many appropriate smaller properties exist. They hadn't done the assessment because they don't care. And then when we put that to it, put that argument to them, they'll come back and tell us that the discretionary housing payments are supposed to be this magic wand which will solve all problems. But the pot of discretionary housing payment is tiny compared to the cuts that are being made, and it's very, very obvious that demand will massively outstrip supply. In Brighton and Hove, for example, the projected housing benefit shortfall has been modelled by the local authorities over £12 million, including shortfall from cuts to local housing allowance, bedroom tax and the benefit cap. The government has given a DHP pot of just over £1 million to the city. That covers only around 8% of the housing benefit cuts that people will face. The DHP is tiny and nowhere near adequate. The government will try and justify these cuts on the grounds that they're making work pay. But when ministers use that phrase, it's really code for punishing people for being poor. Of course, work should pay. It should make decent living wages pay, not poverty pay. And so when the Honourable Lady opposite was talking about the fact that we need to cut the housing benefit budget, one way to do that would be to pay a decent living wage in the first place. It's not the fault of people who can't get a job or are unable to work that employers don't pay people properly. Now, there will be a potential push to move people from social housing to different-sized private sector accommodation, which doesn't have the same security of tenure and which could actually cost more. What the government should be doing is massively increasing the supply of affordable, sustainable, decent homes and legislating for far greater security of tenure, which would go some way to holding rents down. The bottom line is that the government must stop relying on the profit motive to supply housing for people who are poor. It will take time, but we absolutely need to fund a real programme of sustainable mass council housing. Yet this government is going in the opposite direction. This is a policy which will lead to bad debts and eviction, which will dramatically undermine financial stability of the social housing model. Combine that with the government's refusal to allow people the choice to pay their housing benefit direct to the landlord under universal credit, and we genuinely have a recipe for the end of social housing. Because as landlords are faced with a lose-lose situation of either accumulating bad debt, as people simply cannot pay the tax, or the even higher cost of debt collection and eviction, the long-term future of social housing looks bleak. How unjust this will look in the history books when the banks get bailed out and the poor get thrown out. Yeah. And before honourable members on the other side challenge me by saying, well, how would we pay for this investment? Let me say that I am not afraid of saying that it is perfectly legitimate to borrow to invest. The idea that somehow that is irresponsible, coming from this government, which has led us now into a triple-dip recession, is an absolute irony. And I don't know what the front bench of Labour will say on this issue, but I have no compunction in saying that it is absolutely right to borrow to invest in affordable housing, to invest in the kind of infrastructure that we need in the 21st century. Because the idea that as a government, as a nation, as a European Union of nations, the best way of addressing the deficit is by everybody cutting spending and draining demand out of the economy has been proved over and over again to be wrong. And more economists are saying that too, and I hope for the sake of all of us, this government wakes up and sees that very soon.
Order. Resume your seats. Caroline Lucas spoke for just about 10 minutes, predicting the 10-minute limit. Well done. John Redwood.
Mr Deputy Speaker, this issue is creating a lot of passion, and I can understand the passions. People's homes are very important to them, and none of us want to feel our possession of our home is threatened or that we have a high-handed control from above. But the morality of this argument is not all on one side, as the opposition would suggest. Indeed, I would find their moral outrage more convincing if their front bench did firmly pledge to repeal this measure were they ever to be returned to office, and I would find their moral outrage more convincing if they hadn't taken the steps they did take on private sector rented accommodation when they were in office as a apparent prelude to probably going further. And having listened carefully to the more moderate opposition MPs who've spoken, they do accept that there is a problem of under-occupation where you have free or subsidised accommodation made available through the public sector. And the morality on the government side of the case is saying that surely we have obligations towards all those people who want that subsidised or free accommodation but cannot get it or cannot get it on the size and scale that they need at the moment, that there are two different groups here and we need to look after the interests of both groups to the best that we can. Now, of course, there are visionaries on the other side who say the answer is easy. We just need to build hundreds of thousands of more homes at the public expense and then everybody can have all the accommodation they want. The issue then is, why didn't that happen when we had a Labour government who knew how to do these things? The truth is, for anyone who sits on the government benches, that this will always be a scarcer resource than people would like. If you offer something free or subsidised, there will be more demand than there will be provision, even when you are trying to be very generous. So we do have to have rationing and allocation. All governments in this House, in good times and bad times, have had to allocate and ration public housing. I give way.
The honourable gentleman for giving way, because I just do not... Does he not see that within his argument there was a period of time when, certainly in Wigan, we couldn't let council houses, and actually council houses were knocked down because people did buy houses. The biggest problem we've got now is that people cannot get mortgages, those who want to buy houses, and they don't go into into social housing because there's a subsidy. It's because they've got nowhere else to go to live.
Exactly.
Mr Deputy Speaker, it's a bit of both, and I quite agree with the Honourable Lady if she's urging the government to do even more than they're currently doing to get more mortgages available so that more people can afford to buy homes. That would be very welcome to be shared across the chamber. I happen to know that ministers are desperate to get more mortgages made available than were available in the last few Labour years, and they are working away with the banks to try and do this. And that is part of the solution. That is very much part of the solution to the housing problem. But it's all very well for Labour now to go into fits of hysterics, but they really should try and take a serious interest in this problem, because, believe it or not, quite a lot of us Conservatives want better housing solutions for many constituents and for people in other parts of the country. I give way.
Does the honourable gentleman not accept that in the past there was a very different view of social housing? It wasn't seen, council housing wasn't seen as something that was a precious resource. For example, in the 1951 election, the Conservatives came to power with a pledge to build 300,000 new homes. There was a view across the political divide that we wanted to build council housing to improve social conditions. Isn't that the vision we should have?
I seem to remember that Conservative government did indeed meet that pledge, and that is many more homes than the Labour government was building each year. But even in those days, why did they need to do it? They needed to do it because we were short of homes. It was the post-war period. The Germans had remodelled a lot of our housing estates, and there was a big problem trying to create the homes that people needed. But I do think under-occupation is a problem, and I think the government has come up with one part of the answer. But what I would urge the front bench to do is to listen carefully to all those who are saying that the positive way of doing this is through incentive, it is through encouragement, it is through persuasion, it is through making available a better answer to people than the answer they currently have, which may be the larger property which may not be suitable. Now, if we look at the proposals, the government has excluded anyone of pension age from these proposals. Now, I welcome that. I think that is smart politics and very sensitive to the elderly population. But in my constituency, where most people own their own home, and where the elderly people tend to own it without a mortgage, and younger people tend to own it with a rather big and difficult mortgage, what happens naturally is that quite a lot of my elderly residents and constituents decide to sell the former family home because it gets too big and unmanageable, and they buy a smaller property, a flat or a bungalow, whatever, and then quite often they go on and sell again when they're getting more frail, and they move into semi-sheltered or supported accommodation. It is a natural process in the private sector of trading down. There is, I think, sometimes too much of an obstacle for elderly people living in social housing to do that. Maybe there aren't enough of the right properties available. Maybe they're not offered them in the right way. Maybe there should be some incentive. But I think it's perfectly acceptable to try and create an atmosphere in which we can have the same sensible mobility in public sector housing as naturally occurs in areas with rather more private sector housing, so that elderly people can have housing more suited to their needs. So I hope my honourable friends on the front bench will look at the question of elderly under-occupation, which I think is very much part of this story, but do it in a positive way which encourages and promotes and helps, rather than by removing benefit or imposing a tax. And I do wish the opposition would understand the meaning of the word tax. Yes. imposing a tax actually means taking money off people who are earning it for themselves. It does not mean paying them less benefit. And I do hope that the front bench work out an answer to the soundbite, because I've seen these soundbite arguments before, and I congratulate the Labour Party on thinking up a brilliant and misleading soundbite. And it is better, I'm afraid, so far than the soundbites we've got from this side of the House, and I urge my honourable friends to come up with a soundbite which represents the truth. This is not a bedroom tax. This is a reduction of the amount of benefit paid, and it is very different. I think I'm going to run out of time, so I'm afraid I can't do that because I don't get any injury time now, I believe. So we need to look at under-occupation for the elderly. We then need to look at the issue of the disabled, and that was why I approached this debate with considerable nervousness, because as I think my honourable friends know, I wish us to be more generous to the disabled, not less generous, and I think we all feel a little nervous about how far we should go. I was somewhat reassured to see that there are different definitions of disability, and that there's a rather wider definition being used than perhaps would be normal. I think I'm interested in the people who are seriously disabled, and that is recognised with disability benefit. And I would urge my ministerial friends to be as generous as possible. I don't think it is a good idea to presume that there is an easy solution, and again, surely the best way, if there are issues that need to be sorted out, is by support and persuasion and offering them something better. Surely that must be the aim. Why would somebody move if it's going to be worse? But if you can show that there would be better and more appropriate accommodation, better supported, then I might be more willing to accept that this is a course to go. But I would urge my ministerial friends to be extremely careful when it comes to the disability category. Now, one of the members opposite argued that it was cynical that there might not be many savings if the policy works. Well, I think that's a misunderstanding of the true nature of the policy. I don't think this is primarily a public spending cut policy. This is a policy designed to try and get more people into public sector housing which is suitable for them. And surely that is the bigger picture here, that we are talking about an inadequate housing stock where some people have got more of it than they strictly technically need, and other people don't have as much of it as they strictly technically need on the needs definition. And we are arguing about the balance between those two groups of people, and we're arguing about how feasible it is to solve the overall shortage by producing more housing. And even the party opposite must understand that if you were going for the big build answer, it takes several years for that to come through. I think ministers are feeling very frustrated at the moment in this government that they have identified places for building, they've identified means of financing the building, but it is taking a very long time to get the house building to come through so that we can start to tackle the problem from house building. Which brings me to my third point about how you tackle the problem of insufficient housing and how you tackle the problem of excess welfare spending, and that, I think, is the issue of eligibility. And when I talk to my constituents, they feel much more inclined to pay taxes to make sure that people who've been settled in this country for many years or have been born and brought up here can get access to proper housing than if they feel their tax money is going to provide housing for people who've only just arrived and seem to know how to work the system very well to get access. And I think that is something where the government could well productively concentrate its mind. I'm sure there will be European Union rules in all this, but we need to try and negotiate this with our European partners if necessary, or make a stand, because I think there is a strong feeling in our country that, yes, public housing will be limited, more limited than some would like, and if it is, surely the priority must be to those who've been here for some time, who've made a contribution, who are part of our settled community, if we have to make choices, and that doesn't always seem to be the case. So I hope ministers will look at that as a proper avenue for both considering excess benefit expenditure and for considering the shortage of property available. So, Mr. Deputy Speaker, these are difficult waters, and anyone who looks at it rationally will agree that there is under-occupation which we need to tackle sensitively. They will agree that we need more housing provision overall, and we need to do what we can to tackle that. And I hope people would agree that the best answer of all is to work a way so that more people can enjoy what every MP takes for granted. We take for granted that we have a well-paid job and we can afford to buy a house. I think probably every MP in this House owns a property. Some of them own rather more than one property, I believe. and that has become a matter of comment sometimes. But it is normal for an MP to own a property, to be an owner-occupier and to enjoy that income, and most, I'm sure, MPs own a spare room or two. And I don't think there's anything wrong with people striving, getting a better job, earning more money, and having spare rooms. I'm personally very much in favour of spare rooms where people can afford them. But what we also need to make sure is we have a fair tax system so that we're all making a decent contribution to those who can't afford spare rooms. So I give way.
Thank you very much for giving way. I would like to ask, how many spare rooms do you have in your house, or have you actually got around to counting them yet?
Speaker, my spare rooms are a matter for me because I paid for them myself, and I'm sure he has spare rooms, and I dare say he paid for them himself. And that is exactly the kind of society we all want to live in, I thought. And I don't know of any Labour MPs who could stand up and say they're at the minimum accommodation levels. I invite them to do so, but I don't see any rushing to stand up. I give way. The gentleman stands up, but he has no voice. I think that means he doesn't want to say that he has the minimum accommodation available or thought specific to people. So I want to live in an aspiration society. We want to promote better jobs, better paid jobs, more people owning their own home. Where that is not possible, we need a fair distribution. We need to provide more. We need to distribute it more fairly. And I just hope that parties opposite, if they have serious aims to be in power one day, will think more carefully about it before pledging to repeal things, or may come up with better ideas on how we can promote that better use of the housing stock that must make sense.
Stuart Hosey.
Deputy Speaker, I've been struck by a number of things which have been said on the government side today. Firstly, the kind of mechanical usage, the almost robotic mantra of 1 million spare rooms, of under-occupancy, of utilisation, an almost frighteningly casual disregard that these are people's family homes, where they've brought up children, have lived potentially for decades, and where because of that they've created the stable, safe, supportive communities we all want to see, now to be torn asunder for the sake of a money-saving measure, and it is a money-saving measure, which will not work. You know, the thing which is extraordinary about this bedroom tax only works if the policy fails. If everybody could move to a properly sized property, in the eyes of the government, a properly sized property, then the housing benefit costs would likely be identical to what they are today. Not 1 penny would be saved. The tax will only work if people can't move and give the government the money, extra money, over and above they already pay to stay in their family homes. I'll happily give way.
I'm extremely grateful to the honourable gentleman, but that is not necessarily the case, because if people who need more rooms are currently living in the private sector and move into the social housing sector, whilst the people in the social housing sector who need fewer rooms move into the private sector, there will be a substantial saving.
Unless, of course, one factors in the fact that rents in the private sector are dearer, and we've heard evidence earlier today that would rather contradict the assertion made elegantly by the honourable gentleman. One of the other things which struck me, and the honourable member for Keighley, who's not in his place, said it. He said he wanted more facts and less scaremongering. I think that's very sensible. I'm all in favour of evidence-based policy making. And what the honourable gentleman and others have then done is say there is a discretionary payment system available to help, actually confirming the fact that those who do live in specially adapted, accessible housing are not exempt, actually confirming that those families who are foster carer families are not automatically exempt, and by asking for more facts and less scaremongering, talking about discretionary payments which by their nature may not actually be available, particularly if the pot runs out, confirms the lack of exemptions here, make this bedroom tax as nasty as we on this side think it is. Yes, I'll give way to the gentleman.
I'm very grateful to the honourable gentleman for giving way, because he's making a very important point about the discretionary nature of this, particularly in relation to foster parents, because quite often they will be... I've had a foster parent who's contacted me whose housing association contacted them to say that these rooms where people are cared for are counted as spare rooms, but didn't know anything about the existence of the discretionary payment and reliant on at least 2 or 3 levels of communication to actually get the discretionary payment. Sure, it would be much better if foster parents were completely exempt from this.
I agree entirely. And, in the meanwhile, until that happens, of course, communication should be better. Of course, foster caring families should be encouraged to apply now in advance, if that's possible. But you're right, the Honourable Gentleman's right. This should simply be scrapped because it won't work, and so far as I can see, it is only punitive. And that's certainly the view of the Scottish Government as well, that it will have an appalling impact in families throughout Scotland and indeed throughout the rest of the UK. And that assessment also shows that 8 out of 10 households in Scotland, as we've heard before, the ones who are set to be hit, have an adult with a recognised disability in them, which is just extraordinary. 8 out of 10, 79% actually, of the households in Scotland who are set to be hit by this contain an adult with a recognised disability. This is about as punitive as you can get. And the Minister's muttering, do they need a spare bedroom? He's using the robotic mantra again, that somehow it's evil to have a spare bedroom. There are very good reasons to have spare bedrooms, and I may come to some of them later. And I know that the Scottish Government, the Housing and Welfare Minister, has warned the UK Government of the impact of this. They've highlighted the disproportionate effect on disabled people to this Government and asked them to rethink their policy. Now, we did understand before the start of this debate that the Secretary of State had in fact instructed a rethink of part of this policy. And that's to be welcomed, of course. Hold on one second. But we find out we're going to have a rolling review after it starts, which won't report perhaps for 2 years after commencement. And with the numbers I have, with people with 2 spare rooms paying an extra £20 odds a week, over £1,000 a year, they could be £2,000 down before this Government's review reports back and says, actually, they're not really spare at all, because one of the sons is serving in Afghanistan and can't come home to the family home because they've been forced to move. And that's the kind of issue that this Government are failing to take into consideration. And the Minister's still muttering, but he won't get to his feet. I'm sure when he was at university, he was more than happy to go home to his family house. Why should working class children whose parents are in houses part funded by housing benefit not be able to go home to their family home just because the nature of the tenure of the family house? That is ridiculous. There are, of course, other groups who are affected by this. Tenants who are willing to move to smaller properties and are waiting for one to become available, but will lose out in the meantime. The parents of foster children, an issue which we've spoken about, and the parents who live separately and look after their children who are not exempt, and that category concerns me greatly. I've already been contacted by a constituent, one of many. He is separated from his wife, sadly not uncommon, and he has 2 daughters in their late teens. This gentleman is so careful, he does not switch the heating on in his apartment, a very modest apartment, unless there are guests. He counts every penny. The wife has primary caring responsibility for the 2 children, but the daughters, one or both of them, stay with him up to 4 nights a week. That will become impossible without the second bedroom, and even if he could find a smaller property, it is highly unlikely, almost impossible in fact, that he'll be able to find a smaller property within the community he and the rest of the family live, meaning the relationship between him and his children will wither because contact will become far less possible. And I don't think the Government actually understand the appalling impact this tax is actually going to have. But for me, and I go back to what was said earlier, the fact that 8 out of 10 households that will be hit, including an adult with a disability, is compelling evidence that the UK Government must look again at this and do it quickly. As I said earlier, it wasn't just disabled people or foster carers, it was many, many others. And there are two specific cases I'd like to raise with the Minister. The first is that of a woman, a pensioner, who will not herself be affected, who cares for her severely disabled adult son. He lives in his own apartment. It has 2 bedrooms. Not through his fault, that's the one he was allocated. He needs cared for. He has a severe psychological condition. He needs cared for every single day. The mother carries out those caring responsibilities. If he is forced to move, the trauma in his life will be extraordinary. However, if he's also forced to move and manages to get through that episode, because his mother, who has the caring responsibilities, already also has medical conditions of her own, she will not be able to carry out her caring responsibilities if her son is forced to move even a few streets away. So the real-life impact on that family in that part of that community will be horrendous. And I'm deeply disturbed that the Government haven't thought this through properly.
Just ask the honourable gentleman to confirm he is aware of the provision for a bedroom for a non-resident overnight carer.
Extremely well aware of that. And the thing is that the mother who cares is not permanently there overnight. She's there during the day. She may be in occasionally in the evening, but she's not a permanent overnight carer. And this goes back to the discretion, rather than the proper exemption of people who have disability. I'll happily give way.
Thank you very much indeed for giving way. Have you any idea whether your constituent would meet the criteria for discretionary payment? Any indication at all?
The Minister is saying it's a right. I believe this may be a discretion, and it's not at all clear whether that particular constituent could meet the criteria for a discretionary payment. And even if they did, it depends on whether or not there's any money left in the pot. Mr Deputy Speaker, I didn't want to speak in such general terms. I wanted to concentrate in the final 3 minutes on what's actually happening in Dundee specifically. We have figures from the Council which tell us there are 3,387 households which will be affected by this tax. Of these, 583 will lose 25% of the housing benefit. That's a loss which will have the impact of a tax. The other, no, I won't, I've only 2.5 minutes left. The other 2,804 will lose 14% of their housing benefit. Tenants in the 2-bedroom council properties could lose benefit entitlement of approximately £9.93 a week. That's £516 a year. Those with 2 so-called spare rooms will lose an entitlement of £20.07 a week, over £1,000 a year. Does the Minister understand what the loss of £1,000 a year means to families who are already struggling to make ends meet? And does he understand the consequence of that level of indebtedness? Legitimate lending companies will not lend to people in these circumstances. Credit unions can only do so much. This policy will drive people into the hands of loan sharks and illegal moneylenders. And the consequences will be picked up by social work and health services and the police at the cost to the public purse for a policy which is unlikely to save this government any money in the first place. The anger within communities over this, if the honourable gentleman is very brief.
Yes, I will be brief. I thank the honourable gentleman for giving way. I attended a meeting a couple of weeks ago with officers of Dundee City Council where they said that discretionary payments would be very, very limited because they never had the funds for it. I also asked the question, do you have smaller houses to put people who are willing to move? And they said no.
Well, the honourable gentleman really sums up quite nicely. The discretionary pot is too small. the discretion, and I don't dislike discretion generally, I think it's quite helpful, but there are too many categories who should be fully exempt, who are going to be forced into being at the tender mercies of discretionary decision-making, which may go against them when it ought not to. I think, in short, there are many people who want to speak. This remains a very bad policy, with too many of the wrong people being impacted very badly, and it must be reversed. It risks destabilising community, it disproportionately hits disabled people, it puts the burden for paying the cost of this government's economic failure on the backs of some of the poorest in society. And it tells us everything we need to know, I think, about a Tory Liberal government. Many of whom, most of whom, I suspect all of whom, have not been poor, and more importantly, do not understand what it means to be poor in society today.
Jacob Rees-Mogg.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. It's a great pleasure to follow the honourable gentleman, the member for Dundee East, and to have listened to this debate. When the Nationalists have a day, it is always a reassurance to those of us who are Unionists, because by their presence in the chamber, they show how much better off we are together than being separate. So I should like to thank them for their contribution to our parliamentary democracy and hope that they will stay with us forever. But I'm very pleased to be able to speak in support of the government's position today. A government that has a position that is fair, that is measured and that is just. My right honourable friend, the member for Wokingham, put it absolutely rightly when he said we have to think about those people, those constituents of ours who come to us and who want social housing because they've got a family and because they need an extra bedroom, and who we cannot help. Why? Because there is a house being lived in by one person who has too many rooms and there is no pressure on that person to move. So we hear a lot of fairness from the other side about one side of the equation, but nothing about the other. That side of it is avoided, is cast aside. But when you have housing that is controlled by the state, you have to be fair to everybody in whichever part of the equation they come. And those who have large families, who are living in small accommodation or are living in the private rented sector, find that they cannot get in to social housing, into council houses, because there is this problem of under-occupancy, which we have discovered to the government, from the government, is actually 1 million bedrooms. Now just think how many of our constituents could have better housing if only those bedrooms were freed up. But the government is also measured. It is measured because it has put in discretionary powers to look after people who are going to be in particularly difficult circumstances. And discretion is very important, and I think the government has got this absolutely spot on, that if you were to say that every house that had been adapted in any way for a disabled person were to be exempt, you would find that a property that had a little ramp put to it or one handrail was suddenly exempt. So you would find that the whole policy was removed. Yet the way it's being done, you will get the overwhelming majority of the benefit of this policy without casting a very heavy burden on that small number of people who genuinely ought to be exempt and ought to be protected. The same applies to the £5 million that has been made available to families who foster. If there was a general exemption from fostering, you would find everybody in receipt of social housing benefit would suddenly go off to the council and say they wanted to be on the lists to foster, so that they didn't have to give up their extra bedroom and then refuse any child who was sent to them. You would find if you did it by broad exemption that people then try to fit the categories of exemption that you provide. Whereas if it is done by discretion, it has to be a reasonable case that is brought forward to encourage those who have the discretion to accept that you ought to be allowed to receive the extra funding to allow you to maintain your current position. But it's also just. It is just because you have to ask yourself, Mr. Deputy Speaker, what are benefits for? Are benefits there to allow people perpetually to remain in dependence on the state? Or are they there? It is always a pleasure to give way to the Right Honourable Lady.
The Honourable Gentleman is displaying a total ignorance of this policy area, and I'm sorry about it. First First of all, the bedroom tax applies to people who are in work as well as out of work. Second of all, it applies to people who are on benefits who cannot work.
I'm very grateful to the Honourable Lady, but even if you can't work, you can take in a lodger and you can get £20 coming in without any effect on your benefits, so people can actually be better off, because the average that somebody would lose for having one room is £14. So actually the government has a policy that makes people who are not in work potentially better off, and those who are in work can also be better off, because they similarly will be able to take in lodgers, but they may be able to move. They may be able to move to cheaper housing, which they can then afford to pay for themselves rather than being dependent on the state. And I will, of course, give way.
I'm extremely grateful, Mr Deputy Speaker, to my honourable friend for giving way, and as usual, he makes an excellent series of points. Would he also agree with me that for those people who can work and are in some work, the sums involved only amount in many cases to 2 hours of minimum wage per week to make the difference up, as well as the option, of course, as well as the option for those who can't work of taking a lodger. So that's the problem, is it?
Mr Deputy Speaker, I'm very sympathetic to what my honourable friend is saying, but I think people need to take responsibility for themselves, and they need to be able to make choices for themselves. And the choice that they have is to maintain the benefit that they need for the housing that they need, or to stay in housing where they have an extra room and adjust their behaviour accordingly. It is not for the state putting its expenditure on the backs of hard-pressed taxpayers to fund indefinitely people's lifestyle choices. And it is a choice for people if they decide to have one extra room which they are not actually using. They have a choice of whether they move to a smaller property, or under this new policy, they will have a choice of whether they find the way of getting the extra income that they need. Yes, of course I'll give way.
Deputy Speaker, I thank my honourable friend. If you are in social housing and you wish to downsize and move to a smaller house, I take it, and I ask my honourable friend and perhaps the Minister to confirm this, that the costs of that move would be found not from within their own budget, that they would be helped to move.
Because of the pressure for availability of larger properties, many social landlords provide significant incentives for people to move. But it's very important that we remember that the housing market is a dynamic market. It is not a static market where people stay in the same house for the whole of their lives, nor should they expect that that will be the case. I believe on average people move house every 7 years, and that is a perfectly reasonable thing to happen and to continue to happen, and it frees up the properties that people need. I raised an intervention against the member for Dundee East on this point, and it is important because when you free up a 3 or 4 bedroom social housing property, that may well be filled by somebody who is in the more expensive private rented sector. That person goes into the cheaper social housing sector, but perhaps the person in that 3 or 4 bedroom property goes back into the private sector. So that is a higher cost, but you have a bigger saving on the person who has moved in to the house in the social rented sector. And this is important because some of the debate has focused on the inflexibility of the housing market and saying, well, there aren't enough one-bedroom properties in the social housing sector for people to move down to. But if you take the country as a whole, there are plenty of properties and people will move more freely between the private and the public rented sector, and they will still continue to have their rents paid for them unless they decide to make the choice, which they will be free to make, to earn more money through renting or working a few more hours, or by taking in a lodger and so on, so that they can get extra income. It seems to me that this policy really has at its heart... Yes, of course, I'll give way.
I thank the honourable gentleman for giving way. Could I ask, he is obviously making a speech at the moment, but would apply to everyone on the government benches, Could he imagine asking his mother, his sister, his brother, his daughter, his son to take in a stranger as a lodger in their house?
Good. I would be very happy to take in a lodger myself. Indeed, I did in my earlier life have lodgers in my house. It helped to pay. It helped to pay the bills. I give way to the honourable lady.
The honourable gentleman care to share with the chamber and the nation how large his house is, how many spare bedrooms there are. We're talking about women in their 50s who are suffering from chronic conditions in two-bedroom flats being asked to take strange men into their homes. Is that realistic?
I'm extremely grateful to the honourable lady. Mr Deputy Speaker, it wasn't my intention to tell you anecdotes about my personal circumstances, but in my house in London I have 4 bedrooms with 7 people living in it, 3 adults and 4 children. I think I meet the requirements for maximum occupancy and would not be expected to give up a single room. So I'm grateful that the honourable lady has allowed me to illustrate to the House my relatively straitened circumstances. It was not something I had expected to be able to do. So it is perfectly reasonable. It is perfectly reasonable for people to live in a house or a flat that is suitable to the number of occupants of it. It is reasonable to ask that when you are paying out benefits, and indeed it is morally right, Mr Deputy Speaker, to do so, because every benefit that is paid is money that has come from a taxpayer this year or will come from a taxpayer through borrowing in future years. And people pay taxes on very, very low earnings. Even benefit recipients have to pay value-added tax, but people click into national insurance at £107 a week of earnings. So are we really saying to those on low earnings that you must subsidise forever people who live in houses that are too big for them, as their children grow up and go, as they find that they are eventually just the one person there? Is that going to be the same house funded forever on the backs of hard-pressed taxpayers, when actually there is a perfectly reasonable and sensitive way of dealing with it? A way that doesn't throw them out but gives them choice, gives them the ability to decide from themselves what steps they will take, to see if it's possible for them to live there or whether they are willing to move. That thousands, hundreds of thousands, millions of people in this country move house every year, and they do so because their life circumstances have changed. They do not expect the state to turn around and say we won't let you move or we will prevent you from moving. That flexibility is something that is actually useful. It allows people to move to where there is employment. It allows our honourable friends the nationalists to move to London so they can represent their constituents in this great illustrious parliament. It is the essential part of ensuring that our economy has a free flow of labour around the country so that people can, in the words of Norman Tebbit, move to where the jobs are. If we have an entirely static housing market, we will find that we reduce employment opportunity, we undermine growth in the economy, and worst of all, we create that deep unfairness for those people in large families who can find no social housing, and we put a burden on the backs of the poorest taxpayers. Mr Deputy Speaker, we should be proud of this government, proud of a Lib Dem minister of all things, for doing what is right, what is noble and what is just.
Katie Clark.
Thank you very much, Mr Deputy Speaker. It's a pleasure to get the opportunity to contribute in what has been a very interesting debate so far. I think we've had a number of very powerful speeches from those concerned about this bedroom tax, who have outlined very, very fully the implications that it's going to have on many of the groups that are going to be adversely affected. I represent a constituency which is going to be very strongly affected by this particular policy. We have about 2,700 households which are likely to be affected on the 1st of April, and many of those constituents already know that they're going to be affected. They're waiting to see how the local council and the Scottish Government react to what the coalition government has done. But at the moment we have about 2,700 tenants that will be affected by these new under-occupation rules, which is just over 51% of the tenants in receipt of housing benefit in the area. And that's because of the type of accommodation that we have in North Ayrshire. The reality is, like as in many parts of the country, there are very few one-bedroom properties. The Scottish Federation of Housing Association recently commissioned a report that said across all tenants, 62% need a one-bedroom property, but only 34% occupy one. And of course, that's a point that's been made across the political divide, that there is this mismatch between the types of accommodation that in reality are available and the people that are looking and are living in those accommodations. And therefore, I think we're facing a crisis on the 1st of April. Irrespective of the strength of some of the points that might be made about some people that might be living in properties that are too big for them, the reality is that this mismatch means that on the 1st of April, many people are going to be looking for one-bedroom properties. They're going to be looking for two-bedroom properties. Those properties are simply not there, and they are going to pay the price of this government's moral and economic policies. Only in the last few days, this country has lost its AAA rating from Moody's credit agency. The response that we should have seen from this government is an understanding that what we need to do is to invest to get growth. And one of the most important places that we could be doing that, given the housing crisis that we have in this country, is to put money into housing, particularly social housing, and to council houses. And therefore, I think it's tragic that the Nationalists and the Greens have chosen this debate today, who have chosen this debate because it's the right debate to have today, because so many of our constituents are affected, when we should be having that debate about what we do to get growth in this country and what we do to make sure that we invest so that our people have decent living standards. Because the reality is that council housing was created in the first place to provide decent housing for those that did not have it. The whole ethos of council housing was to build properties that were of a higher standard than had been available to ordinary working people previously. So it wasn't about whether you had a spare bedroom, because actually the idea that you had a bigger living room, that you had more space in your property, was actually part of what the whole project was already about. And as I made the point in the intervention to the member for Wokingham, that was a policy that was actually supported across the political divide before the Second World War and immediately after the Second World War. And I think it's tragic that we've got ourselves into a position where we've simply not seen the type of social housing being built in recent decades that is needed by ordinary people in this country. We know that many people are simply not going to be in a position to move on the 1st of April. And as we've already heard from the interventions that have been made from the Honourable Member from Dundee, the reality is that the discretionary funds that are available to councils now simply are nowhere near big enough to be able to implement the kind of discretion that the Honourable Member for North East Somerset would like to see, because the reality is the money simply isn't there. We know that people in adapted properties in all of our constituencies are going to have deductions made from their housing benefit on the 1st of April. We know that foster parents who in reality have fluctuating needs, because the nature of foster parents is that you take children at short notice, not necessarily one child, it may be a family. You don't know how many bedrooms you're going to need, and the whole idea is that you have a household that is actually able to take those children when that need is there. We know from all the work that's been done that disabled people are going to be at the forefront of this policy, and the Honourable Member for Dundee East has already highlighted that 79% of those affected in Scotland will be in a household that contains a disabled person. But the figures for the rest of the UK are that 63% will be affected. So even though the figures may be more extreme in Scotland and in particular parts of the country, the reality is, I believe, this is going to become a significant problem in all of our surgeries in all parts of the country, even in wealthier parts of the country, because even in wealthier parts of the country you have some poor people who will be facing the kinds of predicaments that many of us see, perhaps on a more regular basis, locally, on a regular basis. But what I would say to the government, this is a policy that's going to have massive impact up and down the country and on government, particularly on local government. It is estimated that if this policy works as the coalition government expect it to work, it will take £50 million out of the Scottish economy. And that is going to have an implication. A lot of that is taking the money out of individuals' pockets and out of the pockets of those communities. Because there are communities, as we all know, where significant numbers of people are reliant on the benefit system, whether they work or whether they don't work, because they work and live in areas which are low-wage economies. In areas such as North Ayrshire and Arran, which at one time had a glorious industrial past. If you go back to the 1970s, 14,000 people were employed at ICI at Ardeer in my constituency. If you go back to the 1980s, 10,000 people were employed at the Killock Pit in South Ayrshire. You go to communities where it's obvious we've got a proud industrial past, but those jobs have gone. And the reality is well-paid jobs have not come in their place. And we have communities which are disproportionately reliant on the state. That's something we need to do something about. That's not the position we want to be in. That's the challenge that we all face collectively. But what I would say to this government is taking money out of those communities, taking money out of the pockets of individuals that live in those communities is simply going to grind those communities even further down. What we should be talking about today is the kinds of economic and welfare policies that would be putting money back into communities, that would be investing for growth, that would be putting job creation at the centre of all of our policies. The reality is instead we are faced with a policy that is going to end in chaos, that is going to cause misery to literally hundreds of thousands of people up and down the country, and I believe is a policy that the ministers sitting opposite will wish they had never been involved in.
Yasmin Qureshi.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, for calling me to speak in this debate. I know the Honourable Member for Wokingham earlier said that the opposition have got many sound bites and that the government should develop some sound bites as well. Perhaps the reason the government isn't able to develop sound bites because they actually have nothing good to say about this particular measure that they have brought in. Now, I've been listening to the debate today and heard contributions from many members. And whilst on the face of it, it may sound as if what the government proposals are very logical, that is, that there are apparently 1 million bedrooms going spare in the country, and that if people live in homes where there are many bedrooms, that they should not be able to carry on living in those homes and be moved to a smaller home. On the face of it, that sounds very sensible and practical, but we know that's not the reality on ground. There may be few homes which fit into that category of where somebody's sitting in them, a healthy, fit person who's sitting in a 2-3 bedroom house which is not being occupied. The reality is that most of these so-called spare bedrooms are actually not spare bedrooms, but are actually bedrooms which are needed by people who are living in them. Now, I say this not because of any party politic briefing, but because of what my constituents have come to speak to me about in my constituency surgery and the letters I have received from my constituents. And virtually every one of those persons who have written to me or contacted me, I can honestly say cannot fall into the criteria in the way the government is presenting its policy. And I share with the ministers and other members of the House some of the constituents that have spoken to me and their situation. I've had a number of constituents who are single parents, who have children visiting them, who don't live with them for the whole of 7 days a week, but live maybe 3 days or 2 days, depending on whatever the court arrangements may be. All of these people who are currently living in a maybe 2-bedroom place will be severely affected by these provisions. So what do you say to those parents who don't have money to be able to go into private rented accommodation or buy a home with number of bedrooms, what do you tell them? Oh, sorry, you can't come because actually I have to go to a one-bedroom flat now and I will never be able to spend some quality time with you. You will not be able to come and stay with me. I will not be able to develop a proper relationship with you as a child, as a father or a mother with their children. That's the kind of situation we're talking about. We're also talking about people, and I know it's been referred to as, and the Honourable Gentleman for Somerset North East was saying, well, you can have a bar outside the home being described as disabled. But of the people who come to me, they are people, often elderly people, but people who are very unwell, whose homes have been adapted substantially. Thousands and thousands of pounds have been spent on altering them. They're often quite small properties. They may have one small bedroom, which may be counted as a bedroom, but it's tiny little space. They probably just enough to put their wheelchairs, their commode, their Zimmer frame, and all the other implements, most of the things, the equipment that most disabled people and unwell people have. And often these people tend to be in social homes, which everyone who knows about social housing, certainly my constituency would say these are small homes. They may be one-bedroom flats, but they tend to be very small one-bedroom flats, or even say two-bedroom flats. They're very small places where a person will need a bit of space to be able to manoeuvre. So what do I say to those constituents who write to me about them, who are being told they're going to have to go and find somewhere else, and who haven't got £700 or £800 a year to be able to pay for that? What about the situation of where you've got parents who've got, perhaps the parents who've got two children of the same gender? They may have 3 bedrooms in their house, but they're tiny little bedrooms. And trying to put the 2 children, 2 girls or 2 boys, in one tiny little room, where they can't actually do anything apart from maybe live in camp beds or the bunkers, but they can't have a proper room. To tell those people that actually, no, you've got to go, and you can't stay in this house, or you've got to, and if you do, you've got to pay £800. These are the kind of realities on the ground. And of course people touch upon foster parents. And contrary to what has been said, that it's very easy to go and register yourself as a foster carer and therefore be able to get an extra room. I'm afraid that's just not the case. You have to go to very high levels of checks, training, vetting, which takes over the course of years, and sometimes months or years. Then you are assessed as somebody who's a suitable person to be a foster carer. So suggesting that somehow you can just go and become a foster carer to avoid having to move out of your home and claim you need an extra bedroom doesn't really fit the realities of what actually happens in these circumstances. Now, I know many members have already touched upon these particular groups of people, and of course, and reiterated them again, and I again asked the ministers to reconsider this. The Honourable Gentleman for Leeds North East actually talked about a number of other concerns that need to be addressed, and I don't want to repeat the same things again, about various different discretionary issues, various other ways that this bedroom tax will have an impact on people. So what I would say is ask the Minister to consider that instead of making this a compulsory scheme, which is at the moment, instead of making it as a matter of law that if you have a spare bedroom, you have to end up paying for this amount of money, unless you can go and argue for discretionary help. But of course, as has already been alluded to, come 1st of April, people will be faced with the choice of what happens. They're going to end up with bills. They then have to go to their local housing association or council and ask for and see if they fit into the criteria where they can get some help. But what if they don't get that help? Then what happens? And even the £30 million set aside for this, what happens when the money finishes? Is there going to be more is there going to be more money put into the fund so that the people can still continue to benefit? Would it not be better to have a policy where you actually, instead of making it statutory, is actually work with councils, with housing organisations, with housing associations, and say, well, let's try first and foremost to try to work out if you can reorganise housing needs and place people appropriately in homes. And then if at the end of it you find a situation where really the case of willfully not wanting to move, or somebody living in a massive home or living in a 2-3 bedroom house where a single person who's of good health, mental as well as physical, and they're not moving. Well, maybe they're the type of people that, but they're really, that's a very, very tiny minority of this so-called 1 million bedroom. Majority of the people, and I would say something like 98% of the people would actually fall into different categories. And of course the issue about home, of course there is a need to address people who are waiting to be housed appropriately, or who want to be housed in proper homes or accommodation that fits and meets their need. I get constituents who are in a similar situation as well. But the way to tackle this, and I know people seem to suggest somehow it's a kind of an unusual idea, is actually to consider a question of home building programme. Now, it's all very, everybody here saying, well, one government do it, another government sold off council houses and one should have done more. The fact is, we are where we are at this moment in time, and instead of looking back what could have happened 10 years, 5 years, 20 years ago, why don't we deal with the current problem that we have, which is acute housing shortage? And it's not the case that this will be subsidised housing, because everybody knows in reality that actually the cost of building a house on a piece of land is not as much as the actual value of the property when it's put up on sale. We know that the bricks and mortars do not cost as much as some of the values of the houses, because that's just overinflated values. So when we're talking about realities where groups of people get together and start building homes, or associations, voluntary bodies, they can pay for those houses, so the government or the state doesn't have to subsidise it. But what we must do is encourage local authorities and these groups to actually do the investment, to allow for this house building programme to take place, which will provide housing and, of course, generate the economy as well. So again, I would urge the ministers that really do think about the fact that instead of making this a compulsory thing, but make it encourage local authorities and housing associations to get together to deal with these people, because we really cannot have a situation where I get constituents writing to me who are disabled, who are unwell. One gentleman came to me, he said he has one small little bedroom, it's a tiny little bedroom, which is considered to be spare. But by the time, because he needs a commode in his home, he needs a Zimmer frame, he needs a chairs, he needs a wheelchair, and all his equipment, he can't house them in his tiny little
Time up. Jonathan Edwards.
Mr Deputy Speaker, I'm grateful to be called to speak in this Plaid Cymru SNP Green debate on the floor of the House on the UK Government's proposals to introduce an under-occupation penalty for recipients of housing benefit in the social rented sector. This policy has already gained infamy, Mr Deputy Speaker, being dubbed the bedroom tax. The Labour Party, in particular, have decided to make this a political division line with the UK coalition. Leaving aside the fact that they abstained on the second reading vote on the Welfare Reform Bill, which introduced this measure, and have failed to raise this issue on the floor of the House in a votable motion, I was delighted to see the Shadow Secretary of State of Wales, the Honourable Member for Pontypridd, confirm on Twitter this afternoon that the Labour Party will be joining us in the lobbies later. Mr Deputy Speaker, before the 2010 general election, I made a keynote speech in the Plaid Cymru Spring Conference in the home of Welsh cricket, Sophia Gardens in Cardiff. In that speech, it was brilliant. In that speech I said that talking up the severity of the public debt was a deliberate tactic by the Tories which served two political objectives. Firstly, it highlighted the economic mismanagement of the previous administration. Secondly, it created the backdrop to justify the declaration of war we have witnessed on the public sector since the election. The so-called bedroom tax is a prime example of what I foresaw, a headline-grabbing, ill-thought-out policy which panders to the prejudices of those opposed to any sort of social protection. During the debate, Mr Deputy Speaker, we have already heard compelling arguments why the motion should be carried later, most notably by my friend, the Honourable Member for Buchan, who opened the debate. I will not restate these points in my contribution. The bedroom tax, of course, above all else, is part of the UK Government's strategy to reduce the Housing Benefit Bill, as admitted by the Minister with his very opening remarks. The capping of benefits is the major element of this strategy, and this has been complemented now by this policy and the recent benefit uprating bill, which pegs annual increases at 1%.
I'm grateful to the Honourable Gentleman for giving way, and I sometimes hear government ministers talking about deficit reduction, but isn't it likely that they've
net effects of this will be the very opposite, and that it will reduce demand in the economy by taking money away from the pockets of those people who would be most likely to spend it and circulate it, and the result of this will be yet more economic mismanagement and probably further downgrading, contributing to further downgrading of the UK.
Well, my honourable friend makes a very valid point, and I'll give him some meat to justify that point in my next contribution. However, the OBR radically revised its projections for housing benefit expenditure during the autumn statement. At the time of last year's budget in March, the OBR were projecting that the housing benefit bill would fall by £300 million in 2012-2013 and then by £400 million for each financial year between 2013-14 and 2016-17. It is now projecting an increase of £700 million in 2013-14, then increases of £600 million, £500 million and £400 million in subsequent years. There is a multitude of reasons for this, of course, Mr Deputy Speaker, but by far one of the key factors is a spiralling cost of rent. Housing benefit is an in-work benefit, and as rent costs spiral, more and more working people faced with real terms falls in wages have met the eligibility criteria for housing support. The Financial Times reported that in 2012, rent costs had increased by an average of 37% compared to 2007. This despite the economy being in the midst of the Great Recession since 2008, with GDP still today nearly 4% below the previous peak. The FT further reported that rent costs are expected to increase by an incredible 35% in the next 6 years. More and more employed people will become eligible for housing benefit. Indeed, last summer, the housing benefit claimant count surpassed the 5 million mark for the first time, which means that around 20% of households are claiming the benefit to help them meet their housing costs. Between January 2010 and December 2011, the total number of housing benefit claimants increased by 301,000. During the same period, the number of non-passported claims, that is those in employment, increased by 279,000. Therefore, households in employment account for 92.8% of the overall increase in housing benefit claimant numbers. Unless we are able to ensure that the pace of rent increases broadly reflects incomes, then governments of whatever colour will have no chance of controlling their housing benefit costs. Measures such as this, the under-occupancy penalty, are tinkering around the edges. There are solutions for dealing with the housing benefit bill without resorting to the sort of initiatives preferred by the current UK government, which are having such a detrimental social impact. In 2004, the Government of the Republic of Ireland introduced the Residential Tenancies Act. A private residential tenancy board was set up to deliver these reforms. Its aim was to regulate the private rented sector by extending the length of tenure towards a more European model, clearly defining rights and obligations for both landlords and tenants, providing access to inexpensive dispute resolution, safeguarding bond payments and, crucially, capping rents. By placing a cap on rents and driving down artificially high rental costs, the government would have a direct control over its housing benefit bill. This would mean that the UK government could reduce its liabilities without penalising some of the most vulnerable people in society. It would also mean that working people would have a better chance of affording rent costs in affluent areas. Rent caps have been a fixture in New York since the 1940s, and New York is the home of global capitalism. Rather than targeting social housing tenants, the UK government, and devolved governments, if they have the competence, should intervene in the private rental sector and cap rents, and also in the social sector. The other long-term solution, as we've heard from other honourable members, is to address supply and demand issues by building more affordable housing. The recovery in the UK after the Great Depression was in part a result of a massive house-building initiative. It's an ideal time for private investment because of the guaranteed revenue streams you get from rental payments. It will create construction jobs, driving demand in the economy, and as far as this debate is concerned, it would reduce rent costs in the private rental sector and thus the housing benefit bill. With specific reference, Mr Deputy Speaker, to the under-occupancy penalty, my constituency offices have already been approached by worried social tenants surrounding the technicalities of the new rules. One of my constituents lives in a two-bedroom bungalow and he currently receives full housing benefit. He has turned one of the bedrooms into a sterile room for his dialysis treatment. He spends 3 hours a day, 7 days a week in this room. He has spent a lot of money turning the bedroom into a sterile room and adapting his home for his dialysis treatment. This saves the health board money, as well as releasing the hospital beds for others. Why should he now be penalised for technically under-occupying his home? Another constituent contacted me to say that they had been specifically moved from a 2-bedroom property to a 3-bedroom property, which had been adapted for their needs. They now face a charge despite the housing officer saying that the 3rd bedroom is too small to be used as an actual bedroom, and they won't be able to use that bedroom, therefore, to rent out to a lodger, as advocated by several members on the opposite side. The answer to the housing benefit bill does not lie with a cap in benefits, or a real terms reduction in the annual uprating, or the bedroom tax, Mr Deputy Speaker. I urge ministers to think again and look at some of the solutions I've offered today.
Ian McKenzie.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and I welcome this debate today, that we can talk about this unjust, unfair and unnecessary, as I could say in the words to describe this tax. Households in my constituency of Inverclyde will suffer dramatically as a direct result of this tax being introduced. Indeed, it will be families across Scotland and throughout the United Kingdom who will suffer the consequences of this tax. In Scotland, we are told a total of 94,000 tenants living in the social rented sector are considered to be under-occupying their homes. A total of 75,000 plus tenants are under-occupying by only 1 bedroom, we are told. With still unacceptable levels of unemployment, soaring energy and fuel prices, this bill brings nothing but further bad news for the struggling households across Scotland and the UK. Specialist bodies including Citizens Advice and Shelter have already warned that 40,000 households in Scotland alone are likely to run up arrears, with research suggesting that up to 10,000 households could potentially face homelessness. That's in the face of tackling the homeless problem we already have across Scotland. And the prospect of homelessness is a true reflection of where this government really is taking this country. Mr Speaker, the truth is, this is not a cost-cutting exercise by the government, nor is it about introducing fair reform to our welfare state. The bedroom tax is nothing more than a tax on the poor and the most vulnerable in our communities and society across this country. Of the 94,000 plus Scots affected by this tax, it is estimated that around 23,000 have a disabled household member, with up to 16,000 households already having some form of aid or necessary adaptation in place. Constituents have been coming to me as they have been made unaware of this unfair tax will impact on their quality of life. And I give one such example, although there are many examples I could give, of one lady who came to me who shares a home with her daughter, who shared a home with her daughter, but her daughter has now moved on, finding employment in another part of the country. She has a 2-bedroom apartment, but now has 1 spare room, as her daughter, as I said, has moved on. She's lived in this apartment for over 20 years. She feels safe there. She has good neighbours, but is now scared she has to move and feels unsettled and frightened at the prospect of being moved across the constituency. But she also asks, where can I go? Because in reality, downsizing is not an option for her. Because in my constituency, there are very few 1-bedroom accommodation indeed. In fact, they are really limited to the point of she would be in her 80s before she was offered a 1-bedroom accommodation, if she was lucky indeed. Indeed, there's a lack of family accommodation in my constituency as well, and we really need to look at the lack of housing and the building of new housing in and around Inverclyde. She looks at the private sector and wonders if she was to move to the private sector, would she be just moving into what is termed there an HMO, house of multiple occupancy, where we see the private sector's reference to efficiency as merely pushing people into rooms with shared facilities. By introducing this tax, Mr Deputy Speaker, the government will do nothing more than cement their unfair and unjust attack on those who need our help most. I support today's motion, which calls on the government to abandon this unfair and unjust and very unnecessary tax. And I add my voice to the list of many here and beyond this place, calling on the Government to urgently change course before these reforms hit our constituents hard indeed. I also call on the Scottish Government to act to alleviate the burden of this tax on the people in Scotland. Across Scotland, our local authorities, who are already suffering as a direct result of severe cuts to their budgets, will find it impossible to minimise the impact of the bedroom tax will have on many of our constituents and communities across Scotland. I will give way to the gentleman.
One of the most important things, perhaps, that local councils can do is the classification of houses and the reclassification of bedrooms, which might actually be used for other purposes and are not bedrooms any longer.
It is an option, but as I've already said, the difficulty in my own constituency is that we have a limited accommodation, and the reclassification of other bedrooms as not bedrooms or whatever isn't an option for them. Because I've been working with many agencies in my constituency who have been offering advice to those who feel they will be affected by this tax. We have been holding events, information evenings for them, and quite literally people are frightened that they are going to fall foul of this tax and lose their home. And I believe, again, the Scottish Government could provide more guidance and help to the local authorities about how to cope with the impact we all know is coming. Mr Deputy Speaker, the bedroom tax is not a Westminster attack on Scotland alone. As we have heard today, it is an attack from many constituencies across the UK. And I would again join with others here today and end on this point. I would again call on the Government to abandon this unjust, unfair and very, very unnecessary tax.
Geraint Davies.
Thank you very much, Mr Deputy Speaker. I had to leave the chamber to help launch this document, the links between speech, language and communication needs and social disadvantage. And the reason I mention this in the context of this particular debate is that one of the key findings is that when you test children at the age of 22 months, if you take the top 25% of cognitive ability children from working class backgrounds and you compare them with the bottom 25% of children from upper middle class backgrounds, by the age of 10, the upper middle class children have overtaken the working class children because of issues surrounding speech and language competence. And what I would suggest, I will in a moment, but if I could just make this one point, what I would suggest is that the dislocation of communities and working class families caused by this particular housing benefit move, which is basically to evict parents after their children grow up, will be to target again at the working class and the people who could do so much better in life and add so much more in terms of tax revenue, etc., etc., hardest. After you.
Would he agree with me that based on the speeches we've heard from the government benches today, we do not have a selection of those people from the middle classes who've overtaken the working classes?
Well, it certainly is the case. It's very disappointing and very illuminative that we've got basically empty green benches opposite, because people simply don't care about this group of people they believe won't vote. They just believe, oh, they're sort of people who have failed in life, they won't go out and vote. Only 65–70% of people will vote, and we can treat them like cattle. And that is what they are doing.
Thank you very much, Mr Deputy Speaker. Isn't it also indicative of this debate that when people are encouraged to take lodgers, it's usually lower income people that are encouraged to take lodgers? There is no great push by the government to ask the middle class, the upper middle class, or indeed the upper class, to take lodgers into their mansions, palaces, castles, or whatever. It's aimed at the bottom end of society, which is absolutely shameful.
And I'm very grateful indeed for that particular intervention. The reason is that the government is quite falsely claiming that the problem is under-occupancy in the social sector. That's the reason. It's a terrible waste. Isn't it awful? Well, I've asked for the figures for the House of Commons Library about under-occupancy rates, and the level, I'm told, according to the bedroom standard,
is that in the social rented sector, the under-occupancy is 10.2%. In the private rented sector, it's 15.7%. And in the owner-occupier sector, it's 49%. So it's all very well, isn't it? If you own your house, you're going to have 5 times the amount of under-occupancy. But if you're poor, if you're in the social sector, if the market's letting you down, then you're not allowed to have an empty room. Now, who's allowed an empty room? Why should you need an empty room? Now, we've heard about people with disabilities. We've heard about people with chronic problems. But what about normal people? People who just want their friends to come and visit, their children to come and visit. I mean, who would want a one-bedroom house? I mean, let's look at the evolution of social housing. What happens? Now, I speak from the point of view of having been chair of housing for the biggest authority in London, Croydon, chair of housing for the London Boroughs Authority overall, for the group of local authorities across London. And how does social housing work? Well, what happens is we build 2- and 3-bedroom houses for families in need. They come along, they with their children grow up, the children grow up, they go off, they get a job, they maybe go to university, move in, get married to someone or whatever. We end up with a situation with a couple in an under-occupied house. What happens then? They die. And then we recycle those houses. And so it's no surprise that the level of under-occupancy in the social sector is so low. It naturally refreshes itself. These people don't live forever. And as I mentioned earlier, in Croydon, we set up incentives of thousands of pounds to say to people, look, you're an old man, an old lady living in a 3-bedroom house. We'll give you a few £1,000s. You're going to 2 bedrooms. So there's still room for the grandchildren to come in. As times are tough. So they did. And it worked. It's all very well the minister saying for himself in a sedentary position, oh, well, it didn't work. He hasn't tried it out. Instead of piloting these stupid ideas, why doesn't he put these models side by side and see if they work? And instead of looking just at the so-called savings and the benefits, why not look at the costs? The cost in terms of the community breakdown, the cost in terms of family breakdown. What does this do for people's capability of getting a job? Apparently, the government wants people to get a job, focus, bottom down, get some training, get a job, have some stability. Well, it's absolutely ridiculous. The social and economic and practical impacts of this are completely unthought out, and the reason is they don't care, and they don't care because they don't think these people vote. Why is it that the people over the age of 60 are excluded from this? Because they vote. So what does this say? Don't have any children until you're 40. Because if your children when you're 40, when they grow up and they're about to leave home, you'll have hit 60, you'll be all right. Well, that's great, isn't it? It's completely cynical, and it stinks. So in terms of... and then what does it mean in terms, again, of the practical implications for managing the housing revenue account? There's this claim that we're going to save all this money, but some of the money that's allegedly saved from the government is lost by local authorities. As I said earlier, and I've run a housing revenue account, so what will happen? A number of people will stop paying all their rent by the margin that's being cut. Here I am, the local authority, I've got a portfolio of houses, 2- and 3-bedroom houses, hardly any 1-bedroom houses. So I say to the people who aren't paying all their rent, we'll evict you. Well, we haven't got any 1-bedroom houses, so they go into the private rented sector. The rents are escalated by the pressure on the market. It costs me more as the manager. What's more, it puts up the private rent, so other people in the private sector have got to pay higher rents, so they can't build a deposit and buy a house. So, I mean, that's great as well, isn't it? That's hopeless. It's absolutely hopeless. Yes, I will.
Grateful again for the gentleman giving me. He's very kind. A friend of mine in Fort William has tweeted a few minutes ago to say that his parents took 5 years in Fort William to downsize their house. Just an example of how practically difficult this is. And this is in a time when there was no imperative to do so, but just choice. So when there's an imperative, they're still being in the same boat. 5 years.
Yeah, and why should someone who's lived in the same street and their children have grown up with their neighbours, they know everybody, they've been in the schools, they know the local pub, they've been working in the local workplace or whatever, why should they be dislocated and thrown into another community or another town or even another nation for that matter? And the answer is because they don't count because they're poor and they're in social housing, because we're the Tories and the Liberals and we're going to sort them out. It's disgusting. And what else is going to happen? Of course, again, going back to the manager or the director of housing, you know, you've got less money, so of course you cut on repairs. So we have more damp, we have more problems, we have more associated health problems with bad housing that we've already seen. And what else are other local authorities do? So people in Swansea are thinking about knocking down walls. So if you've got a 2-bedroom flat, knock a wall down, you've got a large living room, haven't you? So you don't have to have the problem. And what does that remind us of? Oh yes, of course, the window tax. Remember that? Some stupid Tory, again, sort of, I tell you what, we're taxing on a number of windows. Oh, they're blocking them off. What a surprise. So we're going to see that again. It is absolutely ridiculous and farcical. If it wasn't so sad, we'd all be laughing at this. So the private rents will go up. So the mates of the Tories who've got, obviously, you know, a buy-to-let and all this, they'll see their incomes grow, and also they'll stop people buying other houses, and we'll see empty houses side by side with overcrowded private sector houses. We'll have empty houses on the public side. So if we've got empty houses, it's costing us much more than the shortfall that's been cut in this tax. So again, it's going to be very, very difficult. I won't give away on this because I'm going to run out of time, but I might at the end if I've got time. So we're going to see major problems. Now, it was mentioned by the Shadow Secretary of Wales that the impact on Wales, which is one of the poorer areas of the country, its own country, in fact, and 46% of households would be affected against 31% in England, so it's almost 50% more, if you like. And again, this is really taking, again, a part of a strategy of taking money out of the poorest communities, and poor people obviously spend more. So if you want a growth strategy to get people back, you should give money to poor people, Mr. Deputy Speaker, instead of rich money. You hide it away in savings accounts, offshore accounts. People have got no money, have got no choice but to spend it. So again, we're denuding local authorities with poor populations of money power. In terms of incentives, it seems to me that this is just, we'll say to some parents, oh, the son or daughter, they say, I want to go off and get married and live with this person. I want to go off and live in a different town, get a different job. I haven't got a job yet, I'm unemployed. Well, that'll cost me. Son, that'll cost me. What if I go to university? Then I go off. And again, it's just encouraging people to sort of stay where they are until somebody hits 60. This is preposterous. Again, the savings won't be made. No, I will.
I'm grateful because there's only so many times you can get it wrong. If you go away to college and you're based at home, you keep the bedroom.
Yeah, I mean, the point I was making was that if you go away to work, you lose the bedroom, don't you?
Got an answer.
Yeah. I mean, you know, obviously, what's going to happen if your children go away to university? They're not going to hang around in the local chip shop, and that is good. But therefore, you know, obviously, the parents says, well, we don't want their educated son and daughter going off, and we're paying the empty bedroom. You can stay here, run the chip shop. It was good enough for me. That's the sort of new economy that the honourable member dozing off wants, and it just doesn't make any sense. And the overall amount of savings they're making these political choices, 490 million. They won't save that because a lot of it will be a cost for the local authority. But I mean, obviously, they're making choices, aren't they, about tax thresholds? We'll give them money so the voting people will increase their tax threshold. They're not going to work any harder. Let's face it, we won't harm the older people because they vote, and we will harm the poor people who don't vote. And, you know, let's hope they don't. And if they don't register to vote, we have this other plan, and we have carving up the constituencies, and the size of the constituencies are not according to the population, but the number of people who register. So the whole thing is a cynical attempt at political manipulation with no due regard for the economic and social impact. It's absolutely disgraceful and should be thrown out.
Tom Greatrex.
Thank you very much, Mr Deputy Speaker. I'm grateful for the opportunity to speak. I'm conscious there are many others who wish to, so I will try to keep well within the 10 minutes. I just wanted to use this opportunity to highlight a couple of points in relation particularly to the way in which foster carers will be affected by this measure. And the member for Leeds North West, in his contribution earlier on this afternoon, I think made a very powerful case for why actually it makes much more sense for some of these categories who, when I've questioned the Minister before at DWP questions about this, have said, well, it's okay because there's a discretionary fund. It's actually much more sensible for those people to be those categories to be exempt, because the issue that I've encountered with more than one set of foster parents in my constituency who've spoken to me about their concerns about this is a real concern that actually when it comes to the communication about the discretionary payments which exist, it's only actually by dint of good luck and other intervention that they get to know about it. And I'm always very conscious that when constituents come to me, that's very often just the scraping the surface of those who've actually come to me. I'm sure there are very many others in all sorts of with all sorts of different cases who don't actually come to their members of Parliament. And there could be very many more in a very similar position. So when the member for Battersea in her contribution earlier on this afternoon seemed to suggest that we shouldn't be raising the cases that come to us, I think actually they're probably just scratching the surface rather than the exceptions she sought to suggest. But what's happened in the cases that I've encountered is that one of my constituents, who has been a foster carer for more than 30 years and during that time has fostered more than 50 children, sometimes on long-term placements, and a couple of the foster children who are with her at the moment have been with her for a number of years, but sometimes on shorter placements, and sometimes there is a gap, and she was contacted by her housing association, her social landlord, telling her that she has 3 spare rooms. She doesn't have 3 spare rooms. She has 3 bedrooms in her property that are used to provide care for children who would otherwise be in a position where they're probably costing the taxpayer even more and receiving a less constant form of care in other forms of social care. And she's doing that because it's something which society wants and values. And my local authority, South Lanarkshire Council, just this week have sought to encourage more people into fostering. Yet at the very same time, there are constituents of mine who've contacted me who are saying they're very concerned about the impacts of this. And whilst we talk about a discretionary payment, the clue is in the name. It's discretionary. And if it's discretionary, that means it can be applied or it cannot be applied. That means there's a limit of money, and once that money's gone, the money's gone. That means it's added into a bigger fund to deal with a whole range of different circumstances, and there's no guarantee that it's going to be sufficient. That means that it's in a fund where my constituent that I'm talking of, who lives almost on the border of 2 local authority areas, fosters for one local authority, lives in another, her social landlord is someone else, is reliant upon the fact, from her position, fortunately, that she contacted me and I was able to join the things up. We don't know that that's going to happen in very many cases. All of those points make the case much more, I think, for foster parents and foster carers to be exempt from this, not caught into this discretionary category. And when the member for North East Somerset, who isn't in his place any longer, who I think actually from time to time makes some cogent points, I think he was absolutely ridiculous this afternoon to suggest that what would happen is people would seek to apply to become foster parents just to avoid this. I think that is a ridiculous assertion, and it actually, in many ways, it's insulting to the people who do put their time and effort into being foster carers for the wider good of society. I think on this, the government really, on this specific point, the government really do need to think again. The member for Leeds North West put it to his minister in his own party, and I say it from someone from another party, that this is, I think, something that, at the very least, if you're going to carry on with this policy, this point should really be addressed, because it isn't fair and it isn't equitable, and it has all sorts of potential unintended consequences. And I will just finish on making this point, that sometimes there are policies, and there are policies which the member for Wokingham said in his speech earlier on. He sought to suggest what the problem was, and he actually, I think, hinted towards some of the shortcomings in potential answers to this suggestion. And I think badly thought through policies which have adverse consequences are not sensible to continue with. The government have an opportunity to think again about this and try again to get it right. Because I understand the points that are being made about occupancy and the pressure on housing, but that isn't an excuse to bring in something which is severely punitive. And in the case of foster parents, and there's cases in my constituency who I've spoken to who have said if they were starting out again, they would think again about doing it. Now that's during the course of time they've been doing that for more than 20 years. Dozens and dozens of children who've been provided with a higher standard of care, a more stable position in society because of the contribution they're prepared to make. Now if they're going to be put off because of this imposition and because they're caught into something which is discretionary, then that is a very poor signal to send to society more widely. And I really implore the Minister to really think again on this specific point as well as a more general point on this tax.
Helen Goodman.
Thank you very much, Mr Deputy Speaker. I was really shocked when my constituents started to write to me about the implications for them of the bedroom tax and at how little they were going to have left to live on. And so I decided during the week of the recess to see if I could survive on the £18 a week, which is what they will be left with to eat after the 1st of April. And I just want to explain to the House how I reached that number of £18, because this is entirely based on the experience of my constituents. So these were in particular women on employment support allowance, women about my age, but because they've got chronic health conditions, they had to stop work maybe after 20 years of working life and live on ESA. Out of their £71.70, they have to find £10 for electricity, £20 for heating, either gas or coal, £6 for water rates, £4 for bus fare in the case of those people who live in villages and have to go into the main town, £10 for the bedroom tax, and this left them with £23 for weekly living expenses. But of course, it's not just food. So we did a calculation and set aside £5 for all the non-food things that everybody has to buy. Soap, washing powder, washing up liquid, toothpaste, loo paper, all that stuff. Plus, perhaps, a small amount to set aside in order that you save 50 quid a year for clothes or a pair of trainers or something to put on your feet or in case your iron breaks. And this leaves £18. And so I took up this challenge of trying to live on £18. And I want to tell honourable members what it's like, because I can say it is extremely unpleasant. I had porridge every morning for breakfast. Normally I eat porridge, but made with milk. Now I was eating porridge made with water. I had to eat the same food over and over and over again. Single people are particularly hard hit by this because cheap food comes in big packs. So I made a stew at the beginning of the week and I ate the same food 4 nights a week. I had pasta twice a week. I had baked potatoes. I had eggs on 6 different occasions. It was completely impossible to have both meat and fish. That was right out of the question. It was impossible to have 5 fruit and vegetables a week. So I also have a message for the Minister for Public Health, who was criticising people on low incomes for obesity. Of course people on low incomes are more likely to have that problem because they have to fill up on toast and biscuits. And I found myself waking up in the middle of the night, absolutely ravenous, having to make cups of tea and eat biscuits. I had a headache 5 days in the week. I was completely lethargic and exhausted by 4 o'clock in the afternoon. And for people who are on JSA and looking for a job is a job. It takes time. It takes energy. Or the people who the DWP ministers want to do workfare, they're being expected to go and work 30 hours a week. And yet they're not going to be given enough to eat properly. But most shocking of all was the fact that come Sunday, I ran out of food. Come Sunday, there was literally nothing left to eat on Sunday night. So if ministers are happy with the notion that 660,000 of our fellow citizens are literally not going to have enough to eat by the end of the week, all I can say is I pity them, because they have no pity, no conception of what they're going to do for the people in our constituencies who are going to be faced with this bedroom tax. And the Minister has been very free and easy with all these wonderful alternatives, with the fact that people can move. In my constituency, more than 1,000 people are affected by the bedroom tax, but there are fewer than 100 places where they could possibly move to, which are smaller properties. In my constituency, it's not possible for all these people to increase their hours. We've got 7 people chasing every job. We've got a situation where people are in part-time work because they can't get full-time work. Honourable members opposite have shown their complete ignorance of the benefits system by suggesting you just have to work a couple of hours a week on the minimum wage. Of course that's not true, because then you'd be into the tapers and the disregards and your benefits would be being cut, or you might be finding yourself paying tax. These numbers simply don't add up. Furthermore, of course, there are some people who have got properties that are larger than they need as single or couple people. But the under-occupancy, so-called by the Minister, is in one part of the country and the overcrowding is in another part of the country. It simply isn't credible to suggest that all the large over-occupied families in London are going to move up to Durham, particularly when we've got an unemployment rate of over 9%. What are they moving to? What are they moving for? I made a video blog, a video diary of this, and so I got a lot of feedback from people who are affected. And this was very interesting because people said, yes, this is absolutely right. This is the reality of our lives. We are not able to survive properly now, and it's going to get worse to the tune of £10 a week from the 1st of April. Now, in 2006, I did the same experiment under the last Labour government. I lived on benefits in 2006 to see what the rate was like for young people on the lowest rate of income support. And I found that difficult. But there was enough money to get through the whole week. However, I would like to point out to the Minister that we have now reached a new low. The £21 which people had in 2006 is equivalent to £28 now, compared to the £18 which is the reality which people are going to be expected to feed themselves on. The Minister has made much too of the discretionary housing benefits, which many honourable members have questioned. In County Durham, the amount of income which is going to be taken out of people's pockets, the amount of money which is going to be taken out of the local economy is £5 million. The size of the discretionary fund is £500,000. So once again, we see this huge gap between what the actual need is going to be and what resources are being given to people to deal with it. Many honourable members have pointed out the unfairness of people who are disabled and need to sleep separately, whether they are adults or children, of people who have children in the army, of people who are foster carers, of people who are separated parents. This is a fundamental attack on the poorest people in this country. People are going to lose between £500 and £1,000 over the course of next year through no fault of their own. But the really disgusting thing is that on the same day that the bedroom tax is being introduced, millionaires are being given a tax cut which is going to be worth £1,000, not over the year as a whole, but every single week.
Sheila Gilmore.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I want to address first this whole issue of the comparison of the private renter sector and the social renter sector. And we are indeed, as I think an earlier speaker said, we are comparing apples and pears. The private rented sector is not actually where the majority of people intend to spend their lives. Research has shown that over and over again. People see it as a transitional part of their life, something they do perhaps when they're younger, and they do hope to move on. It's true that at the moment, and in the last few years, it has become more difficult for people to move on because of the difficulty of getting mortgages and moving into the owner-occupied sector, and because of the shortage of social rented housing. But nevertheless, it isn't something people expect to be there. They see it as a long-term home. The social renter sector does provide long-term, low-rent homes for people who may at one point in their lives be out of work, but often will be in low-paid work and they want to go on being able to afford to do that kind of work. People affected have often lived in these houses for many years. And while people have compared the introduction with the local housing allowance, as was stated very clearly in an earlier intervention, that was not introduced in a retrospective way as is happening here. When people live in a council house or a housing association house for many years, they put in a lot of their own input. It may be their DIY skills that they're putting in. It's often decorating the home and making it the way they want it. So they've invested in that home. So to be told, well, now you've got to leave or pay up, is to ignore entirely that investment they have made.
We should give way.
Indeed.
My honourable friend makes an excellent point. In my constituency, I had a constituent visit whose daughter is disabled, who has just got into some local employment, who really needs routine, and they too, as she has said, have made great investments in their home. Does she not agree with me that to displace a family like that, where they say they have a tiny box room where nobody could fit in, but they've been told to have a lodger, and to have a lodger in a home with a disabled daughter would of course have those great risks. Does she not agree with me? It's totally unfair and actually affects the development of those children.
Indeed, I think that's a very good example of when you're talking about real people, not just numbers of apparently unused and unloved bedrooms, as appears to be the view of many on the government benches, that real people are going to experience real harm from this. But actually, I suspect that this is part of actually a wider view about social housing, and it's not entirely accidental.
I'm grateful to my friend for giving way. On the question of people having spare bedrooms or houses that are too big for them, will my honourable friend not also bear in mind the fact that there are occasions where local authorities, to try and let houses in hard-to-let areas, have encouraged people to take houses which are slightly bigger than their immediate need, precisely to ensure they actually don't leave those houses empty? Isn't that the kind of thing which would be undermined by this policy if it was to go ahead?
I know that has been the case in many areas, although I think my honourable friend, coming from Edinburgh like myself, knows that it's not so much hard to let, but trying perhaps two things. Certainly in Edinburgh for many years, and this will go right back to the 1980s, single people have been housed in two-bedroomed houses in some circumstances. And this is partly to do with the nature of the stock, because actually there aren't enough one-bedroom houses to match the number of people, but it's also acknowledging that people's lives don't stay static. Now, we've heard a lot from the government about dynamic benefits and the need for dynamic benefits. Well, actually, of course, people's lives are pretty dynamic and they change. So the person who is housed in a two-bedroomed house may well have a child in the near future. If you insist that they can never be in a two-bedroomed house, then of course they may have to move later. And the same thing happens in reverse. People's families don't stay that static. Even when you have grown-up children, as I think many of us know, they don't necessarily at one point simply go and that's forever. There is the go and take a job and move away, and maybe the job doesn't work out or the relationship doesn't work out, and they do come back. And indeed, families want to visit. So part of this is about saying to people who happen to be not very well off, well, you can't have those normal elements of family life. We're not going to let you. And the point I was about to make in terms of the general view about social housing is that I think it perhaps is part of a pattern. Because we've heard, certainly from UK housing ministers, from those dealing with England, that they actually don't want social housing to be permanent housing. They want to introduce short-term tenancies of various kinds so that people can be moved on. So perhaps actually this isn't quite as much of an aberration as some of my colleagues think. It's perhaps part of a pattern.
Does she share with me the concern that perhaps there is an ideological trend here that social housing should really be now seen under the philosophy of the government as welfare housing only, and not, as she has explained, the homes for many people that live in our communities?
I mean, I think there's a very large element of that in the way this is proceeding. And of course, in terms of the private renters sector, if people do move to it, as many people have said, they may end up that our housing benefit bill actually goes up. In Edinburgh at the moment, the local housing allowance, which is not, say, particularly generous for a one-bedroom house, will be £114. So if some of my constituents who have asked me about moving into the private rented sector move from their two-bedroom council house, where the rent is £91 a week, into the private rented property, it will actually cost more. So there will be no saving, there will actually be an increase in spending. And I think the vision that's been given here is of a lot of single people rattling around in very big houses that they can easily, 3 bedrooms, 4 bedrooms, so actually that does seem very unfair, doesn't it? Why shouldn't they move on? But the vast majority of my constituents who are affected by this are not living in particularly big houses. And the suggestion that people can take in a lodger. Now, I visited one constituent. She's a woman in her 50s, rather, as one honourable friend who spoke before me was describing. She's on ESA. She has always worked previously. Her 2 bedrooms, the second bedroom is pretty small. Her living room, the kitchen is off the living room. So having a lodger doesn't just involve having somebody in this spare bedroom. It involves having somebody who's going to have to share all those quite small facilities. So while she's sitting enjoying her evening, perhaps watching television or whatever she does, the lodger's going to have to come through, go through into the kitchen, make a cup of tea, come out again. I mean, you've got to understand the kind of houses a lot of people are actually living in. Exactly. But I wanted to say a bit too about, I think, the very real efforts that local councils in particular are making in order to try to mitigate this. But there is a downside to that, because actually it's another example of where the savings are not going to be achieved. And we're talking about savings in public spending generally. How does it save if, as my council is going to be doing, they are going to find additional funding to put into the discretionary housing payments fund, because they believe it's both humane and commonsensical to do that because of all the disruption that might otherwise be caused to various categories of people. But that is additional public spending going towards this. So you're saving with one hand and spending with another. And most crucially, the saving that from central government wants to make is going to councils to pick up the pieces. Briefly.
Obviously, probably many members here who are not members representing the Scottish constituencies will not realise that the rate capping process that's been carried out by the Scottish National Party of Government in Scotland has actually strapped, is that 85% of the cuts last year were from local government budgets, and therefore there will be less money available for the very fund that she's talking about.
I mean, I think that is an important point, because for local councils at the moment, the 5 years, indeed nearly 6 years, council tax freeze, which people in England are going to share the joys of as well, has resulted in the situation where a council can't go out to its local population and say, well, actually, in order to perhaps borrow money to build more houses, we would like to put up the council tax. They won't actually be able to do that. And of course, the people who've gained no benefit whatsoever from the council tax freeze are people at the lowest incomes who are not paying council tax directly because they get council tax benefit. They are the same group of people who are actually going to be affected by the bedroom tax. So for the lowest earners, the council tax freeze is not a blessing. It has actually reduced the services they receive and has hamstrung a lot of councils. So I actually think that, and I would hope, that perhaps the Scottish Government would look again at this. It may be a populist, apparently populist policy, but it actually, I'm not going to give way because I have actually given way several times, sorry. It's a populist policy which doesn't benefit the lowest paid. But if councils are going to put their money into this by increasing the discretionary housing payments, by trying to acquire or build more houses, they have to be given support to do that. And I am sad to say that in Scotland, as in England, we are seeing a substantial reduction in the building of affordable homes. The number of affordable homes was boosted briefly in Scotland, but it's now gone down. The number of new starts was 7,900 2 years ago, and this year, in the whole of Scotland, it is only 3,400. And some of those homes are actually homes for mid-market rent. Now, mid-market rent has its role, but it's an expensive rent. So actually, it could lead to higher housing benefit payments. And it's the outcome, if you do more mid-market rent housing, is very similar to what's happening in England as well. We've heard people on the opposition benches say, but the government's going to be ensuring that more affordable houses are built. But I thought they made it clear that those so-called affordable houses were going to be at anything up to 80% of market rent. Now, that is expensive. In Edinburgh, a council one-bed property is £275 per month, but a mid-market one-bed property is currently being advertised at £439 per month. So mid-market is not a substitute for low-cost, affordable housing. So in many ways, we're not looking at the right solution to this problem. The high housing benefit bill is not going to be reduced by measures like the bedroom tax. It will be reduced if we look at the supply of housing. It will be reduced if we look at the huge cost of the private renters sector. And it's no use saying to the couple who came to me that after 6 years got a two-bedroomed, wheelchair-accessible house for the wife who needed this, that, well, you can apply for a discretionary housing payment. And the Minister spoke at a Westminster Hall debate recently and said these discretionary housing payments may have to become permanent in those sort of cases. But they're still going to have to apply every year. They're going to have an uncertainty, and that is not fair to them. And if it's going to be permanent, where is the saving? Why not have an exemption?
William Bain.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I was pleased last week to spend the recess talking with my constituents about this issue, and back where the impact of what we decide in this House has its most crucial influence in the communities we represent. It's clear that this measure, the bedroom tax, has achieved in a shorter period the ignominy once reserved only in Scottish society for the hated poll tax. From Denniston to Springburn, hundreds of people in my constituency continue to sign petitions to stop this measure, which will cost people up to 14% of their weekly housing allowance. I met with voluntary groups and housing associations across Glasgow at an event hosted by NG Homes last week, who warned of the effects on homelessness, rising levels of evictions, and rising debt in North and East Glasgow that these plans would cause. Mr Deputy Speaker, the Prime Minister's ambition is coming true at last. The big society is coming together, not in his support, but in complete opposition to the absurdity and unfairness of these plans on housing benefit and the chaos and social harm that they will cause. In my constituency, nearly 86% of the 16,580 housing benefit recipients are in properties rented from registered social landlords. 65% of recipients are within the age range of being subject to the bedroom tax. The vast majority of those recipients receive between £25 to £100 a week in assistance from local housing allowance to help with rental costs. This is in a constituency, Mr Deputy Speaker, where the median wage is under £17,600 a year, and child poverty is the third highest in the UK and the worst in Scotland at some 43%. And the three areas which will be hurt the hardest in Glasgow North East, according to the Glasgow Housing Association, are Milton, where with a higher than average number of lone parents, rent payments will go up by a collective £8,000 a week, along with Kepperkill and Postle Park. But I discovered last week people who will be hit by this cruel tax right across my constituency. Around half of the recipients in my constituency are on out-of-work benefits. But of those in employment, 3 in 10 of my constituents earn less than a living wage. So it's clear that the decline in real wages, accelerated under this government, where they have fallen every single month it has been in office, is what has driven the greater reliance on housing benefit to maintain even these basic levels of living standards. Briefly.
My honourable friend, maybe just 1 second. I should have reduced the time limit before. I didn't, on the off chance that we wouldn't have too many interventions. I'm just warning members that I will be dropping the time limit, and if we're upset, it's due to the number of interventions. Geraint Davies.
Just in a nutshell, the cost of reducing the tax threshold by £1,000, which gives taxpayers £6 a week, is £5 billion, 10 times what we're saving here. So we're giving, since someone saving £7.50 who's very poor, losing £7.50 on the empty bedroom tax, someone else has been given £6. Isn't this illuminating about the priorities of the government, hitting the poor and letting the middle class off?
My honourable friend is certainly right to draw attention to the absurdity of the Chancellor's claim that there is a zero zero tax band for people on low incomes who, of course, pay national insurance, higher VAT under this government, and all of the things that we've described in this debate. And I should also point out, Mr Deputy Speaker, rents are rising in large areas of Scotland. In Aberdeen, they're rising by 6.3%, and in Edinburgh by 5.1%, and that is adding to the pressure that this policy will cause. The bedroom tax will hurt the country in many ways the government is not presently acknowledging. The impact that this will have on families, the economy, employment and on housing. Firstly, Mr Speaker, these plans utterly fail the test of promoting economic growth. Indeed, by diminishing demand amongst people who will spend the money, the least well off, they will have a deeply contractionary effect. Keynes's paradox of thrift is sadly going to become a death knell for local shops across the country as people are forced to cut back on spending. The University of Strathclyde's Fraser of Allender Institute puts the cost to the Scottish economy at over 300 jobs, £30 million a year in lost demand, and a reduction in wages in Scotland of nearly £8 million a year. Now, the Minister claims that people should work longer hours, but do I really have to point out to him that underemployment has soared to 3.2 million under this government, and there is a slump in productivity because demand has been so weakened by his government's catastrophic fiscal policies? And can I also remind the Minister that with the deficit tracking 7% higher this year than last, our credit rating downgraded, these are Tory cuts that he is defending because of the Chancellor's utter and abject failure on growth. The OBR in November 2011 predicted the economy would grow last year by 2.5%. Instead, today, we've had confirmation it grew at less than a tenth of that rate. And the impact assessment on these changes also revealed the truth. If people are able to change their behaviour, as the Minister vainly hopes, these plans will save little or no money for the Exchequer at all. And his other policies to cut the benefits bill are failing because unemployment is 340,000 higher than predicted by the OBR in 2010, and living standards are falling in a low-growth economy. He can only generate the savings he's seeking with this policy if people cannot move, cannot work longer hours, and are thus forced to pay the tax. He is making the poorest suffer for the Chancellor's manifest incompetence in securing less than a tenth of the economic growth we were predicted to have during the last 2.5 years. Secondly, Mr Speaker, these proposals are a byword for absurdity. The Minister believes that people can simply uproot themselves from homes they've lived in for 3 decades or more, from friends, family and jobs, to go and live in those parts of the country where there are smaller houses and perhaps less opportunities to work. Alternatively, he says that people should take in a lodger, a step which is actively discouraged in the registered social housing sector in Scotland, where stock is allocated on the basis of need. And the sheer absurdity is further heightened by his refusal to admit, until this afternoon, that his plans will potentially remove money from up to 96,000 members of the armed forces, nearly 8,000 army trainees, carers and foster parents in Glasgow, while at the same time nearly 1,000 prisoners on remand in Barlinnie Jail in my constituency will be exempt. An absurdity. I am compliant with Mr Speaker's strictures on those who wish to take part in the debate, and he'll have an opportunity to deal with this later. All age groups in society will be affected. People over the age of 61 could be drawn into this tax too if they have a spouse or partner living with them who is under that age and they apply for universal credit after October. Thirdly, these plans hit the most vulnerable the hardest. 2/3 of the 660,000 people affected across the UK have a disability. I met disabled people last week who told me that they will be caught by the tax and asked to pay an extra £14 a week for having a room in which no one sleeps, but it's used to provide physiotherapy and medical treatment within their homes. I spoke to the friends of a young person with a learning disability who's cooperating with the local housing association, who would move into a smaller house if he could, but there simply are not any available. And through no fault of his own, he will be forced to pay the bedroom tax on income support of £47 a week. Fourthly, Mr. Speaker, there is a lack of available properties for people to move into. Some 540,000, or 81% of those losing out, will be people who cannot move because there are no one-bedroom properties in their areas. In Glasgow, there is a waiting list of 13,000, according to the GHA, for one-bedroom properties, because housing associations and the council before them responded to local housing demand by building homes with 2 or more bedrooms. With a social housing shortfall of 156,000 properties for Scotland's housing needs, there is simply no way that the required properties can be built so that people can avoid destitution by having to pay this tax from April. Fifthly, Mr. Speaker, these plans will cause enormous uncertainty for our housing associations. They now have no clarity over their future revenue levels or the investment decisions that they can make on social housing. They're now unsure as to whether they should be building one-bedroom houses, fearful of managing a surge in rent arrears, with the cost being paid for by all tenants in terms of lower priorities for refurbishment of existing properties or indeed reduced budgets for repairs. There is a wider issue here, Mr. Speaker, and it is the lack of empathy this government has with those who live in social housing. And this is there's a further attack on the very concept of it from a government which has cut the social housing budget in half. Mr. Speaker, this is not an issue which divides people in Scotland from those in England and in Wales. It is a sense of ministers losing their sense of what is morally right or wrong for people across the United Kingdom. And what best sums up what ordinary people feel about the injustice of this absurd tax is summed up in a conversation I had with a 69-year-old constituent on the way to my constituency office last week. She stopped me to say whether she would be affected by the bedroom tax. When I explained that she wouldn't, she told me how troubled she was that other people in her community would have to pay it. She said this has been the worst government in her lifetime. And within the Right Honourable Member for Tatton, the most arrogant and out-of-touch Chancellor in history. But of all of the cruel things that they've done, this is by far the most vicious. She was right. Mr. Speaker, the voice of ordinary people has been heard in this debate, but it must also be reflected in the votes we see in division lobbies tonight. I particularly urge the party of Lloyd George and Gladstone not to vote for a policy even the party of Thatcher would have shrunk back from in the 1980s. It's the duty of all members to avoid causing unnecessary suffering to nearly 700,000 people by opposing this cruel tax in a strong, clear vote tonight.
Order. In order to accommodate the 5 remaining honourable and right honourable members who are seeking to catch my eye before the start of the front bench wind-up speeches at 6:40, I'm obliged now to reduce the time limit on backbench speeches with immediate effect, I'm afraid, to 7 minutes. Mr. Russell Brown.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And can I apologise to the House that I had to leave the chamber earlier because I had a meeting with a local firefighter. When I say local, he travelled 300 miles to see me, so I needed to meet with him. So my apologies. Mr. Speaker, can I begin by saying that this bedroom tax will impact, according to my 4 main registered social landlords in my constituency, 1,770 tenants will be affected. That is not an insignificant number. They are working hard with each and every one of those tenants, and there is no doubt some tenants will decide to try and squeeze the money out of their budget to avoid moving, even if moving, I have to say, was any kind of option for them in the first place. But as we've heard this afternoon, Mr. Speaker, and I don't want to go over lots of ground, this is about some of the most vulnerable people. It is about disabled. It's about students as well, as we've heard this afternoon, and it is about the military, those who are serving our country in theatre, coming home, coming back to barracks and wanting to come home and spend time at what they call home. The last thing they want to see is their own family, their parents in particular, being punished in any sort of way.
But as well as that, we've heard about foster carers. And it is not easy for emergency foster carers, who sometimes aren't just there to take in one child. Perhaps it's a family breakdown and can often be 2 or even 3 children in a family that have got to be taken into emergency foster care. And something that is very common in my part of the country, I have to say, are also kinship carers. Mothers and fathers or aunts and uncles, again in an emergency, taking children in because of the chaotic lifestyle that the parents of those children are actually leading. But I just want to highlight 1 or 2 things. And I hope that the Minister will respond, because the Honourable Member for Beckenham did raise the point, if someone actually manages to downsize from one property to another, he asked about assistance being offered. I hope the Minister will explain clearly what any assistance may well be. You know, is it merely discretionary support? Because I think that is important to understand what that is. And this whole concept of a lodger, and if a family, and we've talked in this House about £14 on average per week, that's what people would lose. You know, what does it mean to take a lodger in? Yes, you can make up that shortfall, but if that lodger is paying board and lodgings and making a payment of £50 or £60 a week perhaps, then it could, in the eyes of many benefit claimants, throw the whole benefit system for them into absolute turmoil. So it's a reassessment of benefits. So again, I would seek clarification on that. I want to thank my right honourable friend, the member for Stirling, who encouraged me to actually hold a welfare reform meeting in my constituency, which I actually did last week. And I held that in the town of Dumfries. I'm holding a similar event in Stranraer at the other end of my constituency next week. We brought together charities, we brought churches, the RSLs were there, the council, a Department of Work and Pensions representative, and I want to thank that gentleman who came. And I did say to him, you know, as I said to the audience that attended, do not shoot the messenger. Department of Work and Pension staff are there to deliver on a policy which has been delivered by politicians. And of course the benefits advice organisations were there. There's some horrendous stories being told, and of course the aim of that event was to highlight to those working in the community to look for the telltale signs of families that might start to become under pressure, either through this bedroom tax or through the welfare reform changes, and once we start to hit universal credit. My honourable friend, the member for North Ayrshire and Arran, was right when she made the point earlier on. The amount of money that this will take out of the local economy. Now, I made the point last week when we were discussing and debating the 1% freeze on benefits uprating. The fact of the matter is that was taking money out of the local economy from some of the poorest. This is also happening. So when we take money out of the local economy, it's not stimulating that economy, it is doing damage, doing serious damage. But, Mr. Speaker, I just want to come to the end of my comments, because I just want to share with the House the fact that my local authority, Dumfries and Galloway Council, it is a Conservative SNP administration, and they set about some months ago, I have to say, a welfare reform working group. My colleagues, my Labour colleagues, who at that time were the largest political grouping on the council but were in opposition, didn't take part in that, but they actually established their own welfare reform working group. And that report from the Labour group of the council actually came before the Policy and Resources Committee yesterday. And lo and behold, the Conservative leader of the council decided to accept everything that the Labour councillors had put into that report. And there's a whole series of things, I won't go through them all, but suffice to say, they are looking at an urgent report on legal and financial implications for using discretionary housing benefit to cover any shortfall in the first year for those affected by the tax, receive a report on proposals to expand access to credit unions, and explore other banking options for bad debtors, and so it goes on. There was 21 recommendations, and so the Conservative leader of the council accepted that wholeheartedly. But he actually took it a step further, because he decided that it was only right that as a council, Dumfries and Galloway Council would write to Lord Freud and make him aware that the steps that he was taking, especially in terms of the bedroom tax, were wrong. And I just want to finish, Mr. Speaker, by saying that the Leader of the Council said on the radio this morning, in Dumfries and Galloway, we've taken a decision in the past that we don't see one bedroom being the ideal situation. 2 bedrooms is what we've been basing our housing strategy on in the past, and because we feel that the minimum should be 2 bedroom rather than 1 bedroom when they are looking at under-occupancy legislation. This is something we feel that we need to push harder on for our tenants across the region. That from a Conservative leader of a local authority in Scotland.
Julie Hilling.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I listen to the government and I wonder what world they live in, because it certainly isn't the world of the 2,400 tenants of Bolton at Home or the 4,500 tenants of Wigan and Lee Housing who are facing unaffordable bills because the government has decided that the poor should pay the price for the wrongs of the rich. This government has a fundamental ignorance about social housing and a thoroughly disgraceful attitude towards people who, through choice or circumstance, are in council or housing association properties. They seem to think it's a negative choice and that anyone, whatever their circumstances, should aspire to own a home. And it's as if they've learnt nothing from the subprime catastrophe. I won't, because of the need to get people in. Mr. Speaker, social houses are homes. Homes occupied by people who usually can't afford to buy a house because they don't earn enough or because they cannot work. Homes that people live in for many years. Homes that tenants lavish care and attention on. Homes that they hope to live in until they chose to downsize to a flat or until they die. Homes that their children may move back into when they finish university or when relationships break down. Homes that families come to visit and grandchildren come to stay. Homes that are part of a community that benefits from stability, that benefits from established residents making a contribution to that community. But the government doesn't seem to think about homes and communities. It merely thinks about spare bedrooms. And when it talks about overcrowding, it doesn't look at where those so-called spare bedrooms are and where the overcrowding is. And unfortunately, the two don't match. And they're also not considering who will now lose out. It's like shuffling chairs on the deck chairs on the Titanic, simply moving the problem but not solving it. In Bolton and Wigan, we don't have spare 1 and 2 bedroom properties, so tenants will either starve or freeze to pay the additional rent, or move to the private rented sector, or be evicted for arrears. The Minister suggests that people should work more hours, and if only it was that simple in Tory Lib Dem Britain to get a job. But even if you can, he chooses to ignore the fact that every time you earn more money, you lose benefit. So how's that going to help to cover the gap? He also says that these measures will drive down housing benefit costs. Wigan and Lee Housing have done their own modelling. If around a quarter of their tenants move to the private rented sector, there'll be an additional cost to the DWP of more than £500,000. They also estimate that the impact on Wigan and Lee Housing funding, a different public purse of course, will be more than £10 million, which includes £1.4 million for the adaptation of new homes for the disabled and the £300,000 they're putting aside for rent collection. Of course it's going to affect other tenants, affect the ability of the housing association to repair and maintain the housing stock and prevent them building new homes. Indeed, one housing provider has said that they'll lose 1 new build a week because of the cumulative effect of welfare reform. Members opposite like to throw out the accusation that the previous Labour government introduced the same policy for the private rented sector with the local housing allowance. Mr. Speaker, they should stop listening to their own spin. Local housing, the LHA was tested for 4 years before it was introduced. It wasn't applied to existing tenants, but just to new claims or people moving house. It also didn't specify how many bedrooms that people should have, but allocated a sum of money based on the median rent for properties of the relevant size. So if a family found a house with more space for a lower rent, they could move in. The reality is the size of the housing benefit bill is down to the cost of private rents, not the cost of social housing. But the government won't do anything about fair rents. It just reduces the chances of ordinary people finding houses. I also wonder, Mr Speaker, when members opposite last visited a council house and looked at the size of the so-called third bedroom, often a room that barely fits a bed, would be unbearable for two teenagers with certainly no space to do homework or even hang up clothes, and certainly not the sort of space that a lodger is going to want to rent. Honourable friends have talked about the difficulties of expecting children from vastly different ages to share a bedroom and of the difficulties of families with a disabled member. But let me just lay out the nature of this policy. Take a family with 2 children under 10 in a 3-bedroom house, now needing to move into a 2-bedroom house, but when a child turns 10, they'll have to go into a 3-bedroom house. But if one child moves out, they'll have to go into a 2-bedroom house. If both move out, they'll have to move into a 1-bedroom. But what about the need if one of them wants to come home? And what about the cost of all of this? Will children have to move school? What happens to the community? It is a nonsense. Others have talked in detail about the situation of separated couples that separated couples find themselves in. So I'll just want to ask one question. Will mothers now allow their children to stop with the fathers overnight if they're in a bedsit or have to share a bed with dad or sleep on the couch? The government just has not thought this through. Mr Speaker, I've already spoken in this House about Isabel and her son Carl with Down syndrome. So I'll finish by talking briefly about 2 people who came to see me last week. They came as a result of me asking the Prime Minister if he'd ever met anyone who was losing their home because of the bedroom tax. And he replied that he often met service people in his constituency. He actually didn't tell us whether they were losing homes or not. But Stephen and Bill came to see me because they are ex-servicemen. Stephen and his wife told me that for them it feels like persecution. He served for 17 years in the Air Force and then continued to work. He became ill, lost his house. He's had 2 back operations and now has IBS, and his wife is also suffering from depression. He's been in his council house 22 years. He told me he feels he made a huge contribution to this country and can't understand why in his hour of need the country's turning their backs on him. The other person that came to see me is Bill, and I can't talk to you about all of Bill's situation, but he lives in an adapted house with a carport, ramp, walk-in shower and a stair lift. Bill is disabled and has anxiety and depression, IBS. He lives close to his family, who give support, and they give support as well because his grandchildren are in his son is serving in Afghanistan. He's really anxious about the bedroom tax and has tried to be proactive, but because of his needs, accommodation is limited. Bill says the only thing in his life that he has to live for is his fishing, and he's worried to death that he won't have room for his fishing gear in any further accommodation. He's considering suicide. It isn't scaremongering, it's the reality of people's lives.
Order, I'm afraid the limit now has to be cut to 6 minutes. Neil Griffith.
Thank you very much indeed, Mr Speaker. Well, in Wales, some 40,000 households will be affected by the under-occupancy penalty or the bedroom tax. This is 46% of working-age social housing tenants who receive housing benefit, one of the highest percentages of any area in the UK, and clearly above the UK average of 31%, simply because of the nature of the housing stock, mostly 3-bedroom houses. In my own county of Carmarthenshire, the Housing Department identified 1,341 households which will be hit, of which some 860 are in my constituency, and at least they are being proactive and trying to find the people and to help them, but it is an impossible task. Now, we've heard a good deal today about the range of people who should be regarded as exceptional cases, and I would certainly endorse the idea that those people, such as foster carers and people in specially adapted properties, should not be penalised. But the fact remains that many of the people of working age who are in social housing are very vulnerable individuals, but they don't count as those examples of people who would get those discretionary treatment. They've often been allocated social housing because they are in particular need. They may have mental health problems, for example. And clearly the discretionary money falls far short of what would be needed to cover the whole of the shortfall for all those in need. So where does that leave us? Well, we all understand that we have households living in homes where they do have a spare room, quite simply because the overwhelming majority of council housing and housing association housing is 3-bedroom. In an ideal world, we would free up the 3-bedroom properties for families who need them, but this cannot be done overnight. Sometimes people have had to accept these homes as the only ones available. In recent years, housing associations have been building some 1- and 2-bedroom properties, and my own local authority, Carmarthenshire County Council, is building some small bungalows.
But these are already in great demand, and there's no way that local authorities can suddenly build enough new properties to accommodate all the people who will be affected by the under-occupancy penalty. Indeed, many of the people who move to the available 1- and 2-bedroom properties are pensioners who have mercifully been exempted from the bedroom tax. But the problem is, of course, there simply are not enough of these 1- and 2-bedroom properties. My honourable friend from Swansea West has talked of incentives, but even without incentives, a lot of people whose children grow up want to downsize. It's easier to look after, and they often recognise the social value of giving up their existing property to a family and moving into something smaller. But if the properties aren't there, they can't do that. So let's look at the reality of what will actually happen. Firstly, let's be clear, people on low income just don't have extra money to cover the extra rent. And as has been clearly explained in the House of Commons briefing on the subject, the amount of money that people actually receive on benefit has never been based exactly on need. There's always been a bit of a compromise between need and what could attract political support. But the fact remains that what people on benefit live on is scarcely enough to cover the very basic needs. There's already a massive squeeze on household budgets, with relentless price rises for essential items like food, energy bills, bus fares, and those on the lowest incomes are suffering the most as they have no spare cash and have already cut back on anything that's not absolutely essential. Firstly, many people will try and stay where they are to avoid disruption to the family, disruption to the children's schooling or increased bus fares, as they would have to pay if they moved away. And they will desperately try to pay the additional rent from their meagre budgets. This will mean turning off heating, cutting back on food and trying their absolute utmost not to spend anything extra at all. But the chances are that despite their best efforts to keep their secured council house tenancy because they value that and they realise how difficult it is in the private sector where they're pushed from pillar to post, they are still likely to fall into arrears. And this will have a very negative impact on council housing and housing association budgets and their cash flows and leave them less money for maintenance and new build. But once a family falls into arrears, their problems will spiral. They'll be prey to loan sharks as they try to make ends meet. And then what happens if they get evicted? Well, the council will have to rehouse them, could end up in bed and breakfast or other privately rented property, all of which will be more expensive than the savings that they might have made by not having that extra bit of money for the bedroom tax, the extra room in their house. The trouble is that some of this private accommodation will only be temporary, and the family will move from pillar to post with all the educational disruption that will cause to their children. Now, the private sector has particular problems at the moment because there's a lot of pressure from young couples who are young professionals who don't have the job security or deposit to buy their own homes. So they're pushing up prices and taking some of the more desirable private properties. Another problem is that although we passed legislation to licence landlords, it's taking quite a while for local authorities to do so. And there's still a lot of backlog in terms of trying to drive up standards and drive up decency in the private sector homes, which are often, sadly, lacking. Of course, today, just one aspect of that is being covered by my honourable friend for Rotherham, the issue of letting agents in the debate in Westminster Hall this afternoon. There is just so much to tackle in the private sector to bring it up to the right sorts of standards. But if we take into account the cost of administering the discretionary payments and the real difficulties of trying to share them out fairly, where there's clearly not enough money to go around, it would be far better not to implement the bedroom tax at all for anyone. Far better to stimulate growth, get more jobs, get more people in work, and therefore increase the tax take, and then there'll be a chance to get the deficit down. And in the meantime, to use the money from the 4G sell-off to actually build more homes so we have less of a housing crisis.
Shannon.
I also just want to thank the honourable member for bringing this motion before the House. It's a very serious issue. It's one that is proving to be very stressful for a great many people. And most of the people are the most vulnerable of people that I know, those who are the elderly, the single parents, disabled couples. And it's clear that stress is affecting their health. Those points were put forward very eloquently at PM Tuesday and also through this debate. Can I start off, and I want to put it on record, that I do, and the Minister is greatly respected in this House. He's well thought of in this side of the chamber, as in his own side of the chamber, for the way that he responds to the great many things that we put forward to him. So whenever I make my comments tonight, they're meant forward as questions and constructive comments. I'd like the Minister to respond to those. To bring it to the Northern Ireland perspective, what we are faced with is 2,000 households in social housing, whether they are housing executive tenants or housing association tenants, facing a major shortfall in their rent, somewhere upwards of 25%. This is a tremendous number of families that are unsure of how and where they will live. I'm aware of that in many parts of Great Britain, just not in Northern Ireland. There are many more smaller social homes of 1 or 2 bedrooms. Tenants who want to move would have a realistic chance to downsize their property, which their benefit would cover. This is not the case in Northern Ireland, and whilst we have started to build smaller apartments and homes, we have nowhere near the necessary amount to begin implementing this reform to move people who can't afford to pay the difference. Mr Speaker, I was a councillor for some 26 years before I came to this chamber. One of the things that I did as a councillor 20-odd years ago was to push for the Executive at that time to upgrade their 1-bedroom bungalows to 2-bed. It's taken nearly 20 years for that to happen. Today, we're in a position where we wish we could turn back the clock, and that film Back to the Future comes to mind, Mr Speaker, because the very thing that we pushed for 20 years ago has to be turned back to actually make a reality today. That's the issue that I'm concerned with. The Social Development Minister in Northern Ireland has no option but to implement these reforms, as the block grant that we're giving in Northern Ireland doesn't allow for a delay, and yet the Department is in no way, shape or form ready to follow through on the legislation that has come before this House. It is estimated in Northern Ireland to be a shortfall in housing benefit of some £10 million per year. And I doubt there are many people who are on housing benefit at this moment in time that can afford to make up the money themselves. The Minister of Social Development, Nelson McCausland, has said the best way forward is the use of discretionary housing payments. We have increased the money there for those that may be affected, and yet again it must be stressed that the Northern Ireland Executive cannot bear the load of these changes out of the block grant, and this will inevitably lead to a severe hardship for so many families in Northern Ireland, and I'm sure also, and I know that from the members who have spoken, on the mainland as well, Scotland, Wales and also in England. I've heard of elderly widows ringing me and saying they will be expected to take in a lodger at their time of life in their 2-bedroom home, and the fear that they have is palatable. And it's not something that the state should ever be guilty of enforcing upon them. The new rules will reduce a housing benefit for some by £650 out of people's existing housing benefit. The bottom line will be that if you can't afford it, you have to move to a new house. The scenario that I would like to put to the Minister is this: a divorced mother has 2 children, a son of 9 and a daughter of 8. This legislation would say that they could share a bedroom, and therefore they would have to downsize they would not have to downsize their home, but only for a year, until they no longer have to share, because guess what, they'll then be 10 and 9 and the new legislation will come in where they need the extra bedroom. Would it be economical to expect the household to move? Will the housing benefits section have the discretion to waive this tax in this circumstance? How far does the discretion end? Does it allow for the disabled couple who cannot sleep together and also need a carer at times to sleep in the house to help with their care needs? Are they expected to foot the bill because they are disabled and need help? We recently spoke in this House, Mr Speaker, about needing more foster carers, and members have all touched upon the foster care and how that affects, but I want to make a point for the foster care as well, not to repeat what has already been said. But yet, by the same token, if you're on housing benefit, you will be penalised for trying to offer a home to young people who need some love and care. And I have to say this, Mr Speaker, where is big society in that relationship when it comes to the foster care? I could go on, Mr, but I'm very restricted on my time, and I give a commitment to do that. We're not ready to implement this, either morally or physically. We lambast absent fathers for not playing an active role in their child's upbringing, whilst also telling them that you're not allowed to have a bedroom for that child to stay with when you try to build that very relationship through the visitation rights that you have. We tell people who are married and working, we have no houses for you in the Housing Executive, so you will need to private rent, and we will help you with the payments. We then say, well, the private rented house is 1 bed too large, so we won't help you with this payment anymore, and we can't rehouse you, so you can't find a smaller home close enough for your child to walk to school, as you have no car, there's nothing that can be done for you. Members here have spoken today on all sides of the House, to be fair, and I put forward the point, is this really what this House advocates? I would say, Mr Speaker, it's not, and it's not for a number of reasons. I know that it's not for me, I know it's not for many members in this House. Single tenants come to me with a regularity. I've helped probably hundreds, as other members here have as well, with their housing benefit. And on many occasions we find that the single person is restricted on the housing benefit they can get because of their age. We get the discretionary payment from them to help them just along that wee bit along life's road, and then we find that this discretionary payment that helps them to develop their life, their quality of life and getting a job and all those things, and then we find we take it away from them. There should be changes made in the housing sector, but we can't enforce changes that we do not have the infrastructure in place to implement, and putting 32,000 families in housing stress is not something that I want to be part of. I ask the Minister with respect, is this something that you as Minister are prepared to implement before the foundations are laid? And I hope that the answer that you will give will allow the infrastructure and the details to be in place before this is pushed through. Thank you.
Jamie Reid.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. It's an absolute pleasure, a genuine and sincere pleasure to follow the Honourable Member for Strangford. It's clear from the testimonies of my honourable friends on this side of the House that the consequences of this ill-thought-out tax on families will be absolutely enormous. I fear that the great number of letters that my honourable friends and I have received from families up and down the country who are extremely worried about their futures as a result of these changes are just the tip of the iceberg. There will be thousands of people affected by the bedroom tax who do not yet know it. Analysis by the National Housing Federation shows that the bedroom tax will hit 2,000 families in my constituency, each to the tune of over £500 a year. And every day I hear from constituents of mine who are worried about how they will be able to cope in the future. The economy of my constituency, Mr Speaker, is based upon public spending. It needs to be rebalanced, and I'm working to do that consistently. But this latest hit will undoubtedly hit economic demand in my constituency even further, making that task even harder. The bedroom tax will have an effect on my local high street, upon my local businesses, and upon many other economic activities, like it will upon constituencies and communities across the country. And speak to housing officers from social housing providers about the bedroom tax. They know who the good and the bad tenants are on their patches. I used to be one myself, Mr Speaker, and ask housing officer, not a bad tenant, that is, and ask them how the bedroom tax is going to affect their tenants, and they'll tell you that for some it will be absolutely crucifying. They can't all move to different properties, there are none available. So instead, they are faced with having to pay a tax that they simply cannot avoid.
Exactly.
This tax demonstrates what we all know, that this government comes up with policies that are ill thought out, damaging, and are disproportionately targeted at the least well-off in our society. Instead of spending their time cobbling together disjointed, contradictory, and weak justifications for the shameful bedroom tax, the government should just do the right thing and drop it. I can think of few more embarrassing, cringe-worthy illustrations of a rotten defence of a rotten policy than that provided by the government minister in the Lords, Lloyd Freud, on BBC Radio 5 Live recently, when he told concerned social housing tenants that they should seek to take in lodgers in order to pay this tax. How delusional, how detached, how dangerous, Mr Speaker. Here we have a government minister telling people that in order to pay this government's punitive tax, that they should break the terms of their tenancy agreements and therefore risk eviction. I would urge students of bad policy, bad communication, bad government and political incompetence to read a transcript of the Noble Lord's interview. The government claims that the bedroom tax will solve the issue of under-occupancy. Has it not occurred to the government that the people affected by this will not be able to avoid it? All that this policy will mean is that low-income families will be hit in the pocket. It is a tax, and it is a tax upon the poorest. It means less money available for food, for groceries, for school trips and school uniforms, for heating, for transport. It's a policy of the madhouse that will push people closer to the poor house. Alongside the Tory NHS bill, Mr Speaker, Liberal Democrats' support for this marks the point at which they become a wholly owned subsidiary of the Conservative Party. There are just not the excess houses available for people to move into. The Secretary of State has offered no solution to the mismatch between families' needs and the accommodation available. This mismatch is highlighted in his department's own policy assessment. So the question is, what is the government going to do about it? What kind of dysfunctional department is the Secretary of State running when fundamental issues that arise from massive changes such as this have not even been considered? Like I suspect members on all sides of the House, I have many constituents who will be hit by the bedroom tax. And I understand that again today in this place, the Prime Minister said, again incredibly oblivious to the impacts of his own policies, that he's happy to look at individual cases, and I'll be sure to forward him the many that I have already received. But perhaps the Prime Minister will be able to explain to the divorced father in joint custody in my constituency where his children will stay when they are with him. Perhaps he'll be able to explain to the many disabled people in my constituency who've had their homes already adapted to suit their needs why they are being penalised. Then perhaps he can explain to the parents in my constituency whose children are serving our country in our armed forces why their mandated time away from home will either hit their pockets or cost them their homes. Mr Speaker, the actions of this government have left many with no option but to lower their living standards or lose their homes. No wonder the Secretary of State is known as the quiet man. He has much to be quiet about. This bedroom tax is unacceptable. It is indefensible. It is increasingly typical, and it will not be forgotten.
Hal Williams.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and I'm very glad to rise to sum up on behalf of Plaid Cymru, the SNP and the Green Party. Today we've had 26 speakers, including the Minister, I think that's ample proof of the correct choice that we made in putting this subject up for debate. I will try to refer to all the speakers very, very briefly, but I am anxious to allow the Minister ample time to defend her government's position, and I will sit down perhaps a bit earlier. The debate was opened by my honourable friend here from Banff Bychan, who pointed out that the penalty is inherently unfair, that there are structural problems, that it will hit disabled people, foster carers, separated parents and many others. She did outline some mitigation measures that we could take, but her choice and mine and my honourable friends and my right honourable friend is that the government should abandon this penalty. The member for Thornbury and the 8 then gave us a very clear explanation, as he always does. I won't go into what he said, but he did make some interesting points. He said clearly that one of the purposes of the penalty is to save money. We would argue that it is the main point. He also said, to some surprise, that these are Labour cuts. I thought it was the Conservative and the Liberal Party were in government and the Labour Party were in opposition, but there we are, that's what he said. And he also said that it was a spare room subsidy. We have been calling it a bedroom tax. Can I suggest that we all call it a penalty, because it is a penalty on ordinary people? The member for Birmingham Hodge Hill discussed the problems that again would arise from the penalty, especially at a time of recession, and the problems that people would face in moving on when there was no possibility of them doing so. The honourable member for Keighley is no longer in his place, I think. The honourable member for Keighley spoke about Keighley. Thank you. The honourable member for Glasgow North said that the government was unprepared, that a great disruption would be caused, and that we need solutions for housing as a whole, not just in terms of the money. The honourable member for Leeds North West explained his position with some care and some eloquence, and I hope that he might be persuaded actually to join us in the lobby this afternoon, this evening, rather than abstaining. The honourable member for Newport East outlined some heartrending cases and talked about the nature of the Welsh stock, making a point that many honourable members made, that there was no choice for many people. The government might think that there's choice, but there ain't. The honourable member for Battersea called on Labour to pledge to reverse this measure if in government, and I think that's a reasonable request from these benches as well. But I don't think she quite understood the delightful intricacies of devolution and the fact that the SNP are actually in government in Scotland.
A very good one too.
The member for Brighton North, who apologises can't be here this evening, gave us this Kafkaesque point that if the government's intentions are carried out, then they will save no money. People will move and no money will be saved. She also talked at some length about other practical points, and it ended by saying that banks get bailed out, the poor get thrown out. The honourable member for Wokingham recognised the difficulties in downsizing and emphasised the value of incentives rather than penalties. He also talked about eligibility, and I'm afraid he strayed into the immigration debates. My honourable friend for Dundee East gave us a riveting explanation of the situation in Scotland, and also pointed out that 79% of the households in Scotland have a disabled person living in them, even more than the case in England and, of course, Wales. The honourable member for North East Somerset, I thought, overstated the case. Initially, I thought he was falling into the schoolboy error of overstating the other people's case in order to knock it down more easily. But then I realised, of course, he actually believes this stuff. The member for North Ayrshire and Darren pointed out some problems that would arise with cases and talked about the misery that would be caused. The member for Bolton South East said that in reality spare rooms are not spare. My honourable friend for Carmarthen East and Dineffer outlined some of the factual background and outlined ways in which these sorts of problems are tackled elsewhere. For example, in Ireland and in the USA, the member for Inverclyde supported the motion. The member for Swansea West spoke about the impact on working class people in his own inimitable style. The member for Rutherglen and Hamilton West talked about the problems for foster parents, which are indeed severe and really do need to be looked at again. The member for Bishop Auckland gave us a very interesting account of her attempts to live on benefits, and it might be a salutary lesson for some members opposite to repeat the experience that she had. The member for Edinburgh East outlined many of the practical difficulties. The member for Glasgow North East talked about the macroeconomic effects and also the blow to local economies. The member for Dumfries and Galway spoke on the effects on disabled people and on the poorest, and also called for ameliorating measures. The member for Bolton West talked about the effect on local housing providers and the effect on the real families, not the families of the government's imagination. The member for Llanelli talked about the inflexible nature of the housing stock and the consequences. The honourable gentleman from Strangford gave us a welcome perspective from Northern Ireland and the problems that this penalty will cause there. And lastly but not least, the member for Copeland said that what we heard this afternoon, quite rightly, he said, it is the tip of the iceberg.
Great.
As I said, we've had 26 speakers. However seductively the Minister will present her arguments, it is clear to this House this afternoon that the main aim of the government is to cut the housing budget, taking it from the pockets of some of those least able to afford it, as has already been said. Two-thirds of those affected are disabled or have disabled partners. But also, may I point out that half the people who will be affected have been tenants for 10 years or more. Honourable members opposite are very fond of complaining about crime and disorder on estates. These are the sorts of people that we want to stay on estates, to give leadership to local communities, and these are the people who will be moved on by this penalty. There is a particular point in Wales, as has been mentioned, 46% of housing benefits claimants will be affected, compared to 31% in Great Britain in general, and that is a particular problem for us. In my own local authority of Gwynedd, as a case in point, 1,378 families will lose between £8 and £24 per week. Now, if they try to follow the government's advice and move within the housing stock, they will find difficulties, especially if they try to move into the private sector. For example, people wanting to move in the stock in Gwynedd will have to face competition from the tourism industry, which have proper needs which need to be addressed by the local housing stock. And also, in the city of Bangor, we'll be competing with many, many thousands of students. And what are they looking for? They are looking for one-bedroom properties or two-bedroom properties. They are looking for small places. So there will be those sorts of very local effects as well. The government say, of course, that people could find work. Average incomes in my area are £15,000 per year. I have no idea how people are going to find £700 to pay this penalty, and they won't be able to move. But I don't think they have thought that through, or if they have thought it through, they do not care. I tell the Minister it's just not a matter of taking up a few hours extra serving in a shop or working in a care home. Taking more work is not a possibility when there are hundreds of people chasing every job, and when disabled people always come at the end of the queue when the jobs are being handed out anyway. Let us be charitable to this government, perhaps. They are bringing the change to improve occupancy, as they say, to alleviate homelessness, as the Welsh Minister said this morning. There are 19,000 homeless people in Wales, but I think this measure will just add to that total. Now, some will say, well, we'll pay. Some will say, well, we'll do without and we'll pay. And some will have to say there is nothing left to do without and will not be able to pay. It's up to me, Mr Speaker, as a mere Welsh nationalist, to point out to this government the English saying, an Englishman's home is his castle. They assail that castle at their peril.
Yeah. To reply to the debate, I call the Minister, Esther McVeigh.
Mr Speaker, first I would like to thank honourable members across the House for their valuable contributions today. This is indeed an important debate, and it's good to have the opportunity to put on record the response to a number of issues and also to correct inaccuracies put forward today. Now, listening to the full debate, there were a couple of points that we all agreed upon, and I think it's an important place to start on consensus, because we're all looking for a solution to a problem that we as a coalition government has been handed. So I'll start with the things that we agree with. 1, a considerable lack of social homes. 2, a considerable lack of building of social homes in the last years. In fact, the Secretary of State described this as a complete collapse of building of social housing under the last government. And also, the doubling of housing benefit in the last 10 years and how we're going to manage that bill. This is something we've all agreed on. So how are we going to deal with this? How are we going to come to a solution to a large problem like that? Well, we'll all probably agree too that fairness has to be at the heart of that solution. Fairness for those who are in overcrowded homes, fairness for those who are under-occupying, and fairness to the taxpayer too. But what I'm going to start with is removing discrepancies already in the rented system between those who are privately renting and those who are socially renting. Having people live next door to one another who are renting but live by different systems must be innately unfair and must be addressed. And on this instance, I think we'll all be pleased to hear I'll be taking Labour's lead, because Labour introduced the local housing allowance for only private sector tenants who did not get housing benefit for a spare bedroom. So we'll start there. It seems like a good place to start, and that's what we're doing, putting in equality within the system for everybody who is renting. The second issue we must tackle are the needs of people who are living in overcrowded accommodation.
7 minutes to get these.
And as my honourable friend, the Minister for Pensions, outlined in his speech, 250,000 of people are in this situation. Members from North East Somerset, Wokingham, Battersea also mentioned these people who are living in overcrowded accommodation, something that actually the opposite benches refused to talk about. Now, what we all also agree with is that what we're talking about are family homes. These are not just houses. People have lived in them, and I accept that, because these are their homes. And this is why we've exempted people over state pension credit age, especially someone who's a pensioner who would be affected by these changes. So we've recognised that. But also, I want to mention the words that the member for Chester raised today and reminded Labour actually what they've talked about and repeating time and time again is that they have to get a grip of the housing benefit bill, and they've got to get control of it, something they never managed to do, and they have to do that even if they are to be a credible opposition. They have to get a hold of that. And the member for Battersea actually raised a very important point when the opposition said this is something we're going to vote against, this is something we disagree with. She challenged them and said, will you be reversing this? Will you be putting it in your manifesto? And actually, silence came from the opposition benches. But I do want to address discretionary housing payments, and this was brought up by, I believe, everybody in the House today. Many members raised specific issues and complex cases today, where people have identified groups such as foster carers or people who live in houses with major disability adaptations to the property. Now, rather than central government defining exactly what that means in every case, we have allocated the money that we think is needed to deal with the problem and given it to local authorities to respond to it on a case-by-case basis. Such local discretion is right. There are all sorts of individuals who we might think should be exempt, but trying to sit down and write all of them, putting it in regulation and putting it into statutory instrument would not be possible, which is why we've allocated discretionary housing payments, 60 million this year and 155 million next year, to the local authorities. In the past, discretionary payments have been seen as a temporary fix for a temporary short-term problem. However, under the new system, these payments can be for long-term because some situations will not change. And if someone lives in a house that's been substantially adapted, then they will need to keep that. But as we've been reminded, it was over 6 hours of question answering. Many things were wrong. Many questions people didn't know the answer to. So if I can canter through quite a few of these. The member for Dundee East asked about children at university. Well, children absent at college are covered by the normal rates of absences and will not be affected by these if they're returning for holidays. My other honourable friend also mentioned from Leeds North East, can people apply ahead of their need? Yes, you can. You can apply for these payments now, although obviously they won't be paid until it is needed. Members for Dundee East and Strangford talked about somebody with a disability and needing an overnight carer. Well, obviously they're exempt, and whether that is a full-time overnight carer or whether that is somebody who's only needed on occasion. So again, facts wrong from the opposite benches. Member for Dumfries and Galloway talked about how many spare beds. He questioned it. Well, this is 1 million spare bedrooms, and that's amongst working age. That did not include pensioners at all, so that's just 1 million spare bedrooms there. The honourable member for Glasgow North asked about Lord Freud and how he couldn't meet a conference. He couldn't because he's before the other place doing debate. However, I'm happy to confirm that he will be visiting very soon. That's being arranged with the Secretary of State. The member for Westminster North asked if people are moving around, this won't save money at all. Well, actually, this is incorrect. It does not take account of the circumstances of people who are moving into the property as then being vacated. They may have been in a more expensive private accommodation or temporary accommodation. So the whole movement, the word used again is dynamic benefit, it will save money. So perpetuating these myths are inaccurate.
Member for Denton and Reddish, she's shouting more loudly at the Minister than I shouted for Arsenal at the Emirates last Saturday. It really won't do. Minister.
Speaker. Member for Swansea West talked about under-occupancy of homeowners, and what are we doing there? Well, the government does support under-occupancy of homeowners should they take in a lodger, and that's exactly the same for people in social housing. And actually, there will be a £4,250 income tax exemption should somebody want to take somebody in. And the honourable member for Brighton Pavilion talked about borrowing more money. Well, how can you borrow more money, keep borrowing? That has got us into this situation we're in. We need to stop borrowing and start living within our means. And as I finish the questions that were brought up, another question that was raised by many people was, how about the cost of moving?
No, be moved.
And the question is that the question be now put. As many as have been, say aye. Aye. The contrary, no. And I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. The question is as on the order paper. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. Division, clear the lobby.
The question is, as on the order papers, many of that opinion say aye.
Aye.
The contrary, no.
No.
The tellers for the ayes, Pete Wishart and Jonathan Edwards. For the noes, Robert Sims and Mark Hunter. Order. Will the Sergeant of Arms investigate what seems to be a blockage in the no lobby? Order.
The ayes to the right, 224. The noes to the left, 265.
The ayes to the right, 224. The noes to the left, 265. The noes have it. The noes have it. Unlock. We now come to the motion relating to deferred divisions. Minister to move.
Next move.
The question is, as on the order paper, as many of that opinion say aye.
Aye.
The contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. We now come to motion number 3, capital gains tax. Minister to move.
Next move.
The question is, as on the order paper, as many of that opinion say aye.
Aye.
The contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. We now come to motion number 4 relating to financial services markets. Minister to move.
Thank you very much indeed, Mr. Deputy Speaker. One of the most significant failings of the previous system for regulating financial services was the lack of clear responsibility for financial stability. This meant that it's been all too easy for the identification and management of risks to financial stability to fall in between the cracks between those organisations that believed their respective roles were in protecting and promoting stability in the financial sector. It is